All right, welcome to 2026. I'm here with, of course, Dion Miner.
What's up? What's up?
Welcome to Jay's Tailgate Nation. We're really excited. We're out here at the Michael Johnson, right outside the Clyde Hart Track and Field Stadium, and right over our shoulder is what, Dion?
That's McLean Stadium, baby, where the Baylor Bears play at. We got a big event going on today. It's the Baylor FanFest. So we're excited. We out here at the track meet. We have the football spring game going. Got a lot of festivities going on. Look forward to you guys coming out. Come on out and join us.
Yep, and we have to talk about the lineup, first of all, right? We have, I'm just going to read it here because I don't have it off memory. We have coming up very shortly. He's already in the building. Ricky Thompson.
Yes, Ricky is in the house, in the building, baby.
And then we got Will London,
Kiana Horton,
Jeff Cunningham, Eric
Shero,
yeah.
Kristin Hill,
And we're going to finish off with your guy and our guy.
Mike Markworth.
All right, man. Well, we're really excited. Before we bring Ricky, I want to talk about this real quick, how this all came together. We were literally sitting in that building.
Yes.
And remember, we were talking, and we were just saying how good it was to have everybody in the mix.
Definitely. That's one thing I think what we look forward to is coming back here and just to this family environment. I spoke earlier about this being Baylor being a good family environment. So we want to come back, try to bring everyone, reunite and get everyone back out to come back and support Coach Ford here in the Baylor track program.
Yeah, and this is what it's all about, bringing everybody together. Coach Hart, I looked around, Coach Hart brought all of us together, and one of the things I wanted to do, and I know Dion wanted to do, and Tony and everybody was there, was keep this thing moving forward.
Yes, sir. We got to keep it moving forward. That's one thing. I mean, Jay reached out to me. He said, Dion, let's make it happen. I said, lock me in. Let me check my calendar. Looked at my calendar. Lock me in.
Put me in, Coach.
Put me in, Coach. Put me in.
All right. And you know what? I'm really excited, man. Our first guest, before he comes on, I have to brag about him a little bit. Now, this is a guy, man, you just know he's a professional. Like, hey, Ricky, would you love to do this? And of course, Ricky's game, man. Like, Ricky did his first podcast. Was that about 3 weeks ago, Ricky? About 3 weeks ago? He's standing right over here.
3 weeks ago.
About 3 weeks ago, he did 28 years, I think 28 years, at the Baylor sideline analyst with John Moore's Baylor Football Radio Network, and he's a pro at this thing.
You know, if you know John Morris, and if he's connected to John Morris, that's big things here at Baylor Nation. That's very big. That's very big. So we're definitely looking forward to having Ricky out, and you guys will be hearing from Ricky here in a little bit.
Yeah. All right, Ricky, we'll give you Ricky's texting. We'll give Ricky about 2 minutes. When he's done, he's going to come on. And I'm really excited, man. Last night was a good night for Baylor Track and Field.
Oh, yes, Jay. We came up. As you say, we pulled up, and people tapped in. So we're happy to, like I said, we're happy to be out here to do this thing and try to get everyone to come back out, like I said, to support Baylor Track and Field. And this event that's going on, you guys will see throughout the day, this event going on at the football stadium is going to be very, very big and huge. So Baylor Nation, pull up.
Yeah, and we're easy to find. We're right outside Touchdown Alley, which they're actually using that field I thought was really smart for the warm-up area. Kind of reminds me a little bit of Oregon.
Yes, and for us to be actually in a central location, we're literally between the track and the football stadium. And guess what? For all our track fans and people, you're gonna see a lot of track athletes warming up back here. We got quite a few schools. I think Mike sent 8 to 10 schools that he has here for the MJ Invitational.
Well, before we bring Ricky on, we have to thank all of our partners. Man, we couldn't have done this. First of all, we would love to thank Alliance Bank Central Texas. They provided all of the food, all of the water, the snacks, all of the drinks to help make this happen. And then talk about the orange and yellow.
Oh my gosh, if you're from Texas, you know that orange and yellow, the orange and white restaurant. It depends on if you're from Texas or not.
Right.
How you pronounce it.
Yeah.
In Texas, we pronounce it Whataburger.
Whataburger. Did I say it right?
No.
I'm from Missouri.
He's from Missouri. From Texas. Y'all hear the country accent, the southern accent. Whataburger. What a burger.
What a burger. And
Talk to him about it, Jay. What we have?
Really excited. Today we are one lucky person walk away with Whataburger. What a burger. Whataburger for a year.
What? 1 year?
1 year. We have 52 coupons. It comes with a hat. It comes with swag. I'll go get it here in a second.
We have backpacks and all koozies, stickers, all
Key
good things.
chains. Shout out to our friends at Whataburger.
Big time. That's big time. That's big time. For our first go around, Jay.
Yeah, for our first go around. This is our first.
First one.
And then, of course, we have to thank Balcones. Came out last night for the meet and greet, which was a great opportunity. Coach Ford even came out. We were out here to the street lights came on.
Actually, we were the last one to leave. You remember I woke up, I told you that this morning.
Yeah.
We were the last one to leave. And Coach Mike Ford came out.
Shout out to Coach Ford.
Shout out to Coach Ford. Big event he had put on, and he was tired, but guess what? This is what it's about.
Yeah.
When you have your old teammates and friends come back, he sucked it up. He told Coach Stacy that, I'm just going over here for a quick second. You hear me saying that? He ended up maybe hour, almost 2 hours, Jay. It was just the guys hanging out talking track. That's what we're going to be doing today, talking track.
And then, of course, we have to really thank also Wahoo Sports Entertainment. You guys know him. Tom Hill provides the tents, the tables.
Tom Hill.
Starlink. You probably can't see it. It's right behind us. Yeah, it's right here.
Yeah.
We're at Starlink. That's giving us our power. We have battery power because we're out in the tailgating. So, man, I just really want to thank Coach Hill, Tom Hill, Alliance Bank Central Texas, Balcones, and Whataburger for year one.
Whataburger. What? Like what?
What a burger.
Whataburger.
Hey, you know what? Coming up next, we have an all-time legend, a Baylor Hall of Famer.
Baylor Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
What? Baylor
Yeah.
Hall of Fame in the building.
Yeah, we have Ricky Thompson coming up. So here he is. Many people forget this gentleman is a two-sport star.
Two-sport?
Yeah, and I'm going to tell you what's most impressive, man. There's not a lot of people jump past 25 feet.
25 feet.
25 feet.
And that was, oh my gosh,
Yeah.
25 feet
25
back then.
feet. All-American.
All the big time. Two-sport.
Two-sport. And we're going to
What
talk
was the
about
other sport?
I don't know. It could have been football. Could have been Baylor football, NFL.
Baylor football. We should save that for when Ricky get on.
We're
We'll let
gonna
Ricky
talk
talk about
that.
that.
We're
We'll
gonna
let Ricky talk about that.
All right, Ricky, welcome to the show. We have
Come
a
on
spot
up.
over here. Come on over here on this side.
We'll
Ricky.
put Ricky in the middle.
Yeah.
And I'll give Ricky the mic and we can pass forward.
Good to see
Good
you.
to have you,
Yeah,
Ricky.
hey,
Thanks for
man.
coming in. Coming on.
Ricky, welcome to the live stream. Is this your first live stream, Ricky?
First one. No, radio's easy because you got no face with it.
Stop it. You know what? I'm not going to let Ricky do that. This is a good-looking man. I have to tell you guys this. Ricky is in shape. Ricky is in shape. Hey, but you did the original. I mean, radio is really the original live stream, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Because you're live the whole time.
26 years, 317 games in a row. I mean,
26 years.
think about that. We had our crew, bless JJ,
Yeah.
but JJ was there 21 years. And John, JJ, and me, obviously, did those games 21 years, and not one of the three of us missed a game.
Wow.
Isn't that something? That's unbelievable.
That's amazing.
And then just 1 year without JJ to finish, and didn't miss one there. So 317 in a row, 21 with JJ and John, and started off with Walter.
Yeah,
Walter was in there.
That was before he was with the Bee Association. Is that
Well,
right?
and that's why he had to stop. When he went to the Bee Association, they didn't want him doing the radio. And, of course, Nick Florence still works for Baylor as well and picked up this last year, did a really good job. So, big shoes for Nick to fill, but he did great.
Yeah, I have to ask you this. Obviously, we lost JJ the season beforehand, honored him with the sticker.
Yeah.
This is your first year as a fan. You're like us now. What is this going to be like for you?
Man, it's not going to be good. You know, my wife already dreads it. I dread it. I'm going to wear earplugs so I can't hear fans. And I'm just going to watch the game, hopefully. I don't want to talk. I just want to watch. It's going to be hard. It's going to be different.
Yeah.
But I've got a grandson, Dion, that's going to be playing ball his last 2 years and Fridays, and I don't want to miss those. So that's the reason I stopped. It was time.
I'm gonna let Dion jump in here because I know he will. So if y'all will share.
So let's talk about track and field.
Okay.
That's me and Jay. That's our love. That's our love. We know that you definitely been an influential person in Baylor Track and Field. Do you have time to just share with us once again? We know, but let the people know some of your amazing accomplishments that you had here at Baylor.
Well, I think Dion, track and field has changed so much since I was running, since you were running. I mean, it's really changed to the point where it's so much more individual sport than team. I mean, before you came to these track meets, you actually kept points. You tried to win the track meet as a team. And the coincidence of that is today we're celebrating a 50th anniversary of the Southwest Conference Indoor Championship team.
Shout out. Is that the 76 team?
76 team.
Southwest Conference Indoor Champion.
Yep, last one. In fact,
Wow.
not one since then. And
Almost
we've
wanna
got,
shed a tear on that,
we've
Ricky.
probably got 30 guys coming back. Man, that's phenomenal. And just to tell you, I mean, high school days are great, growing up's great. You've been through that, but I'm guessing some of your best friends are from your time at Baylor. I mean, that's just
Go here.
that's just the way it goes. I mean, I've got lunch with 3 or 4 of them today.
Yeah.
My absolute best friends, best men in my wedding, and they're guys that I went to school with here, ran track with, played football with. I mean, there's nothing like that 4 or 5 years at college. I mean, it's so much fun. And Dion, Jay, we had the honor of doing it when Coach Hart was here.
Yeah, yeah.
And bless his soul,
Yeah.
I'm telling you, Coach Hart, I mean, honestly, is the reason I ended up here. Through the recruiting stuff, Coach Hart came in my house on a Sunday. I decided to go to Texas, play football, and run track. I didn't completely trust the fact that they were going to let me run track. And Coach Hart came in and said he had talked to Coach Taff. I was going to do both, and on a Sunday in the den of my mom and dad's house, I changed my mind just like that.
Wow.
And
Wow. What changed it for you, Ricky?
Jay, you know what? I don't know. I just had that gut feeling that this is where I wanted to come, and I trusted Coach Hart. I knew that Coach Taff was going to let me skip spring training. Man, Dion, I never went through one down of spring training, just track, and that doesn't happen anymore. These guys that do both, man, they're out here every practice in spring training, and I mean, think about that. Not one down of spring training. It was all track. So, man, I was so grateful for that. A lot of great stories. I'll tell you on them, Coach Hart. And this one went a few years before we actually told it.
I love this. I can't wait for this one, Ricky.
Well, and I tell you, the first time that I really told it, our guys selected me as the speaker at our 40th anniversary of this team.
Okay.
And we had it over here at the stadium. Coach Hart was there. And when I was a freshman, I qualified for nationals. It was at LSU. I was rooming with Danny
Was this
Brabham.
indoor or outdoor?
Outdoor.
Okay.
Outdoor at LSU. Danny Brabham was a senior. I'm the little freshman. I didn't know.
You guys,
I didn't know squat,
That was a jumping squad.
Yeah,
right there.
yeah. I mean, we had a great year. We were first and second. I don't know how many times that freshman year. It was a lot of fun, and I give Danny a lot of credit for the things that he taught me, the way he worked out, as hard as he worked. I mean, funny, before Danny retired out here, we worked out together out here, and Dion, it was a battle. I mean, we killed each other. And
Hey, I would walk by, they be in the indoor. It looked like a competition.
Oh, it was.
Like,
Coach Hart walked in one day, and we're actually fighting on the pole vaulting pit. We were duking it out, just mad at each other, and then, of course, we hug and go eat lunch.
Yeah.
But anyway, so we're on the 6th floor of the dorm at LSU.
Okay.
And Danny sees the Texas shot putters walking down the sidewalk. So he walks over and grabs this trash can about 2 or 3 feet high, fills it halfway up with water, throws it out the window, and I mean, Dion, it was a direct hit. Dana LeDuc, these shot putters looked up. You have never seen such language in all your life. We ducked back in the window because, man, I'm telling you, they would have whooped us real easy. So we're saying, man, he said, man, you try it. So, okay, so I tried it. So this goes on for 30 minutes, and we're throwing water, ducking back in the window. So here the freshman has the trash can at the window. Door slings open. Guess who it is? Coach Hart.
No.
So now I'm thinking, this is my freshman year. I'm all the way in Baton Rouge, and I'm about to go home. I'm thinking I'm done. He said, what are you guys doing? And we said, I set the trash can down. I said, we're not doing anything. We're just looking out the window, messing around. And of course, Brabham, his face, my face too, we look guilty as sin, man. So Coach Hart goes to the window, and he looks down on this sidewalk, and it looks like a bomb had gone off down there with all the water. So he said, what are you guys doing? So finally we confess of what we're doing. And we still think, man, we're in trouble. Coach Hart says, let me try that. So I kid you not, we spend the next 30 minutes with Coach Hart throwing trash cans of water out the dorm window at other track athletes, and we finally figure out about Coach Hart's second time. Said, Coach Hart, you are no good at this. Just watch us, and we'll show you how to do it. So the three of us sat there. I told that story at the 43 reunion, and in fact, Maxine had never heard it.
Really?
Yeah, she had never heard that, and got to see Coach Hart just weeks before he passed away. In fact, days, and we were telling that story again. Coach Hart just laughed, and Maxine she just shook her head, like I'm sure she's had to do many times with Coach Hart.
Is that your favorite Coach Hart story?
Oh, yeah, it would have to be. There's a lot of stories. We of course, in that day, you did do some initiation with freshmen. We had
no way. Say it ain't so.
We had a pole vaulter that was my senior year. We just didn't like him. I'm not going to say his name because he was only there about a year. But Dion, you know the way it was set up at the old track, the pole vaulting pole, the runway came this way, the pit, but then the runway for the long jump. Remember?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So we're over there working on long jump, steps down, and I admit I took spray paint and painted it on the asphalt where I went off from, so I didn't have to mess with it. But we had it varied just a little bit, so I was having to move it. And this guy kept coming through the pit with his pole, wasn't jumping, and he'd run his pole through the pit onto our side when we were trying to run. We told him to stop 3 times. Well, the third time he came through, I knocked him out. I mean, just punch. Look up and punch. And Coach Hart's standing right over here. He looks, he goes, turned around, walked off. Didn't do anything.
I didn't want to see that.
No, I mean, it was just different, but it was just, I guess we patrolled our own guys, and Danny Brabham, bless his heart, just such a great friend, and I kid about that, but man, I was so lucky to have a senior like that when I was a freshman. I know you probably had some guys out there, and I learned a lot from Danny. I learned how to stay out of trouble because he was always right on the edge of doing something. But
he was the one instigating the trouble, right?
Absolutely. But man, he taught me so much about weightlifting and squats and how to jump and just being a competitor. I mean, I know when you were in your younger years at Baylor, you had those guys ahead of you too that you looked up to, and I know they affected and helped you turn into the All-American you were, and that's so important. So I was so lucky to have Coach Hart, Danny Brabham, Mike Shriver, Steve Lang, my roommates. You know, my senior year was so much fun because Mike Shivers, who was my roommate, in fact, he'll be here shortly, we were first and second in probably 7 of our 10 meets.
Really?
Yeah.
So you guys just going back and forth?
Yeah, I mean, no, not back and forth. I was whipping his tail.
Hey, you see how?
We gonna see. We gonna ask that when he gets here.
You see how I said? I'm like, was it back and forth? Back and forth?
There wasn't any back and forth. No. Shivers did his annual job of kicking my butt at LSU.
Yeah.
I don't know what it was. I mean, every year he wore me out at LSU, and he did it our senior year too, then at the Texas Relays. But, I mean, here's another conference meet senior year. We score 106 points outdoors.
Wow.
Texas scores 110. Of course, they've got, 90 athletes over there. But we were first, second, third, and fifth in the long jump. Think about that. What is that? 10, 8, 6 is 24, 2. We scored 26 points in the long jump. I mean, that'll never happen again at a conference meet like that. So what a great group of guys. And
if you had to describe that team, the 76 Indoor Southwest Conference team, what is one word that describes?
Man, good friends, good relationships. And not saying everybody has to be everybody's best friend, but man, we all got along. We got along great. I kid about Shivers and us going back and forth, but man, we were competitors when it was a track meet. He wanted to kick my butt, and I wanted to kick his, but we were still best friends. I mean, it's just the way it was. Wow. And I mean, I just remember in those meets when our guys weren't running or not in their event or not warming up, they were out on the track in the middle of it yelling for the other guys. And I think some of that's changed just based on the nature of the sport and how it's gone. And that was so much fun. That was just, I guess it speaks pretty well that you got 30-something guys coming back 50 years later. I mean, probably a miracle that we're all alive 50 years later.
I have to ask you this because a lot of people obviously identify you in the Baylor family with football, and I wonder if it's because you're a sideline analyst with the radio network, but like your legacy is equally solid and excellent in track and football.
Yeah, and I don't know, Deon, I feel so lucky to be able to do both, that Baylor allowed me to do that. I mean, football obviously is it's the marquee sport of every university. Right. But it doesn't mean it's necessarily the best. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Because in the Coach Hart's era, All-American after All-American after All-American, national championship after national championship. I mean, you were part of that 4x4, 400. I mean, it was over. This school was kind of the marquee school for track and field. And there was no question about it. Texas, A&M, some of those schools had more athletes. Right. But as far as stars, All-Americans, national championships, I don't think anybody could touch Baylor. I mean, in your guys' era, I mean, how many All-Americans do you have? How many times were you an All-American? Relays, the 400 individually, 14 times. I mean, where does that happen? Not many places. Not many places. So I'm thankful. My family still lives here. My kids still live here. I mean, this place is home. Now, Jay.
Yeah.
I'm worried about being a fan.
That's why I was asking how you're going to handle this.
I'm worried about being a fan. In fact, I'm going to go on the sideline today at the practice over there after we do our ceremony here. Yeah. And I really am. I'm going to wear earplugs just so I can watch the game and not hear experts in the stands about why we didn't do that, why we didn't do that.
Oh, man, Ricky, that's like...
And it's going to happen.
I mean, you've been an analyst for like half of your adult life, right? I mean,
well, 26 years. I'll be 72 next month. Unbelievably, that's a scary thought. It's hard to believe till I look in the mirror and then I say, "Yep, that you are." Yeah. But I didn't know how long I was going to do it. Had no idea. But John was gracious enough to ask me to be a part of that. And man, what fun! The early years were pretty bad.
Yeah, some
Dion,
lean
we were
years.
bad. And then you get to go through, I mean, 2 Sugar Bowls, Fiesta Bowl, Cotton Bowl, 3 Big 12 championships. I mean, you call those kind of games on the sideline, there is nothing like it. I mean, that is so exciting. I mean, I'm standing from here to that pole
Yeah.
from McVeigh, stopping the Oklahoma State ball carrier this far away
Yeah.
from the pylon.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm right there. In fact, I've got a picture in my office. Coach Aranda standing there like this after it happened, and I look like a 6-year-old little girl. I mean, I got
He's
hands up
comical.
in the air, jumping up and down. I was excited. I mean,
Oh man.
but I mean, I'm so thankful for those times. You know, the really cool part of it, my grandson's 16 now, and probably the last 4 years, particularly 3, he traveled with us, went to a lot of the games, was in the press box, went down on the field with me before the games. Yeah, you don't get to share that much.
Do you have
and-
any memories of him in the press box and
Oh.
or things that happened?
Yeah, you bring that up. We had Jack was 12, I guess, and we didn't have a spotter, so John asked him to spot. So he's sitting between JJ and John and Dion. Jack and JJ got to be big buddies. I mean, you got them together, and you just, you know, you finally just said, man, one of y'all gonna have to stop talking.
Too excitable.
Yeah, I
They're
mean,
very excitable personality.
one of y'all gonna have to stop talking. So anyway, we're in this game. Jack's a spotter, and I mean, he knows football. He's good at it. He's watching. And there was some play late in the game. It was the last game we played Oklahoma. It was in Norman. We won the game, and I don't remember which guy it was, Oklahoma, and Jack is between JJ and John. His mic is hot, but it's only to JJ and John, right? So they're the only ones who can hear him, unless you get loud. Well, Jack got loud, and some kind of play happened. He said, "Yeah, you take that, number 25, for Oklahoma." And I mean, that's not exact words, but he said it loud enough. It went over JJ and John's mic. It was hot, so man, we all get tickled. And JJ or John man said, "Hold it down, Jack." But that was so funny. But you know, we've got pictures of us on the sideline the last 2 or 3 years before games, and he went on our last road trip, Arizona to Tucson, and that's my daughter was, I don't remember where she was, Jack's mom, and she said, "You guys need to take a picture while I'm down there." So we've got that from the last game. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Really cool. So I'm thankful I was able to do that. Thankful to John, to Baylor. I mean, no idea how long I would do it when I started. Didn't think it would be 26, but you know, we just kept going and kept going. And I don't know that I would have stopped now if it wasn't for Jack, but probably, I mean, it's time. Somebody else needs to do it.
That's a
and,
memory, man.
yeah, you know, during those games, Dion, check this out. Sometimes during the brawls there, you know, you were going that up and down stuff. I'd walk between 6 and 7 miles in a bunch up and down the field. And just a normal game, I'll probably walk 4. Keep it up on my watch. But you get some exercise. And on that turf, your back's a little sore. Particularly at my age.
What's your favorite memory that you have from when you were an analyst?
You know what? It's hard to narrow it down to one, but if you go to one play, it would have to be that play in the Big 12 championship game where McVeigh stops the guy, because you think, I mean, it's 4th and goal at the 2. We got a penalty on 1st down. So now it's 1st and goal at the 1.
Right.
So everybody thinks we stopped those guys 4 times inside the 1. We stopped them 5 times inside the 2. That just doesn't happen. So I think if you pick a play, that would be it. Go back to games. I mean, Texas turn out the lights with the Big 12 championship. I mean,
we're all bundled up.
Yeah,
I know you were.
It's 24 degrees, and man, we just smoked them.
Oh man,
we smoked them, and I don't know if y'all remember exactly, but we didn't know till right before taking the field that Oklahoma State had beaten Oklahoma,
Right.
which made that game for the Big 12
Wait,
championship.
weren't you in the? Do you remember how in the old stadium?
Yeah.
We would be in like the Mike Sims area in the trainer.
Yeah.
And I think you came through and told us.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. I can't believe you remember that. But I said, man, this game's for it all now.
Yeah.
So, what a night. I mean, 24 degrees, and you couldn't put another rear in the seat anywhere.
Yeah.
It was packed. And just those days were a lot of fun. I mean, a fun game, go to Oklahoma, beat Oklahoma 48-14 in Norman. That was huge.
What year is that?
That would have been 14 maybe.
Yeah, I was on that trip.
14. I mean, you had OU fans booing from the stands in the third quarter.
Yeah.
It was a track.
Remember, they started leaving.
Yeah, they started leaving. If you ever ran track and football, that was it, because it was a track meet. I mean, it was up and down the field and just a killer. And then I guess any one game here, TCU.
Yeah.
Nobody ever forgets that one.
Man.
We're down 58-37,
Yeah.
11 minutes to go. They just had a pick six.
Yeah.
Took it back. You're thinking, man, this game is over.
Yeah.
Well, they celebrated in the end zone, got a 15-yard penalty on the kick. We scored in about 5 plays, so it's 58-44. Stop them twice, and then Petty and that group of great receivers went to work. Coleman scored on the touchdown pass to tie it.
Coleman, Biletnikoff winner.
Yeah, I mean, Corey, one of the best I've ever seen.
Yeah, all-time great.
One play we'll talk about of Corey's. He ran a quick post against West Virginia. I don't know if you remember it. Quick post. And I used to kid about quick posts. I was the only guy in the world that could get out of bounds on a quick post, so I didn't get hit. But I mean, Corey's going full speed, catches the ball, stops, and the cornerback just crashes by him, and then he twirls back outside and goes about 20 more yards. One of the prettiest plays I've ever seen. I mean,
Wait, was that West Virginia on the road?
No, it was
that
here.
Okay.
It was here.
Okay.
It was a phenomenal, not a difficult catch, but the run after the catch, won't see one any better than that.
Dion, what is your, if you have a question for Ricky, what would that be?
Well, of course, I was hearing them talk about J.J. Joe. J.J. was a real good friend of mine. I think when we came in as freshmen, Jay and myself, I think I was the only track athlete that really hung out with the football players. All those football players took me under their wings and showed me like mad love. And the one that really didn't talk that much was JJ. Of course, he was the quarterback.
Yeah.
He wasn't around at all the events that, the other football guys were hanging out. When I got inducted into the Baylor Athletic Hall of Fame, he was inducted the same time I was inducted, JJ. And believe it or not, he was a big fan of mine, and I never really knew it because we never interacted like I interacted with all the other football players. And just for us to just sit and talk and just be a big fan. And, I'm a freshman coming in, and it's like, it's J.J. Joe, the quarterback. He's the quarterback, He's the big guy on campus. But he was never, like, really around like the other football guys. When we go out and hang out, he's the quarterback. What is your favorite memory? That one was mine for J.J. Of course, watching him play football, but when he came up and we talked the night we got inducted into the Baylor Athletic Hall of Fame, and for him to just share, it's like, man, you can go, like, running and everything. He was telling me that he was really watching me run on the track, and I never did know that. But that's like one of my favorite moments and memories of J.J. Joe. How about yourself?
Yeah, that's another one that's going to be hard to tie into one. But, when we traveled on the road in particular, we didn't go on the team plane. We flew private. So, I mean that really locked us in together. And JJ was my roommate on the road for 21 years. So got a lot of stories about JJ. Just got to be we just got to be friends, just like brothers. I mean, he knew during a game it got to be kind of funny because most of the time he knew what I was thinking, I knew what he was thinking. And some of our conversations off the air between plays were probably better than the ones on the air. Because I mean, we really started talking about the real thing,
Yeah,
you know.
yeah.
And sometimes on the air, you want to be positive and never,
How hard was that? How hard?
ever say anything bad about a player. Ever.
Yeah.
26 years,
Yeah.
I never did.
Yeah.
Never would. No way. We were all down there, and we're just not going to do that. But when we're talking between plays, it was funny. Yeah, I mean, we did some coaching.
Some fellowship.
we argued with some play calls. I mean, it's funny. He'd kind of watch me where I was walking and see that I was around a play that happened, and they said, "Ricky, you're standing there. Tell me what happened." And it'd be something like, they called interference, and I'm saying, Jay, I had no interference there. That's a bad call. And that on the air, we would stay. I mean, bad call is a bad call. Everybody sees that.
Yeah.
I mean, I think you got to be pretty realistic about that kind of thing. But just through the years, we got to be. I mean, it really was so easy with John, JJ, and I, because it flowed smoothly. Everybody knew what everybody was doing, and the biggest thing about JJ is, man, that dude liked it about 85 in the hotel room.
Are you kidding me?
And I liked it about 65.
That's me.
So
me too.
So JJ, it depended on who got in the room first. He gets in there first, and that room's so hot you can't breathe. He'd go to sleep, and I'd flip that thing down to about 60. And man, he'd have snot bubbles coming out of his nose. He'd wake up and say, Ricky, what'd you do? But it got to be a game. But I can't remember where we are, but one of them you could lock the remote. I don't remember where it was. So I turned that thing down to about 65. He couldn't get to the remote. It stayed that way all night. I mean,
he's all bundled up.
It looked like Christmas. He was so bundled up. But we had so much fun with that. But Deion, you talk about it. Our relationship was great, but some of the most fun I had was watching JJ and my grandson talk. I mean, they would go and go and go, and JJ didn't have to do that.
Yeah.
At the time he's talking to 12, 13, 14, 15-year-old kid.
Right.
And he was really interested in what Jack collects football cards. He's really good at it. He's got a collection I would rival with anybody. And
you guys have been all over the country, right?
yeah, we've been everywhere. We went to the national show in Cleveland and just really had a good time. But he and JJ just had a really cool bond. I thought that was really neat. And I know JJ passing away had an effect on Jack too. But man, that's still hard to believe. 54 years old.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let me ask you this: what do you think about the environment? First year of the FanFest, right? So we're out here. I mean, I've seen boats going by on the Brazos, music playing, FanFest. They have food trucks over there that we can see, and bouncy houses. Fortunately, I'm too old for those. But what is your take? I mean, you've seen a lot of iterations of Baylor football in the spring football, which is now like a practice and fan event.
Yeah. Well, I tell you, a lot of that is this setting that you have now that Deion, we didn't have. We had the old track over there, which the surface, the track was great. We had great athletes, and the people that came through that track over there. One of them, this meet's named after, obviously. Yeah. But man, I would have loved to have had this setting when we were running track and had these kind of events, because we had great crowds.
Yeah.
But think what it would have been out here. Man, this is so
Yeah.
cool.
I mean, people can't see, but we have the team.
Yeah, I
tents
got
here.
all the tents set up at the old track. They had to set the tents up outside the track, down
outside
that,
the track.
on that, what is it, east end.
Yeah.
And here, they're right by the river.
I mean, we're looking
And
at boats go by.
I mean, we're watching the boats run by here right now. We got the stadium behind us, track stadium in front of us.
Yeah, matter of fact, Coach Ford told us last night, because we brought a speaker, Ricky, because we thought we would have to have music over here, but they put some speakers facing this way. I mean, you know, Coach Ford was talking about that last night. It's just a great fan experience for the track meet, for the Hammer, which is right here.
Yeah, it's phenomenal. I would rival this setup with any in the country. Obviously, some of these state schools are going to have bigger arenas, bigger stadiums, bigger track stadiums, but they're not going to be any nicer.
Correct.
I mean, this is a really cool setup. That'll be one thing that particularly track meet and football wise, maybe get to enjoy the stadium. I mean, how old is this stadium? I've never been in it.
What?
I've never sat in the stadium.
Wow.
Never
That's
been
incredible.
in it. I had lunch at the Baylor Club and I went down and sat in my seats for the first time and what?
So you've had seats the entire time?
Oh, yeah, my family. I've never been in them.
Never been in them. Be nice to know what you're paying for, right?
Yeah, so I am looking forward to that. That's going to be nice to watch a game and actually be up high enough where I can see what's going on instead of right down there in it. I mean, you don't get the flow of it. It's just like a track meet, Dion, when you're running the 400 and you're in lane 4 or 3. That's a lot different than sitting on row 10.
True.
I mean, and it's, people just don't realize the difference in football particularly. They don't realize how fast that game really is.
Yeah.
I mean, it happens fast. Those guys can run, but it's just the plays happen fast. The 400, you know, you just watch that event, it doesn't look like you're running that hard. Well, go out there and get beside Dion Miner and see how hard it is. You're gonna be looking
out that first 90. He's flying.
Yeah, well, you're gonna be looking at his tail. I would. I mean, there's no way. I wouldn't even think about it. I'll tell y'all a story about Mike Shivers, my roommate. We were talking about long jump. This is a cool one that Dion will like. They're at one of the national meets after the track season, and I think it's in Wichita, USTAF, United States Track and Field Federation.
Sure.
And man, one of the guys gets hurt before the 4x4, and they already had one hurt. They didn't have anybody to run. So this was my senior year. I didn't go to any of the postseason meets because I'd been drafted and I was at mini camps and those type things. So they were talking and they mentioned Shivers running. I mean, this is a long jump dude, remember? Well, he did, and the dude ends up being an All-American. They finished third, I think, with Shivers running anchor.
What?
Hadn't run a 400 since high school.
Are you serious?
I'm serious.
Wow.
And so he is an All-American in the 4x4.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, name a school or a person somewhere that's done that. I bet they don't exist.
Hey, that's Coach Hart, man. He put anybody.
Yeah.
That's the Baylor way.
They perform.
That's the Baylor
stepped
way.
into the moment.
Yeah, I told Shivers I'd had a blowout at about the 110.
Pow, pow, pow. Man, much respect. Golly.
Yeah, that was really cool. Wow. I wish I would have seen it. That'd have been fun.
So you guys are part of the 716. Like, what are some of the things you guys have? You guys have like dinners, or what is?
I think there's a recognition here at 1 o'clock,
okay,
and then we're having dinner tonight at 6.
Okay.
So just nothing formal, just dinner and visit, and it'd be really cool. And I would. Well, I know a lot of these guys I haven't seen at least for 10 years at the last reunion, and there's probably some that'll be here, Dion, that weren't at the last one.
Yeah.
So, gonna be really cool.
And I think
Jay.
it says a lot because it's so hard to get back. You know, if you're in, like Dion's in Houston, you know, you're in Austin or Dallas or even outside the state, tough to get back. So I think guys, you know, keep in contact. 'Cause everybody's got families and and jobs and careers and life.
Yeah, and we've got guys coming from out of state.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not just here. We've got guys from coming out of state. So that's really cool. And I think some of that now, Dion, is what's lost out here in track. Because I'm betting even in your era, you've got a group of guys that were part of the track and field team at that time, and y'all still are in contact, y'all still are friends, y'all still get together. And I think we kind of get farther and farther from that. And Coach Ford has his hands full, NIL and all these different
Transfer
things you got to deal with, and the portal. Man, that's tough. These coaches, whatever they get paid, they earn it. They earn it. It's a different world. And
I gotta ask this real quick. I called you the most slept-on man in Baylor. I called him and told him this because a lot of people don't know outside of here. I know that you're CEO of Alliance Bank Central Texas, right? Bank worth $1.2 billion in managed assets.
Yep.
Talk about that real quick. I know we're running short on time. We're not gonna keep you, but I want to talk about that. Like, people think about your track career, your football career, and you've got this great banking career.
Been blessed with that, with a great group of guys. Most of them, and Todd Moore. Eric Shero, who you'll talk to later, Scott Rogers, and we've got some younger guys there with us. We've gone from 300 million 6 years ago to 1.2 billion. Opened in Georgetown, opened in Temple. Just a lot of fun. But I tell you what, Dion, even in business, and you know this now, I'll take an athlete over one that was not an athlete any day.
You say that all the time.
Any day. Because
Why is that?
because I want somebody that wants to kick somebody's butt. I mean,
you were kicking Mike's butt.
You got the bank across the street. I want to kick their butt. I mean, you can be friendly about it, but man, we're competitors, and I want guys that don't want to lose, that want to. If we've got a deal, we're competing with another bank. Let's go get it. Let's do what we got to do to get it. And the other side of it is, be pissed off if you don't get it.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
And I just think, just like our group, we can sit in there and argue and give each other heck, and I mean, get pretty intense. Then we get up and go to lunch together.
What do you think is the biggest thing that you take away from your athletic career that's really been helping you propel you in your banking career?
It's competitiveness.
I was going to answer that.
It's easy. Yeah, here you go.
When you asked that, Jay, I was like, that's simple. Competitiveness. It's so funny. Just yesterday, myself and my boss, we were talking about the same thing. We were saying how, I'm asking my boss, he was telling me, he was like, Dion, in the business world, most business people would take an athlete over just a regular, normal kid. And I was like, I say this all the time. And just to hear you share that, Ricky, with the success that you done had, it's true. It is so true. You had dropped a lot of nuggets here. I'm kind of mad we ain't got 3 mics, because when you was talking, I wanted to interrupt. But I'm like, but I just wanted to just hear. You said a couple of things though. The first one that caught my attention. Baylor has always been known as quarter mile youth. But back then when you guys was jumping, it would be fair to say it was long jump you, huh?
Yeah, Dion, we had a stretch. I don't know how many years it was, but Danny won the conference championship 2 years ago. Then I won it indoor and out 2 years in a row. Then we had guys coming behind us, Lee Miles, several guys like that. So,
Right.
I mean, we had probably 10, 15 years where long jump was kind of the thing. I mean, Baylor was known for it. We were good at it. And it wasn't just one person. It was guy after guy after guy after guy that
And
jumped.
what made me ask that question was I can't remember the event the meet you said, but you had like 4 or 5 guys finish first, second.
It was Southwest Conference meet in Waco our senior year.
Crazy.
We are first, second, third, and fifth.
That's how we used to
26
run the
points.
400.
Yeah.
Yeah.
for a second. So that's why it caught my attention. I was like, oh, I'm gonna have to circle back, ask Ricky about that, cause that's stuff people don't know. The Baylor Track and Field family don't know, cause everyone you always look at Baylor, this quarter mile U.
Yeah,
But back then we had jumpers.
Yeah, well, and I think it's appropriate that it is looked at as quarter mile U because that was Coach Hart's thing. I mean,
Yes.
now when we were here, Deion, you asked Coach Hart, and he was a long jump coach. He was a long jump coach because we were winning, so he became a long jump coach.
So it's fair to say back then it was long jump.
Yeah, Coach Hart was a long jump coach then.
I love it. I love it.
But my group of guys, Michael Carter, Collins, Steve Lang, one of my roommates, J.J. Jordan, that's when it started flipping the quarter mile U. And from that point forward, I mean, I think, and it just, how'd we get that many guys, Deion? It was competing for national championship year after year. That means it's not just one quarter miler. You got 5 or 6.
You gotta have,
because you can't run a relay with 4 because somebody's going to be hurt.
Or somebody's going, oh, I don't feel like running.
Yeah. Well, you know what, Deion? Talk about that now. Now with the portal and man, Michael Ford has to be the most patient. I'd want to punch some of these guys that didn't want to run.
I know that's right.
You know what? Because they're letting people down, and now you don't even know when they're going to run the relay and when they're not.
Right.
Man, you could bet in your era, somehow, some way, y'all were going to run the 4x4.
We was just sharing a story just last night. A couple of my team, it was all my teammates, Jay Hicks, Mike Ford, Corey Williams. We was sharing, it was my freshman year, myself and Jay's freshman year. Drake relays. Ricky, I kid you not, we woke up in the hotel. We looked outside.
You don't even have to tell me because I've been to Drake.
You see that white tent?
Yeah.
That's what the ground was. The stuff was still coming down. And we were celebrating like, oh, we're not going to run all this and that.
Yeah, I bet Jay was thinking, man, we're in the house today.
We're inside.
Ricky, it was so much snow. And I'm like, we're from Texas. We're not doing this. That is not happening. Long story short, we run. I never forget, we go, and back then Drake had that little indoor area before you walk out on the track. It takes you right to the track. We warmed up because Coach Hart said, we're running. Okay, let's go. Ricky, we walk outside. We walk out to the track to do like a rundown. I looked up in the stands. I remember seeing 2 guys with their shorts on, waving it. Baylor just going crazy. Baylor. And I was like, oh, it's on now. We got to go today. Like, and it was freezing cold and snow. That's like, I couldn't believe it. Like, oh my gosh, this is really happening. But that, just to see that energy, because the Tonys and Michael Johnson, they was telling me about the experience of Drake relays. Like, that was a Baylor thing.
Yeah.
No pin relays, it was Drake relays.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, too, and I know y'all felt it at that time when it was quarter mile or U, there were Baylor fans that had nothing to do with Baylor.
Right.
Absolutely.
Everywhere.
Yes.
I mean, because they knew
Yes.
what you did, they knew the history, they knew the winning tradition, they knew who Deion Miner, Michael Johnson, whoever it may be. So with that, Baylor fans popped up everywhere.
Everywhere. It's amazing when I wear like a Baylor shirt. I can be in New York. Baylor Bears, what you ran track? Because they was
Yeah.
That was the notion that everyone put on Baylor. Like, Baylor was known for track and field.
Yeah, absolutely.
Did you share that story about when Jay asked you about football, track? Back then, everyone knew Baylor track and field.
Yeah.
And Coach Hart did a great job of recruiting and putting a stamp on his legacy the quarter milers. I mean, we could talk about the history
Yeah.
for so long, just all the great things, all the great athletes that came through here. But
Yeah, well, and remember, Coach Hart, have a lot of fun with Coach Hart, but when it was time to go, it was time to go with Coach Hart. He didn't put up with much.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
you could
competitive.
kid around with him and jack around with him when it wasn't track time, but man, you get on the track, he gets that old messed up arm of his and puts his hand on the other one. He's walking around.
See, what was the nickname for him?
He doesn't even know what's going on other than track, and it's we bless his heart, we gave him such a hard time. But I'll tell you one more funny story. We were coming back from LSU. I hated LSU. I hated to drive that 8-hour bus ride. I hated it. Got my butt kicked every time I went over there. I don't know why I was terrible over there. But we're driving back, and out around Riesel, they had this old cage out in front of an old bar that everybody said they kept a tiger in that thing. Well, we just stayed on Coach Hart. Stop, Coach, stop. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. So he finally says, pull a bus over. So we pull a bus over and go up to this old cage out there, and nothing in that cage. Well, somebody hit it. I don't know if it's J.J. Jordan or something. You said, "Roar," like that. World record in the 4x4. There was something in there. I don't know what it was, but we were out of there, and J.J. Jordan was the first one out. He was something. Another story about J.J. I think I told you this.
Which one?
He was working at the mall. I don't know if maybe I didn't. J.J. was quarter miler when I was there, really good. Working at the mall at the jewelry store. Well, some dude decides he's going to look at some jewelry and take off with it. Wrong guy to run from. JJ tracks him down, runs him down in the parking lot, tackles him, which is probably stupid. I mean, you do that today, and the dude's probably got a gun.
Right.
But he tackles him in the parking lot, and through that, and the story of that, and JJ's track history, and tackling this guy in the parking lot, he ends up being a DPS highway patrolman for a career after that. They came to him and had a career with that, passed away way too early in life, like the other JJ.
Yeah.
But, I mean, think about that. There's another athlete working that's not going to let some dude get away with stealing some little piece of jewelry that probably wasn't worth that much, but JJ chases him down and ends up being a highway patrolman for his career. So,
Rick, I have to ask you, you've seen a lot as we kind of wrap up here. I just want to talk, what is your mantra right now? I think you're did you say 72? Is that what you said earlier?
I'll be 72 in 2 or 3 weeks.
Okay, all right, I got to put that on my calendar. Y'all put that on your calendar. All right, have to ask you, so what's your mindset? You've done a lot on the field. You've gone and become an analyst. You've had a great career in banking. You have your family. What is your mindset? If you had to have a mantra or a statement that you had, what would that be for you right now?
That's a good question. There's, like everybody, there's some days I just don't want to get up and get going. You're tired. And the other side of that, once I am and I'm with those guys up there and I'm busy and I'm involved, I'm thinking, man, I don't know what I'd do if I wasn't. I'm not sure I'd be really good at just sitting tight or sitting at home. And I'm convinced. My dad's 93 years old, and he, in his truck or the Jeep, riding pasture every day, fixing electric fence, whatever. I think you got to keep going. I think you got to keep going. I don't know. I don't know what else to do. I mean, I feel like I could go out there and run a 400 right now, but I'm telling you, after about 50, I'd be done. It's just like, in my mind, I could go deep one time and catch a ball, but I know that's in my mind because I couldn't. But at the same time, I think I can. So I guess I just don't want to ever get away where I just sit in a chair and give up. Because I think if you do that, how many times have you heard of somebody just completely, nothing wrong with retiring, I don't mean that. but you got to have something to do.
Yeah.
And I just think if you do that and sit, you're not going to last very long. So I just want to keep going. Thankful to have these guys I work with every day at Alliance to keep me going and have a good time. We have fun, but like Dion and I talked about, we're competitive as heck. Man,
Dion,
we don't do it to play around. We do it to be the best. So.
Dion, wrap up question here for Ricky. Ricky's got his all of his teammates waiting on him.
That was the final question. What you looking forward to? I know you've been your 1976. That's still amazing to me. That's 50 years, right? 50? That's very big. And what you say, 30 you guys here? Around 30? You know what, Jay? When we wrap up, we're going to meet them. I want to meet these guys, some of them. So when we come find you guys, that'll be real, mean something to me. Because Jay asked me when about a week ago, what's the one thing how you describe Baylor? I said family. And here you talk about these guys coming back 50 years later. That's what it's about, Jay. I've always said that, the culture, the legacy, the tradition, but more than anything, it's the family. I think that's very important. Of course, your own family is very dear to your heart, but just your teammates that you said it earlier. My closest friends are my friends that I met here at Baylor University in life. So that's very important for me to just even, like I said, just even be back and to just share this moment, to share this time with you, just to hear these stories, because I didn't know that about the long jump. And so with that being said, today, what you looking forward to most?
I just think it's seeing these guys. I mean, I don't whatever we do, track meet, that's fine, but just seeing these guys, you never know when it's the last time.
Right.
Just like we were talking about JJ, we walked away from the Texas Bowl. Jack and I, my grandson, rode with JJ back to the hotel, and last time I saw him.
Wow.
I mean, you never know.
Wow.
And I'm going to have these guys here, want to enjoy that, and I think that's it. And I think, Dion, why those guys and Jay, why those guys are still our friends and that group's still our friends is because you did go to war with them. You battled with them and you fought and you spent August mornings in football with a helmet on, sweating, thinking there are about 500 places I'd rather be than out here.
Right.
Or on that track about the third 495 if y'all still did them when you were running. I mean, about the second one, you're thinking, man, there's a lot of places I'd rather be.
Yeah.
But you know what? That's why you hit the yellow tape first, is because of those. And I just, it's the teamwork and the friends, and that's why those are friends, because y'all went through wars together. Even these guys that I work with now at Alliance, we go through a lot of battles together. I mean, it's a battle every day between a regulator and just 100+ employees. Man, there's always something. Always something. So you go through those battles together. You either create enemies or friends, and in most cases, it's your best friends. Is what comes out of that. So that's what I'm looking forward to.
Well, man, so listen. So track athlete, football player, sideline analyst, CEO. You added podcaster 3 weeks ago. Today he adds live streamer. Ricky, and coming up on 72 is now you're a YouTuber, a streamer.
Yeah, man, that's something.
Shout out to Ricky, man. Ricky, man, appreciate you
Thanks,
coming
guys.
on, man.
Appreciate
Thank
you,
you.
man. Good to
It's
see
a
you.
great
Good to
Ricky
see you,
Thompson.
Ricky.
I got one more thing for Dion. Yeah, you don't remember it, but I was officiating the long jump when you were running. I did that for probably 15 years in a row after came back from Coach Hart, then had so many other things going on I couldn't do it. But I officiated the long jump at the track meet you were running. So I saw you run right in the middle of the track. I was there.
Thank you, Ricky.
Thank you, Ricky. We appreciate
being
you,
a
man.
pleasure. Thank you.
Man,
Thank
all right,
you.
so we
Good
kicked
stuff.
it off, I guess, as Coach Hart would say, the opening leg. Ricky, thanks, man, for coming on. We appreciate you, man.
Thanks for
you.
coming
Thank
out.
you.
Thanks for coming out and enjoy.
Enjoy. All right, so we have a full lineup already here. We have Jeff Cunningham, the running legend, aficionado. He's an influencer, y'all.
Jeff
Oh,
is in the
hold on.
building.
Hey,
Hold
Brian,
up.
It's Brian. Can you take Ricky? Can you get a picture of us? We got to get a picture with Ricky.
All right.
Can you take one from up here? We got to get a picture with Ricky. And Ricky, he's your business partners with.
What do you want it right here?
Yeah.
my son-in-law, he hands it.
Ready, 1, 2, 3.
He knows he's an
Okay, is
idiot.
this high enough?
Yeah.
They always tell
Can
me
you
high,
get
high,
get
high.
vertical too?
Ready, 1, 2, 3. All right, brother.
All right, thank you. Thanks,
we
Rick.
gotta throw the second.
Okay, we got to do.
all right.
We got to go on sick. That's a good
All
one.
right. I like it.
We have a great crowd.
All right, ready, 1, 2, 3.
So we have Jeff Cunningham. Thank you, Ricky. We also have Kiana Horton, who's coming up next in a few minutes. We have to talk about her for a little bit.
Jeff and Kiana is in the building
Yes.
with us, baby.
And
We
we have
here.
my good friends, Brian is here, and Sarah, Brian Dolan, Sarah, Brian Adam and Sarah Dolan here in the
Got the
house.
crowd.
So if you guys come out, so we have to do a little bit of housekeeping. We have balconies, Whataburger, merch, because there's
Wahoo.
food trucks. Yeah, we got Wahoo. And then we have plenty of food. We have some snacks. We have plenty of drinks, adult and otherwise. You know what I mean? You do you.
Do-
know what I'm
you
saying?
do
We're not-
you.
We're not promoting it, but it's
We
the
have
best-
water.
We have water. And we have a lot of cool things.
And we have a lot of energy out here. It's about to get going here in a little bit.
And we have lots of great merch, man. I'm really excited. Look to see all of the people starting to come out, cars coming up. If you can look way back over there in those tents, you can see it. And you guys come out if you want to. We have a couple tents. You can bring your own. We have our own stuff. Before we get to Kiana, we're going to talk about her in a second. What's your biggest takeaway? Remember when I called you and I said, look, we have to have Ricky. This guy's an OG in this game.
Yeah, when you dropped that on me, when you was telling me, I was like, that's interesting. I'm always the type. I'm what we call a track junkie. I always like to talk track.
Yeah.
I can do this all day
Yeah.
long. So, but when you brought up Ricky, that caught my attention because I really wanted to just hear and learn more about his accomplishments and the things he did, because he competed a little bit back in the day before
for
us, and just to hear all those long jump stories was
And what
Jay.
about the fact that his long jumping translates to today, right? 25 foot. I mean, you still get out here.
you can still 25-foot long
We'd
jumper.
love to have a 25-foot long
Come on,
jumper.
Jay. It's big time.
That's big
It'll be
time.
big time.
Big
So
time.
that just goes to show you
Before all the shoes and
all
technique
the
and
special spikes
Yeah.
and the better runways,
Right.
the tracks.
the better trainers.
Yes. But once again, I always tell everyone, track is track.
Yeah.
If you're an athlete, and you can tell by listening to Ricky, he's super competitive.
Yeah. He's
That's
intense.
That's right
He's
there that
intense.
takes you over the top
He has
right there.
that quiet, like he's someone. Don't take my what is it? My quietness for weakness. Is that what he's saying?
Yeah, yeah. And
Yeah,
then actually he was talking about someone that I see walking up now. He was really just sharing some stories
We
about
have an OG in the building. We have
Yeah.
one of the all-time great.
they were
long
just
jumpers.
talking about this long.
Coach
We were
Danny
just talking
Brabham.
about the long jump.
Danny
And
Brabham.
Coach Danny Brabham done just walked
Our-
up
our
on
jump
us.
Coach. We just had. You see Ricky? We just.
He just left. He just left.
Yeah, he just left that way. But come hang out. Coach, you good? We have food. We have tons to drink. If you want to hang out with us, we even have a guy you might remember over there, Jeff Cunningham and Kiana. And
Jeff
Brian
relaxing over there.
Shero. He might be a bad influence.
This is how it is out here today.
yeah.
You know, we have our former coaches walking up
Coach,
on
you
us.
come over here so people can see you.
We got Coach
This is
Danny
impromptu.
Brabham. Coach Danny Brabham just joined us here.
Grab a seat real quick.
Because
We gotta
we
come
were
up
just
on
talking.
Man, we're
Yes.
doing great. Good to see you. Look great, Coach.
Look, this is impromptu. He just popped up on us. But Coach, he was our coach, so
coach.
we can say
He
coach.
was
But
also the disciplinarian on
yes, he gave us a hard time. He gave us a hard time, but we were good. We was good kids though. Right? Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. But Ricky was just sharing a couple of stories about you guys in the long jump. Coach, all these years I never knew that Baylor had a very good strong long jump program. Never knew that.
Coach, can I say I did?
Yeah.
I never coached, like I was sharing with Ricky, it was always quarter mile U. But back then,
Right.
the long jump was pretty.
Kind of dominated that for a while. Which wasn't too bad. Ricky came in as a freshman, and I was a sophomore that year, I think. And he came in, and we just decided that we're going to go get it done, and we did. We did it done. Ricky's 25 mid plus jumper. I jumped 26.9.
Woo, 26.9.
And
In the building.
held that record up here until last year, was it? The kid Stacy's jumper broke it by a quarter of an inch. I think they mismeasured.
Hey, let's do a recall on it.
Yeah.
Let's measure that.
That's like this.
Yes.
But it was good, and we did. We had a bunch of pretty good long jumpers back then. So we turned it on and went and put some whoopers on some people.
That's, he was sharing that
Yeah.
with us.
He was talking about his teammate Mike and just how they would battle and go, Well, I asked him if it was, or Di said, is it back and forth? He said, no, I gave the whoopings.
Yeah.
In our women's gym.
Coach,
Ricky, I've known him a while.
you have, Coach, if you had your favorite Baylor memory from as either an athlete or a coach, what would that be for you?
Our leader remains Leah.
I think really, probably my best memory is making the World University team. We went to Moscow, Russia that year. If people hadn't gone to Russia in the 70s, they don't know how bad it was for people down there. Guards everywhere and all this. I mean, you had to really be careful. They took everybody's passports when we showed up.
What?
The whole team took their passports.
Wow.
Went and checked. They scanned them, I guess, and checked everybody, made sure they're not
man.
little
Sounds
terrorists or
intense,
something
Coach.
like that. They did that. I jumped 25 something. Ended up getting, I don't know, 9th, 10th, something like that at the World Games. But that's probably my best memory. Other best memory was, of course, with Ricky, was jumping with him and doing the things that we did. We had some fun too, doing some things.
Dion, what you got for Coach?
Ricky shared a story. Was it Coach Brabham? He say him and Danny. Maybe you can shed some light to it. He said it was a couple of UT guys. Y'all was in the hotel and was dumping water.
Two big old forwards. Big
That's-
forwards for Texas.
That's what he said.
And we're
Share
up-
some light, Coach.
Yeah, we're up there and we just decide, we look out the window and we see these people walking across the street and doing all those kind of things. We said, you know what? It'd kind of be funny. Of course, it was bright, open, no clouds in the sky. And I said, if maybe it rained on those people a little bit, maybe we'd do that. So we'd go in there and get us a little basket of rain, maybe about, I don't know, 5-6 gallons. Go to the window and wait till they're coming and then throw it across. You go down there, spread out, and then boom, those people get hit with that. We back up in there. I saved Ricky's life one time because I looked out there and he was fixing to come throw something out, and then there's policemen on the street. I don't know if he told you that.
No,
But
he missed that
I
part
said,
of the story.
I said, Ricky, back up. So we backed up. They went away, and then we threw some more. Well, then we're doing this. All of a sudden, the door opens. Coach Hart comes in. Clyde says, what are you guys doing? We said, well, Coach, we're just kind of having a little bit of fun doing this other. He said, what are you doing? I said, well, we just throw water out. Water doesn't hurt people. He said, just throw the water out. He said, give me that basket. So he took a basket of water, threw it out there, Yeah, but we got those two guys from Texas with that really good. Yeah, we had some good times. We really did.
Coach, we have to get a
I know.
hold that for me, Coach. We got to get a selfie together. The three of us. All right, here we
Get
go.
over here.
It's three. There we go.
Yeah.
All right, hold on. Brian's got us. So up here.
All right, ready?
I'm gonna
Bears
stick
up, claws
Stick
up.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Coach, thanks for stopping by.
Coach,
I
it's
just
a
want to say
pleasure.
hello, and
Yes.
I got tied up in this, holding all these other people up.
No, you're good, Coach. Come back.
I'll do
We'll
it.
have
I'll
you
do
on
it.
again.
We're here.
Okay.
All right.
here.
All right,
Thank
you
you,
guys
Coach.
be careful. Coach.
The legendary Coach Danny Brabham.
Coach
Love
Brabham
you,
popped up
Coach.
on us. Thanks, Coach. Thanks.
All right,
Jay, we got some special guests hanging
we
out.
got, we
huh?
got some special guests. We have next. We have a woman who has a lot of recognition around here. School record holder, Many-time All-American.
Many time. How many? Let's welcome Kiana Horton to the set. Hey, Kiana.
Hi.
Come on in. Come on, join us.
Thank you so much for having me, you guys. Oh, y'all got the good setup.
You gotta try to set
Equipment.
up. Welcome. Thanks for
you.
joining us.
Of course, thank you for having me.
We
I
gonna-
love
we
being
gonna
back
jump-
in Waco.
We're gonna jump right into it. What you looking forward to most today?
Okay, what I'm looking forward to today is mainly seeing my coach in action. Back whenever I was here, I know I'm saying back like it was so long ago, but Coach Ford wasn't the head coach at the time, and so a lot of us sprint girlies, we had him all to ourselves. So just seeing him like micromanage being the head coach now and having him take on such bigger roles and being like more involved in all the events around. So I'm very curious to see how he kind of operates now as a head coach instead of only kind of having his set group to worry about on meet day.
Yeah, he's gonna be running around crazy today, so he's gonna be moving and shaking.
All right, so we'll share, but I have to ask you a question. What's your favorite accomplishment? Obviously, you still have the school record and the 400 meters, but talk about that. You guys also had some All-Americans. I mean, I don't even know how many times Big 12 you. I had to go through. I was going through your bio. Here's your bio right here. If y'all want to go to the website, it has all of your 51, 22, your school record. She already knows this, y'all. But anyway, what's your favorite memory?
I would probably say my favorite memory would have to be winning indoor Big 12s my junior year in the 400. The summer going into that year, my junior year, that's when me and Coach Ford had that conversation about me switching over from doing the short sprints to the 400. So I was just like, you know what, I'll give it a try if you see the potential. And so to go straight out of the gate with indoor and winning that championship, it was such eye-opening for me because at that time I felt like I was kind of struggling with my success in college, but that kind of like opened my eyes and I was like, wait, maybe he does see something in me that I don't see. And I mean, I just shocked myself right now. So from that point forward, I moved on that season and ended up getting my first individual All-American title in the 400.
Oh, wow.
The first season he encouraged me to run it. So that's definitely one of my greatest memories that I'll always cherish, like when I finally made that shift.
Yeah, but once you made it though, did you enjoy the 400 or was it something like, oh man, kind of like the 200, maybe I should go back down? Because the 400, you have to love the 400. Actually, when I was running, I actually loved the 400. So Dion run the 400, I was fine with that. But a sprinter, you hear these stories all the time. When a sprinter come up, I always think it's a good move.
Right.
Yeah.
I really do. They come up because they have the foot speed. You just have to get them to understand, number one, it's going to hurt regardless. Once you get past that, then start learning how to run the 400, it becomes easy, I think.
Yeah.
Me personally. But I wasn't a sprinter. I was a 400 runner, so.
Yeah. I'll say I never wanted to go back, but I'm not gonna lie and say I loved it. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't love it.
The 400 is different. It's
like
definitely
you said,
different.
You know you're gonna hurt. You know you're gonna hurt. So
Right.
there's no way getting around it. There's no
Yeah.
special method. There's no way you can run the race to where you're not fighting at the end. So once you kind of get past that you know you're gonna hurt, it kind of makes it a little bit more doable. Everybody's hurting.
Yes.
I'm not the only one dying. We
Yes.
all 8 of us. We about to die.
Yes.
But we got 50 seconds.
I have to ask you this. What does it mean to come back today? Baylor FanFest, so it's spring football. MJ, you bring your family back to a story program. I know, what is it like when you walk in and you see your name and you can show that to your family inside the facility?
It's definitely amazing to be able to bring my son back, just so he can start from a young age, just kind of seeing what mommy did, the steps that mommy took in her life. And it's kind of like surreal because when you're in the moment, when you're here, you're so wrapped up in school and you're finding friends and you're finding yourself and you never think about slowing down and taking it all in. So when I come back, I feel like that's my chance to slow down and finally take it all in. Just like, wow, I got to experience, coming to practice here every day.
Yes.
This is my picture. This is what I did, So that's kind of like my moment to just kind of like slow down and take it all in and appreciate my 4 years.
Yes. I was actually sharing that with Jay. Like, it's one of those moments where when you done left, because when you here, you're an athlete. You trying to win, you competing, you doing you going to school, but when you step away, you got start your family and then come back. that's when you really appreciate it.
Yeah.
That's when you really sit back like, oh man, I really did do a little something
Yeah.
here. That's my name here and there. And then just to show your kids, I was actually sharing the same story not too long ago. Was that I'll never forget when I came back. I had my kids and that's what your dad did. I'm pointing at the signs and everything, and it's one of those moments like, okay,
Yeah.
I can appreciate it now. You really appreciate it. So, what event you looking forward to today?
Obviously the 400.
You gotta say the 400. I always like to throw that one.
Obviously
The 400.
But after the 400, obviously I will probably go the relays next. The relays
Yeah.
are always crowd favorite.
Okay.
Got to see the relays. And Baylor, something that I feel like most people underappreciate is that our pole vaulters are
Oh
amazing.
my
They're crushing it.
gosh,
They're crushing it.
Crushing
And
it.
they've been
Yes.
crushing it for years.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I'm always ready to see our pole vaulters pole vault. So those are my top 3 events I'm looking forward to watching today.
I can piggyback on that. I also want to see the long jump. I think Coach Smith is doing a great job with the jumpers.
Yeah.
Doing a great job.
Yeah, it is still so funny. Before this, you probably heard, we had Ricky on, and he was just talking about the long jump, which I'm a big, even though I never jumped, I don't know, it's kind of
Neither did
like when I watch TikTok videos today. Like, you're probably a really good dancer. I'm okay, Dion and I are a little older than you. But man, like in my mind, I can do those dances. That's how I am with long jumping. You feel me? Like, I feel like I can fly. I hear R. Kelly in my head, and I see myself flying to 26.9 like Coach Brabham.
No.
So doable. Like I could just sprint and hit the board.
Yeah.
So I think the pole vault is the new long jump for Baylor.
For Baylor.
It's slept on Molly's doing a great job. I mean, they're going back and forth, battling. What do you look for Baylor football? Because I ran into you, Houston game. I was on my scooter, and I pulled
Getting
up.
around.
I pulled up on you. Remember, we
Pull
talked
up.
to I said, I'm going to do so. I said, you got to pull up. So how big of a football fan are you now that, you're an alum?
I would definitely go back to one of the first points. I underappreciated our football team when I was here. I didn't go to as many games as I wish I could have, but now watching football and kind of having even just a better understanding of the game, I do feel like our football program has changed so much. There's been so much talent that has come out of our football program. And also, as a girl, I will say that the uniforms are looking really clean. The gold helmets, man, I was like, that looks nice. We need to incorporate this in the track some type of way. We need some gold batons,
Some gold.
some gold bars, something, because this is fire. So
Yeah.
I'll also give them props to the new football uniforms.
Yes.
Yeah, he's like,
This event here, our location, I was just telling Jay, I think we got the best location. Track is here.
Yep.
The teams are here. The track athletes.
Yep.
Immediately right behind us, for all you track fans, we have the athletes warming up, literally right behind us. And if you look a little further back, the big stadium over there, you got the spring game on the big screen. They showing highlights. You got the FanFest going on. You're going to take your son and share a little bit of the FanFest? Share with us what you're going to do today out here.
So, catch up with a couple of old coaches, a couple of old teammates we have out here. Definitely take my son over. My fiance, he played football at Texas A&M, so I know he's going to want to go over there and peep the screen, look over there a little bit. And I see that they got a bounce house for the kids, so we may be there for a while.
Yeah.
So
Nice.
we got a lot of stuff planned today.
We got stuff going on around here. We got
It's really good. We have lots of food. We have, I don't know if you partake? If you had any, I'm just gonna say that.
Yeah.
I'm stay on my English conjugation over here. But no, it's just, I think one of the things that's fun is this has really turned into a community fan event.
Right.
The FanFest, because normally it's just been, these have been separate. Like the MJ's doing its own thing, and I think putting it with the spring football
Together.
so you could come out is really nice. Let me ask you this: now that you're out of the sport in terms of being an undergraduate student athlete, what do you think about all the fast times? We were talking about this last night. It's just like I was looking at your times, right? So in your day, right? So I'm going down. Y'all know me. I'm old. I gotta look. I don't have reading glasses yet. Some of us do, but I don't. But I was looking at your PBs. I mean, you know, we rolling. We're rolling, but now
I got you covered.
but talk about the times that we're seeing in track, specifically at the junior level. I mean, even down to like 7th and 8th grade some of these times for their age.
Yes. Let's just say I hung my spikes up right in time because these young girls, they're coming in rolling. I really do enjoy track at all levels, so I do try to keep up with high school.
Yeah.
Summer track, I grew up running summer track, so it's very common, a big thing out in Houston where we live now.
Yeah.
But these kids nowadays are coming faster and faster, and they're starting younger and younger.
In our women's heptathlon,
When I was growing up, you know, around 6, 7 years old, going into middle school, track was still fun. It was something that, you know, you even did because your friends were doing it. But now, man, these kids have been training from a young age, perfecting mechanics, perfecting block work, and dropping crazy times at young ages. So it's always good to follow up on those kids too, because seeing how they pan out is always like, that's always the question mark. You know, how will this work out long term? You may be 14 or 15 flying right now, but when it counts at these types of meets and it's time to qualify, that's the biggest thing.
That's also a scary thing too, cause I actually coach summer track. I used to. This is my first year of taking it off, but I've seen so many kids run crazy times, crazy fast times, and you always ask yourself, man, I hope the coach just know what they're doing with the kids. Because like you were saying, they're starting at a very young age, and the coaching is better.
Yeah.
You have a lot of good coaches out there that's managing these fast kids, and they producing super fast times.
Yes.
You know, like one of the craziest times of last year, I saw a little girl, she was 7th grade, ran 51.6. That was unbelievable to me. 51.6, I mean, that at in the 7th grade, what's that, 13, 14 years of it? Oh, which is very impressive, man, which is very impressive. So you were saying you want to see how they pan out.
Right.
And guess what? I've literally been following this one girl just to see how she's panning out. And you know, the trajectory it's crazy. You running 51 now.
Yeah.
What's going to happen when you hit high school?
Right.
Then what's going to happen when you get into college? Like, you have to be careful always. It's a very touchy situation, especially who you're talking to.
Right.
You know, on this, we can talk about it, Jay. But I think definitely as a coach, you gotta really, I think a lot of these coaches definitely need to understand that they still kids.
Yep.
You want to let them be a kid, and just, you can take your time with them and just see what they do because by the time they hit college, just talking to a lot of the college coaches, when you have those kids running crazy fast times in high school, by the time they hit college,
It's a plateau.
Yeah.
It could be a plateau. And the track is a sport where it comes down to inches and milliseconds. So we're always chasing a quicker time or a further jump. And it's hard to explain to someone that what you did in the 7th grade is someone's success even at the collegiate level. So just constantly trying to chase that faster time or that further mark. So that's what can get really technical when you start dropping those fast times at such a young age.
Yeah, and I think now in track and field, everything is just strictly about time.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not even really about winning.
Right.
Yep.
Like, what's my time? Every kid want to know, what did I run? What's my time?
Right.
They could care less if they won.
Right.
But in the sport of track and field, I always say, actually, the Michael Johnson basically told me, he said, if you want to stay relevant in the sport of track and field, you need to be consistent, and you need to win the big ones when it's there.
Yeah.
You got to win. Everyone's going to run fast.
Right.
Everyone has a PR. So that's their fastest time, right?
Right.
But everyone might not own a state championship or a national championship or world championships or Olympic gold medal.
Right.
But everybody done ran fast, and I think that's where we're at now. Everybody's so caught up in trying to run fast when it's not about that. It's about growing and developing and being the best that you can be. But everybody want to run fast now.
I have to ask you this. We're talking about coaching. Let's see, we had Coach Brabham on. That's one coach. We got Jeff over there. He's a coach. Deanna, he's a coach. I don't know if you're coaching or not. But I have to ask you, you coached you were underneath Coach Ford. What is your favorite Coach Ford either saying, or do you have an impersonation of him?
That's a good one.
Oh, wow.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
If you know Coach Ford.
Man, I don't think I could do any Coach Ford impersonations, but I'll never forget after my freshman year when we took a couple group of us to go do USA Juniors, I think it was, and I was coming off of an injury and I didn't want to compete, and I was like, you know what, I'm not running the 200, I'm not running this next round. And I remember he just leaned over to me and he was like, I'm gonna let you have that one, but this is the last time you ever tell me what you aren't gonna run. And I just remember from that point forward, like, you right.
Bars.
You right.
Bars.
That's
you're
my
right.
teammate.
I tried it.
He said, I'm gonna let you have this.
I'm gonna let you have this one. He was like, this is the last time you ever gonna tell me what you aren't gonna run. And I was like, checkmate. And that's how I ended up running the 400.
And you end up in the 400. Good call,
I
Mike.
used my free turn to
Yeah.
argue.
I was clocking before it was a thing.
Let me
Yeah.
get it in now, because I don't know. I might not be able to say this
Say
again.
this on the kid. So that's definitely my favorite. Like, hey, Coach, he don't play,
Yeah.
and he don't gotta yell at you. You don't even gotta. You know his energy. You know his vibe. You know when he's being serious.
I have to ask you this too. What's it like seeing him? Obviously, was your event coach, but now you look back and he's like the guy. You know, which in track, when I look at head coaches, they're always stressed, right? Because you're running this whole. I kind of call it. You're like the Barnum Bailey. What is it, Barnum Bailey? The
Circus.
The circus guy, right? Like that's what a track meets. Like all these different things. Field event, track. I mean, it's like 3 different sports. What is it like to come back and see him in that seat right now?
It's definitely surreal because I remember during my time always, we would joke around and ask him, like, do you ever want to be head coach? Like, could you see yourself doing it? And at the time, I felt like he definitely appreciated being able to just pour into us. But now seeing him put his hand in other areas, I can tell or see some of the changes, even just in like recruiting, just some of the things that the athletes do. Like he's not the type of guy where it's like, hey, I only run the 100, so I don't do conditioning work. I don't do this, but he's gonna get everybody right, whether you jump, throw, run, sprint, or jog. So I definitely can see some of the changes, but I haven't got to see him like in action, like micromanaging an entire track meet. So that's what I'm looking forward to today. I know I probably won't get to see much of him. I'll just give him a quick little wave where I can.
Give him a hug.
In the presidential wave.
Yeah, just one of these.
Any teammates or relay friends that's coming back that you looking forward to meeting, or it's just you and your family on this go around?
Just me and my family on this go around. I got to run into Aaliyah. She was an athlete during my time, so seeing her on the coaching side too is different.
Yeah,
I'm
Lil
like,
Miller.
that's crazy.
Yeah.
So I got to run into Aaliyah. I'm excited to seeing a few of Coach Ford's pro group that he has. Whenever I was here, I felt like he didn't have that like a big pro group, training group. So I'm really excited to see some of those athletes and just curious to see whoever else shows up. I'm looking to see my friend Will too. I know he's somewhere out here.
Will London?
Yeah.
Okay. Will London's coming up also in the program. I call him the CEO of 254.
Yeah.
Will be here. Will be in the house,
That's
dropping
my road
some
dog.
nuggets. Kiana's road dog.
Yeah, we came on our visit together. We committed together. So
Awesome.
That's my road dog right there.
Awesome.
So talk to me about where you think the program is, right? It's, like track and field is so different, right? The NIL era is here, the transfer portal. I mean, I've talked to a lot of D1 coaches and, you'll see kids around the facility and, hey, how's everything going? Next thing you know, they get an email from like the compliance office. The kid has put in their transfer papers. Nothing wrong with it. It's a good era. But what do you think about about the era that we're in and how Baylor is doing and being able to navigate it? Because it's like choppy water, right?
I'm not too familiar with how NIL's been affecting like track and field particular, but I do think NIL has given track an opportunity to be more in the forefront. I do feel like this is a sport that often gets overlooked over football, basketball, things like that, but I do think it's giving track and field more opportunities, and it's giving the athletes more opportunities to showcase themselves and use themselves on social media to like gain following, gain interest in the sport. Like, come out and look at, you know, this girl, you may always see her dressed nice, or this guy, he does certain videos on something that you really like, and then you realize he runs track, and it's just like bringing more attention to the sport. And just even at the pro level, it's giving pro athletes more opportunity to make more money other than just winning races. So I'm definitely jealous of the NIL opportunities. I remember running on a few USA teams and us winning money and me just having to go home empty-handed because NIL wasn't a thing. I couldn't take any of that prize money home, so
That makes me
Right.
sick.
I'm definitely jealous.
I've always wondered, where did that money go? Who got my money?
Yeah, I'm
what
like,
you
so
did?
is
Who
this
got my
between
money?
the 3 girls on the relay,
Yeah.
or, you know, what was that?
I mean, what would you have done, right? Because you're very social on social media. I think, is it at Track Bay? Is that it?
Yeah.
At Track Bay, make sure you follow on Instagram or whatever platforms you can plug. But what would you been able to do? Because you were early on. Like, I remember you used to do like kind of like getting ready type of videos. You show you're like you're fit for the day. She'd be in her hotel room doing the videos. You remember that? See, I remember.
Wow, that was seriously. That was back then, cause now you see that all the time
Yes,
now.
yes.
She
Wow.
was on the forefront. What would you have done?
I mean, just using social media as a platform, I just skyrocketing you and just kind of like using that to get more. I know some girls get brand deals with hair, nails, makeup. I've said it all the time that track kind of is like a sport where your looks do kind of matter.
Right.
You know, you don't have a helmet
course,
on.
of
and
course.
Your fans
Yes.
are hundreds and hundreds of feet away. So
Yes.
you want to look good and you want to have your hair nice. You know, I know guys get their haircuts. They have their jewelry now.
Yep.
Track is a very swaggy sport. That's a part of how you come out with your uniform on. I know we've all seen Shakari, how she'll deck her uniform out at the rhinestones, things like that. That's definitely a part of your confidence and your ability to compete and be ready to compete. So I
Right.
definitely would have been able to use my platform way more with all my hair and makeup videos. I used to give Coach Harbor a hard time. You never know what I was going to have showing up to practice or to track me.
Like what who is that? I think it's Kayla Garrett. She always talk about what wig she gonna
Yeah.
wear, what how's her hairdo. It's like and she just stay tuned. I'm coming
Stay
with something
tuned,
though.
yeah.
Stay tuned. Speaking of like Shakari and I was just looking at those nails. Show the people the nails. The nails.
The long nails. Always
Love
keep
it.
them.
Love it.
So I have to ask you, you've always been in fashion, you've always been in the hair. Like, where do you see yourself now in that space?
Still very much in that space. I got my full lime green outfit on right now. Even my fiance was like, "Is that a little loud?" I was like, "Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
She
This
said,
is me."
turned down for what?
Like Jay just said, he remembers. Everybody knows me. When I come back here, they know she's gonna have the hair, the nails, the loud colors.
We love it. We
That's
love it.
definitely me. Just once again, still being able to use my platform now to showcase outfits and just hair, skin,
Nice.
beauty, things like that. So that's
Awesome.
definitely still right up my alley.
Awesome.
Yeah.
We love that.
Yes.
We love that. Show your true colors, as they say.
Yeah. What would your advice be? Because you're kind of, like I said, an OG in social media maven in the track space. For someone like who's high school, who's in that 6th, 7th, 8th grade spot in high school, what advice would you have for building that brand?
I would definitely say try to make it as original as possible. I know that there's so much content out there, and it's hard to always think of just your own ideas, but try to be as original as possible. And just moving forward, whether your career is with social media, with track and field, whatever you want to do, just in terms of how much social media has an impact on all of us, just a reminder that comparison is always going to be the thief of joy. So as long as you're wanting or comparing yourself to what someone else have, you'll never be able to truly enjoy the moves that you're making on building your brand, building your platform, and just kind of staying consistent to who you want to be.
Awesome. I love that. Love that response. If you had one opportunity to talk to one of the girls here, just on what you just spoke on, what would you share with them? Knowing this NIL world that we're living in right now, what would you share with them?
I would definitely share probably something along the lines of just like making sure you protect your digital footprint. I know that was something that was a little bit stressed to us as we were growing up, but as much as social media has even evolved since I've been in college, just protecting your digital footprint, because things come out all the time from left fields and everywhere. So just making sure you're making that your brand truly represents who you want to be. Because if someone sees something 10 years later, it's hard to try to debunk and be like, that wasn't me, or that was me then. So protect that digital footprint and make sure it's always a representation of the things that you truly represent.
Right. Or you definitely don't want your son seeing something that you did back in college.
Yes.
That's kind of where you're going with
Yes.
this.
Yes. Yes. Or your future
Or,
husband.
or your husband,
an
right?
employer or anything.
Your future wife or whatever, right?
I love it. That's a fancy way of saying be careful what you put out there. Make sure that it
Right.
represents where you want to be. And I'm gonna actually answer that as well. I think that athletes, give me your feedback. I think athletes should just document what they're already doing, like what their actual interests are. Even like this podcast, it's like I love. Like I called Dion, I called Tony, and we'll just talk about track. And so it's like, instead of just talking about it, it's like, hey, let's have a live stream. We just have all this equipment. We got Jeff over there, my friends Brian and Sarah, the three of us talking. And I feel like that's sustainable. It's real for people, as opposed to like what you're saying. I think is so true. It's like, I think it's okay to start out maybe copying people, because I think that's just how creation happens. And then very quickly, find your voice, because that's the only way that you can be unique, is just being you. There's only one of you, but there's a lot of other people.
Yes. Yes, that's a great point. And to that point, one thing that I've realized stepping out of sports and kind of being more in the corporate world, or kind of more around people who weren't ex-athletes, they love athletes.
Yeah.
They love to talk to us. They're enamored with our resilience, our determination, our ability to, compete at these high levels. So like you said, showing your day-to-day, showing your day, like what it actually is like being me, what it actually is like being a competitor, what it takes to be the best. And I think that always is going to draw attraction, because people who are not athletes, it's almost like a different world to them. So
Absolutely.
they're always amazed to hear about
Totally agree.
the things that we went through to be who we are today.
Right. Totally agree. I just lost my train of thought because you were just on something. I literally lost my train of thought. It's gonna come to me. Go ahead, Jay. Let me bring it in. I'm thinking.
The reason why is I think that's sustainable. I think what happens is it's like if I try to be key, I can only do that for a certain period of time, right? Then it's gonna feel like a heavy lift. But I'm just me. Like, and I was just like talking about myself because I think that's real. But like this tailgate, those two sitting right over there, the two of them, we have a tailgate together called the Bear Stream, right, 3 years ago, literally right down there. And so for all of my time working at Baylor, you know this, working in sports and coming to an event like now is completely different. I enjoy watching it, but you're working, it's like kind of like going to a meet as an athlete. It's totally different watching it as a fan, not competing, than it is an athlete. Like you can watch it, but you always think about, okay, I'm watching my time. Warm-up's coming up. I got to get some water in. It's the same way working. And so we launched that, and it's been super successful. And I think people should just think about, like, what things do I have a unique opportunity to do that I'm already doing, and then showing that. And then just showing the good and the bad. Like, he and I talk about Brian. So we have these tents. It does get windy here on the branch. You know this because you trained here, right? It's a gift and a curse. It has a little bit of a swirl. Well, it took one of our tents like this, blew it on top of an RV. We ended up scratching the neighbor's RV and poking a hole in it, right? We ended up having to cancel the live stream and the tailgating because our friends who owned an Airstream, the silver one, silver, they had taken in to get it fixed. Well, so I was just real about it. Like, I literally filmed the call when they called me, drove down here, we get up there. So the three of us, we stepped on top of that truck right there and got up there, and I just showed it to me. So I'm walking around HEB, and people are like, oh my God, bro, I was laughing so hard. Of course, this is pain to me.
You filmed it live?
I filmed, I have this thing, so when they called me, I was like, Jesus be a fence. And I'm driving, I'm filming, And then when I turn the corner, there's an RV and on top. So that's like an $800 tent, right? And so we ended up not having the live stream, but like that's what I mean by like showing like when things don't go well. You know what I mean? Like the raw side of it. What is your take as a track maven, social media maven?
Oh yeah, that showing the raw side, that definitely goes back to the comparison being a thief of joy, because people often forget that everyone showcases their best self on social media. So it's not, you're not gonna get online and everyone's like, I lost my job today, I ran slow, I did this, you know. So just staying true to yourself, being raw, and I think that speaking more about the challenges will make it more realistic, so that people don't always feel like I'm the only one failing, I'm the only one not running fast, I'm the only one not hitting my mark.
Right. I knew it'd come to me. The more y'all kept talking, it'll come back. It'll come to me. How you deal with the negativity if you see it on your IG post or someone saying, because there's always someone, it's never good. Somebody's going to jump on. How do you deal with it? Do you ignore it? Do you address? Because I've seen both.
Yes.
I've seen some people go back and forth with people. Is that something that you do, or do you just let it, don't even worry about it, you keep doing you?
I'm gonna be honest, I've been both people.
Okay. so it's true then, it's true, ho.
So she done dropped in people's comments.
So it's what they say, she slid back in her own DM on them. Like, but
I've been both people, but as I've gotten older and I've had a family and things like that, and thinking about my digital footprint, that's definitely slowed down my Twitter fingers. That's definitely slowed down my Twitter fingers. But dealing with negativity can be hard for anyone, especially because you never know what anyone's going through. So sometimes that one comment could be the thing that sets someone over the edge, and that could be the reason why they responded back to you that day and things like that. But trying to be appreciative of your own life and what you have going on for yourself, and just making sure that you're grounded and you know your own morals and your own values, that can help you block out any sort of negativity when you know who you truly are deep down inside. So, but trust me, don't take my advice, because I've been on both sides, y'all. I've been on both sides. It depends on what you say.
Yeah, I know, right. I was like, let me ask that question, because sometimes people always, they get on, they excited about whatever it is, their brand or whatever it is that they're trying to build or trying to show off. But you already know there's going to be someone who's going, oh, I don't like your nails. I don't like the lipstick you wearing or whatever. I don't like what she's trying to push in. And they have the audacity to come on your page and say it.
Yeah.
And expect for you not to say, or some, you might have some that might want to engage with an argument online with you just to try to prove a point to someone.
So here's how I take it. I really deploy empathy. And this is the new Jay, not the old Jay.
Okay.
I'm finna say, but watch out now. You know I know.
Well, that's what I say. They say the new Jay. New year, new me.
New Jay.
But for real. I think, because I always think about it like this: like, what must someone go through in their day? That, well, like, how bad is your day that you spent your valuable time to come on my page? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go ahead. I'm like Coach Ford. I'm gonna let you make it this time. This time.
Yeah.
And but that's how I look at it, because I think people who do that must be going through a lot, right? And so that's why. And here's the other way I look at it is, I also means that I'm doing something right, and so I probably need like 3 more of them by July.
Yes.
I need 3 more haters by July. That's how I look at it.
Because they're coming. They're coming. It was the song in Houston, where the haters at? They there, where the haters
it's a
at?
hater or someone who loves you, they're on that page.
Yes.
They're engaging in that post.
Absolutely.
So
Yeah.
They're taking their time to watch what you do.
Yeah, I mean, it showed up. Either they came to your page or AI through the algorithm showed it to you. Let me ask you about this as we kind of look at this meet and you look at this weekend. What does it mean overall to come back to? Because this is, we talked a lot about track, but it's also big football. We know for Baylor, they're trying to come back. You were here at the Houston game. I mean, I died that game because I thought we would get to a bowl game. What does it mean to come back, and what do you think about what it mean for the team to make a bowl game this year?
Bowl games are major, and I know that with the way the standings have changed now with football, it gives more teams opportunities to make the championship now, that they're taking more than those 4 teams. So, and we all know the bigger the bowl game, the more publicity and things like that. And with football players in NIL, that's extremely huge for them. Making these bowl games are extremely detrimental for these players now because it's getting tougher and tougher. The competition's getting harder.
True.
The teams are getting better. And with transfer and NIL rules, there's teams out here building these super teams. So you got to be ready to come and compete. So I think that getting more fan base, getting more people believing back in our football team, and letting them know that like we got a plan. We're working something out.
Absolutely. This NIL world is crazy, especially with football. It's getting to the point where now it's like it's affecting programs.
Mm-hmm.
You hear stories like, oh, we have to cut this person, or we have to cut, because football is demanding, these football players are demanding so much just to come to your school. What's your take on all these guys jumping from school to school, or guys and girls going from school to school with this transfer portal?
Can I jump in?
Look at this, Jay.
Hey, would you have been one of the people jumping in there?
Oh,
I mean,
that's a
this
good
is-
one,
I
Jay.
had to
That's a
ask
good
him.
one, Jay.
Jay, I'm gonna be honest with you. I am a loyal person.
There we go.
I'm a loyal person. I would have been here through and through. I stepped foot on this campus. I knew this was my home. I knew I wanted Coach Ford to be my coach. I wasn't going anywhere.
I think that's the difference now.
Yeah.
I was like that. That was no other school I wanted to go to.
No
I
other
wanted to
school.
come to Baylor. That was Baylor. I told my parents, told my high school track coach, I'm not even gonna waste my time. It's Baylor.
This was my second official visit, and I was like, I'm done. I don't need to take the other ones, even though they were free and people do them for
Yeah.
vacations or just time away or just to
See a
hear,
good game.
just to see a good game.
Yeah.
I was
Nothing will matter.
uninterested.
Eat some good food.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So I
exactly.
definitely think that that's the hardest part with NIL is just building that loyalty, and then when you know you can get more, it's like it's a double-edged sword because why not? But at the same time, the more you chase, that may not lead you down the path you may want
Right.
to go down. The more you continue to just chase.
And you
So,
see that now. You see, it's like, why did you leave this program when you was running well, you was peon, then you go to another program? It doesn't make sense. So, you know, it's like there was some money involved or something. Because to your point, if you loyal to that particular program and you're running well,
yeah.
you like the coach, the teammates, why are you leaving?
Yeah.
So I think that it done changed the whole
Yeah.
landscape
We
of everything.
We talked about sharing some things, man. So I was just talking right now, and I was on my Instagram because I still have to keep up with it, and I fat fingered it, and I logged myself. I have multiple accounts, so I logged myself out of Instagram, and luckily I got my other phone with my passwords in it. I make sure y'all have what's it called, like one last password that you can save it, because I'm telling you, there's nothing in the world like not having your password on you. I'm trying to tell you, guys, trustability. But I was so excited about you coming because I covered you, and you were probably one of my favorite interviews. She loved the camera. So we always, hey, look,
Let's go.
We always had a good time.
Let's
and
go.
We went really far into the year, obviously, always to nationals, and we had some favorite moments. Where was your favorite nationals in terms of a location that you really enjoyed going to? Because, like, I felt like when you made it to nationals as an athlete, it meant something. Like, it was like this moment when you were this girl, maybe when you're younger, and you were looking up in like this vision for your life. Like, where were some of your favorite moments in terms of NCAA championships?
My favorite moment, my favorite NCAA championship had to be that my junior year indoor. It ended up being just me and Will that year. We both qualified in the 400.
Was that Birmingham or where was that?
It was in College Station. College
Station.
Station, yep. It was just me, Will, and Coach Ford and Coach Hart, just the 4 of us.
Oh, wow.
We didn't have to take a bus. It was just us in a van, and we had some good times then. And then I would definitely say always going out to Oregon was amazing. Like Tracktown USA, just grew up down south.
Yeah.
Sports is really big here.
Yeah.
Track is a big sport to me, but going to a town where it means so much to everybody, that was very eye-opening to me. And seeing how much was dedicated to Oregon University and just Nike out there. The track in the woods we got to go to.
Yeah.
So I always enjoy going out to Oregon, even though the
You're
weather.
talking about the one on the Nike campus.
Yes,
The
yes.
Michael Johnson track. at Nike
Yes.
campus.
Yeah,
Yes.
that Oregon is a different, totally different. Tracktown
Totally
USA is you got to name it Tracktown USA
Mhm.
because it's major. It's very major.
And I
there.
never felt anything like that. I had never been to a place like that before that was just like pretty much everything. If you love track and field, you should come here.
Go, yes, yes.
All right,
Yeah.
I have to ask you this. One of the more memorable athletes that have come through in the recent, let's call it decade and a half, what does it mean to be a Baylor Bear to you?
Wow. I would definitely say to be a Baylor Bear, it means to have a lot of pride, having a high moral standard, having a good like set of values, and just kind of like growing spiritually. I think that that's another thing that
There
Baylor
we go.
really does offer
There we
whenever
go.
you come here is that spiritual growth as well. So it's
Yes.
like you're getting full educationally. I was growing athletically, I was growing spiritually, and just kind of like always having that support system here has
Awesome.
been like the one thing that I have always taken with me leaving Baylor is that spiritual growth is something that you don't normally get at
Regular
other colleges.
other
regular
universities.
colleges,
Yes,
yeah.
absolutely. That was one of the biggest thing too for me, the spiritual growth that we. Back then, we was taking New Testament, Old Testament back in, and it was just it,
We still do.
really. So it's still here. Okay.
Christian scriptures, Christian heritage,
Yes.
So it
Yes.
still taking
Yes.
it.
Hey, what
Yes.
about now that as we get older, like a lot of things we kind of like, not those classes, but
Mm-hmm.
just sometimes some things we didn't want to do, and now that we're older, raising our own families, like it's so important. Like you're like, oh my goodness, that's why they wanted us to do that. Do you guys ever look back? Remember we had chapel,
Yes.
classes.
Yes.
You're like, what is the value of this?
Yes, even just school in general. I've recently gone back to school, and I remember getting like such good grades on certain assignments, and I'm like, wow, like if only I cared this much when I was
When I was
walking
in
these
school.
campuses, man, I would have like my I have such more of an appreciation for education in general after. But I also think that when you're an athlete,
Yeah.
as much as they say that student first, a lot of us in that time, we're athlete first.
It was
Y'all
more
can
of
put
an
the student-
athlete student
yeah, it
instead of
was
student athlete.
student. So just having a greater appreciation for just even learning and just knowing that I'm capable of doing other things other than running track.
Oh, that's how you wrap it up right there. Because everyone thinks that it's like athletes, that's all they want to do, but of course the education part is definitely where it's at. And after that, after you're done running, because we all had that moment where we had to step away from it.
Yep.
So what you doing afterwards, and what did you learn while you was in college that you appreciate now? So,
And we have to give a shout out to Corey Williams, just pull up, aka
Corey
Cap.
Williams just walked in the building. Cap,
Cap.
teammate.
Hey, he
A
came with my Knicks
teammate.
hat on. He came with my Knicks hat. Yeah,
rocking.
yeah. Man, so what did you think when we called you and said, hey, reached out and said, hey, pull up to the stream. We'd love to have you.
Oh, I was excited. Like you said, I
was
love
excited.
the camera. I love to talk, so I was excited.
Let's
and
go.
I love the warm welcome I always get every time I come back to Waco. It just, like you said, makes you appreciate it more. The
Right.
things that you did when you were here, but the warm welcome, I love it. So that's why I always love coming back to Waco. I always get on my calendar, see which meets there are, get my weekends together so I can at least make one meet, bring my son out so that he could, grow up seeing the things that mommy did and seeing the places that mommy ran.
That's
Putting
what
it
it's
down.
about.
Creating that foundation.
Baylor legend, baby.
Baylor legend in the building.
400U, baby. The real 400U. I heard.
Real, yeah.
Listen. There's some schools out here claiming quarter mile U and 400U. No. You can claim it, but just know this
Who
is
started it?
this is the real 400U.
All right, so as we wrap up, I have to ask you about this. If you could just sit down and give a motivational speech, if Coach allowed you in the locker room and said, hey, you can go, well, what would you say to this team that incorporates like your experiences, your vision, and something that could help them as they're on their
Starting off with limiting your distractions.
Great one.
Limiting your distractions for sure. I know it's hard because this is for pretty much everyone on this campus. It's all of our first time being away from home. It's all of our first time being under the wing of authority of our parents and things like that. But limiting your distractions is probably the best thing that's going to take you the longest way. The more you let outside negativity and outside things distract you in your competition, it's going to start to affect you mentally. That leads to physical effects, and it's a trickle on from there. So starting off with limiting those distractions and making sure you're surrounding yourself with like-minded people. You know, people who have some of the same goals that you have, or people who have some of the same aspirations that you have.
She's killing it. Just keep talking. She's killing it. She's killing it. I love it.
Yeah, limiting those distractions and keeping yourself with like-minded people, and that'll take you farther than you could ever imagine. So I'm gonna start off with that.
Wow, I was saying she was killing it because that's exactly what I was telling my daughter when she went off to college. Those exact same things, and just to hear someone that was been here, done that, that's what it's about.
Right.
That's what it's about.
Absolutely.
Great. I love it.
All right, so as we wrap up, talk about this weekend. We put it together. We started at, the idea came at least into my head, like we were sitting there and I was looking around the room. We were right here and I was like, man, Coach Hart brought all of us together, brought us in. Like I just saw Maxine. Shout out to Maxine. We have some info coming on that, but I'm
Miss Hart, we love you.
And I saw her, man, and you're like, man, he invited us into his family and built all that, and then now he's gone. I was thinking, man, we have to be able to carry this thing forward, support Coach Ford and whoever comes 10, 20 years after him. What do you think about this? We're calling this the new Baylor Track and Field Homecoming.
Oh, for sure. I love this. I feel like this track meet has a lot of history. This track meet has always brought out some really fast people. It brings out the pros. It brings out the collegiate athletes. It gives collegiate athletes a chance to look at the day in the life of a pro athlete, what they go through once you leave that collegiate level, because that's totally different.
Right.
Preparing for competition like that. It's named after, the legends, so you can come here and get a little history on Michael Johnson and everything that he has done for track and field as a sport. Coach Hart, all the legends that he's trained. This was being at this track meet was my first time meeting Sonia, my first time meeting Jeremy Warner. So this track meet definitely can bring the people out. So I love that this being our homecoming, our MJ right here.
Yep, that's the new homecoming. That's the Michael Johnson Invitational.
Well, Kiana, we have to really thank you for coming. You traveled a long way to be with us.
H-Town, right?
H-Town down, baby. And so, man, I'm going to give you the mic to close this out for at least this segment of it. And just want to thank you, man. I think
thank you.
Really
yes, thank
had
you.
A great
thank
run.
you.
You continue to be, on
school record holder, right?
Yeah.
School record holder. See, this what we do at Baylor.
Mad, though, if somebody get me. I won't be mad.
Hey, but she's still the school record holder.
All right, we're gonna let you close out. What's your message? Like, just talk about being here, being at FanFest, and close this out.
Yeah. Thank you to you guys for thinking of me. It's always still so surreal knowing the impact that I've made here, and just like you said, walking around, seeing your picture, seeing your name up, just thinking like, wow, I was here, like putting that footprint. Like I was a part of the first time we won our indoor championship, so just kind of giving that to our team, giving that to our coach. So I'm always gonna come back. This is home for me. I'm always gonna continue to walk these sidewalks and walk that track as long as it's here. I'll be back again and again and again. So if y'all need me next year and the year after,
let's go.
Kiana, thank you so much.
Let's go.
Thank
Thank
you,
you, Kiana.
Put a photo of us? I have, first of all, this is Brian Adamant. I'm going to have him walk behind us so y'all can see him, because he's not just a fan.
He's not just the picture
Nah, he's
guy.
a good friend. He's a great friend. He's a great friend.
Story of my life. All right, ready? Way up here. He likes it high. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Is that good, Joe?
Yeah, that's perfect. He's a great friend. Brian, walk back here so people can
Thank
see
you, Kiana. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, girl.
Baylor school record holder, 400-meter school record holder. Thank you. Hope you enjoyed your day with the
I
fam.
hope you guys can catch some running.
I know we'll be out there. We out there.
Kiana, a legend. Before we're gonna talk for a second before we have another social media.
Oh my gosh, the next one. Oh, y'all get ready for the next guest. It's about to be a lot of running and talking, running and race walking and everything.
Hey.
This is our guy here.
This is about to be the most low energy. This will be the most low energy moment of the morning for you folks.
Hey, Jeff, do you want a water?
Need
water?
some drink?
Yeah.
You
No, I'm
good?
good, man.
You good?
Yeah,
You
I'm
ready?
Okay.
You ready? Hey,
All right, we'll share this. We'll go back.
Jeff
go back.
Cunningham. Let's welcome Jeff
First
Cunningham
of all,
to the building.
Yeah, Jeff Cunningham. Man, I have to tell you this, man.
It's my guy.
This like putting this list together. This is one of the people I'm excited for, and I put you and her great energy. So I was like, this is gonna be a great stretch of the show.
He did. He did. True story. He was looking
See,
forward to this one.
Y'all strategy was to have Kiana on here, bring some talent on, and then y'all just had to like try to lower the expectations bringing me on. I think that's what we're doing here.
No. We knew you was gonna bring a lot of energy, baby. So we were just like, you know what? Let's try to strategically place our gates in the right order.
So I need to talk about the fact that Corey Williams is sitting over here.
Captain in the building.
Corey is here.
And Captain Corey Williams, otherwise known as the Laneville Flash. Okay. I got a bone to pick with his ex-high school teammate.
What?
A young guy named Patrick Stearns. See, Patrick was a miler, but Patrick, he wasn't really good at pacing himself. So Patrick was like a yo-yo. He'd go to the front, he'd sniff the front, he'd chill in the back. I'll never forget, we're at the Lindale Relays.
Lindale.
Home of Patrick Mahomes Sr.
Lindale,
Lindale,
yes.
Miranda Lambert.
Yes.
So we're at the Lindale Relays on a blue track. Patrick Stearns.
Blue track?
It was a blue track. Just like Drake. Lindale High School and Drake Stadium, only two blue tracks
Blue
in the
track.
country.
You see, you caught my attention with the blue track.
Patrick, I'll never forget, it was the Lindale Fighting Eagle Relays. I think it was like 1989. Me and Patrick, we ran so hard. We laid next to each other in the fetal position in our own drool, just rolling around like a couple of scalded earthworms. Patrick beat me too.
He beat you, Jeff.
Oh, he beat me.
He got you.
He beat me. Laneville High School, man. Got a bone to pick with those guys.
This guy, Jeff. Hey, I told you this one was going to be good. Y'all get ready. Y'all get ready. I had to save my energy for Jeff, so we know it's about to be a good one. Go ahead, Jay.
Jeff,
Kick it
I
off.
have to, first of all, welcome to the show. Man, we have to give you a proper introduction. Jeff Cunningham, a running coach. We'll talk a little bit.
One of the best that's around
just
now.
Coming off of Boston, the marathon. And man, I'll tell you what, I was so excited to invite you because I started following you a number of years ago. We've been friends for a while, but I think around 6-ish years ago, if I remember. I'm just going off my memory. I could be wrong, correct me. And I was like, man, Jeff is one of the best voices in running. And so, man, it's just been great watching you help the next generation of runners, coaching, and then through the internet, which gives you a much broader reach.
Yeah, the internet has just shrunk the world, I mean,
Yes.
I remember back when I was a kid, when I was in high school, there was about 3 things. I would wait for Runner's World to show up, the mailbox, to nerd out on some distance running stuff. And then we'd get Texas Track and Field News, a guy named Larry Story used to crank that out. And there would always be this guy from Paris, Texas. The 400, some guy named Dion Miner.
From where? Paris, Texas?
From Paris, Texas.
What?
Yeah, you may have heard of the place. And
Hey, they got the second biggest Eiffel Tower.
Well, yeah, no, and I remember sitting at the state meet watching this Dion guy from Paris win the state meet in the quarter, ran 45.5, right? And then I found out he was going to Baylor, and I was just like, well, that's pretty cool. But we'd have to read about it in these
Dallas Morning News or something.
They have like the
Houston Chronicle. Yeah. Oh yeah.
It's so, I mean, there's sometimes it'd be a month before you find out what somebody ran.
Right.
Now you got the instant timing stuff that you go on the internet. You can watch something.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, tomorrow morning they got the London Marathon. I'm gonna find out, instantly whoever wins it within seconds. It's just not the way it was. We had Texas Track and Field News, then Track and Field News, the national magazine.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
And Runner's World, and those were the 3 places I would get my information.
Absolutely.
Now, Instagram.
Anywhere.
Right? Coaching platforms. I coach people everywhere from Melbourne, Australia, I have guys in Bahrain. I'm checking in on them to
Wow.
see, if they're safe. I had people in Kuwait that I coach. I mean, it's a wild world out there, but it's so rewarding. It's
Yeah.
so much fun, guys.
Yeah.
You know?
We trust me. We follow you, Jeff. Our good friend Damian Rosado. He's like, man, D. I remember he first told me. He was like, man, you seen Jeff? All these people he's coaching. I said, I know he was coaching. He said, no, you need to go on his Instagram page. And I'm like, what? And I went to it. I literally did this, no lie. Jeff, no lie. Because he was telling me, he was like, man, he got all of these followers and he's constantly doing. So when Jay mentioned you, well, I was like, oh, it's no brainer. He's going to kill it. He's going to kill it. So we're glad that you're here, bud. We're glad that you're here, boss. We're glad.
It's a lot of fun. And, there's an intersection, too, with the Baylor family here because, I coach a couple of ex-All Big 12 runners who ran for Baylor now post-collegiately. We were really excited at the end of 2025. Lindsey Bradley, ex-All Big 12 runner for us, finished 4th at the U.S. Championships at the marathon. And then now I'm coaching Celia Holmes, who was an All Big 12 miler for us. I think she was 5th indoors in 2021 in the Big 12 on the mile. And they're both progressing nicely. And so it's so cool, coming back here, coaching some Baylor alums in their post-collegiate season of life and watching them succeed. And man, it's so rewarding. It's my goal one day when I grow up to be like Deion Minor, right?
Be careful with that.
This guy.
One day, maybe. Hey, let a guy dream.
Man,
I knew this was gonna be like this. I know this.
I have to ask this: everybody who's come on has had like their special place in history at Baylor. Obviously, you're on the cross country team that won a title, which is rare air. We had Ricky on; his team won indoors.
Yes.
Talk about what it means to be on that team, and now you kind of see where the program's going, and you have that place in history.
Yeah, it was kind of funny because 1994, we went into the season knowing that we had a chance to both win the title and then advance to the NCAA championships. And then, having the opportunity to do that, and then looking back now at who was in that race, people who have made massive marks on U.S. distance running and worldwide distance running, was so much fun. If you had told me in 1994 that we would have been, the only team up to now to make the NCAAs in cross country, I think it just demonstrates how difficult it is. Making the NCAAs in cross country is very difficult because of the way they do the qualifying. Very limited number of teams can make it, and when you're stuck in a regional with the University of Arkansas and the University of Texas, who has recruited incredibly well over the years and continues to be a dominant force, it's tough sledding, guys. And so it just meant a lot to have that sort of little piece of Baylor history sort of in my cabinet of memory, so to speak.
What was it like with those guys? I know we crack jokes all the time. Your teammates, who I'm very good friends with a lot of them, and of course yourself, and just when we were sharing stories, just talk about your time with those guys, Damian, all those guys, Jeff.
We are all best friends. We're literally best friends. We have had a texting string that's gone on for 2 decades. And the reality is, and you have to excuse us, we're playing the national anthem here, so I'm going to voice down. I'm going to take my hat off here. But, how apropos they're playing the national anthem right now. But
we can pause.
Yeah, we're going to be okay here, guys.
Bear with us.
to
right.
what we were talking about.
Yeah.
You know, these guys are my best friends, and they still are. You mentioned Damon Rosado earlier.
My boy
obviously he
D.
was on that team, and of course Brian Keim, guys like David Monk, John Riley,
Yes.
Keith Hensley.
Hensley,
was
yes.
actually texted me just this morning. It's so remarkable that it's not just the bonds of friendship that were sort of short-living, sort of a hot burning fire when we were in college, but here we are, a bunch of 50-year-old has-beens. Our kids are in college. Some of our kids are running high school cross country and track.
Yes,
You
yes.
know, watching Keim's niece. She's a pole vaulter at UC Irvine now.
Oh, wow.
You know, and David Monk is coaching in high school at a high level in California.
Wow.
You know, and watching what we've all gone on to do. You know, Howie Brower, you know, lives in southern Arizona, and we're all good friends.
Good friends,
I think
right.
That's probably why we ran so hard. We weren't the most talented.
Yeah.
We were not the most talented guys. We ran really hard because we loved each other, sincerely.
I have to ask you this. I have a photo from this group that you're talking. I think we were at Dia Deloso. You guys remember that? It's a picture of all of us at Dia Deloso. I think we all had our shirts off. It was just a different day. Different day.
Yeah, the cross country guys, I would say they were different. The cross country guys. This was the ringleader, two guys. This guy here.
We were charming in our own minds. How about that?
That's the best way to put it.
Yeah. No, I think we gave Coach Hart more gray hairs than what he needed. And I know Coach Gully. Steve Gully was our coach back then. He's been at the University of Tulsa. Still coaching. One of my ex-athlete, high school athletes, is running for Coach Gully at Tulsa now.
Mine too, Jeff. I have an ex-athlete there.
Yeah, I know.
Good stuff.
And then Baylor great Mike Gibson. His son just signed with University of Tulsa as well. He's a 410 miler, guys.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, you know, the interconnectedness of it is all really fun. And you know, Coach Gully is our coach forever, but he's our friend forever. And I'm still telling him stories. I'm still breaking out new ones that he doesn't know about. I'd be like, "Hey, Coach, I was talking to him a couple months ago. Hey, see what had happened was." And he's like, he just
What
sits
had
there,
happened
and you know how
was-
Coach Gully can work that jaw muscle when he kind of starts looking up, he just works. He's sitting there thinking like, what is he about to say? I says, now don't be mad. Enough time has passed. Let me tell you what really happened.
What really happened?
And he just shakes his head because that was 30 years ago. He just laughs. He goes, man, you guys. Oh, we still got more stuff to tell. We still have more stuff to tell.
Trust
I
me,
told him everything.
I know. Trust me, I know. Hey, one of the things though, Jeff, you just mentioned, and when we was first talking about this, we was doing our little back and forth. Jay said, if you had one word, how would you describe Baylor? My word was family. I just heard you touch on that, like express your feelings on how much that word means from the Baylor track family. You was talking about your friends, that your teammates, that you're all close friends now, and that's why I was telling Jeff. The one word for me was family, because I still communicate with Tony. Corey Williams is over here. These were my teammates who we considered family, because back then, these were the guys that we was going to war with, that we was hurting with, we was doing all the craziness with. Elaborate on that for me, Jeff.
Well, you got to realize that it's family because it's the way Baylor
Absolutely
works culturally as a university.
Yes.
Baylor freshmen are prioritized more than in any other major university in the United States. The freshman experience at Baylor is paramount and sort of central to the collegiate experience at Baylor. Dr. Livingstone has ensured that has continued, probably in even a bigger way. But even before that, you know, all the university presidents we had all the way back to Herb Reynolds, who was the president when we were young, right? And so on the Baylor team, it was the same way. And I think that having a combined men's and women's program, I think helped. Coach Hart also made us all stand in a circle and take a moment before every practice, what we were thankful for. Coach Hart was really, really good at forming community. He didn't force anybody to pray in any single religion, in any single faith. He didn't even say pray. He goes, just stand here quietly, and what you're going to do with these 10 seconds. And it was every day. It was every day. It wasn't once or wasn't performative when it
In
came
that
right after
circle,
the show.
yes,
It
yes.
wasn't performative because the newspaper reporters are, let's show family. No, it was when people weren't looking. Coach Hart was consistent. He was as consistent as that blasted beeper you guys had to run on. He was as consistent as you were going to run you were going to run 200s on Monday.
Right,
You know,
absolutely.
and it didn't matter if it was Michelle, Shero, or Dion Minor. You were running 200s on Monday, and if you didn't like it, then you could go 100 miles down the road to that inferior orange school and go do what you want.
And it was guaranteed that beeper was going to be on too.
That's right. Hey, the inferior orange school where your daughter ran a fabulous anchor at the Texas Relays.
We're gonna let it pass on that. Go ahead, Jeff.
Hey, this is about Baylor today, Jeff. Let's keep it Baylor. Let's stay focused. Let's stay focused.
Right here.
Let's
we're
stay focused.
on the
We
B
stay
and the U.
focused. Stay
Michelle, I knew
focused.
this was gonna happen.
Me too. Bringing him on. I knew this was going to come up.
Hey, wait.
I know.
I don't mean to be
Like, we just bring somebody else on.
Hey, no, but serious.
This one.
Seriously, when
the time he ran the 5K at Heiko and chased a dog off the
I
course.
did. Eric Shero was over here reminding me at the time I ran a 5K in beautiful Heiko, Texas. Beautiful and massive, like bold print air quotes. And I did indeed chase a dog off of a course during a 5K road race. How do you remember these things, Eric? Oh my gosh. No, but seriously, man, I mean, it got to the point, especially watching you guys run, where I was convinced they were missing something between the B and the U, and it was better. Because be better than you was what we were doing, right? It's Baylor back when Coach Hart was here, right?
That's it.
And the reality
That's
of it
it.
was family, and it's pervasive through university. It's sort of funny because in Texas, everybody's heard of Aggie jokes. Everybody makes fun of sort of Aggies and how they all stick together. Well, I think people view Baylor in sort of a similar way, and that people are very curious. I live in
Yes.
Austin. They say, what is it about you Baylor people? And it's genuine. They don't say it from a standpoint of mocking.
Right.
Why is it that you all stick together? Why do you all always have your back? Why do you sometimes have 3 generations of your kids, 3-4 generations go to Baylor? My daughter's a junior here. Right? That's the 3rd generation, right? And the reality of it is because it's family. She applied to one school. She says, I'm not going anywhere else.
Baylor, it's
You know,
family.
RG3 was her hero on the track and on the football field when she was a tiny kid, right? And and Brittany Griner was her hero on the court, and her mother is her hero.
I gotta jump in, and we'll talk briefly. I looked up. First thing I checked in my feed, your wife and another legend, another all-time great, was on your podcast, Consistently Good, which I love. You guys
Love
have
it.
to follow it on Instagram. You guys are all over the place, man.
Yeah.
Talk about that collab.
Shout out to Angelique,
Yeah,
one of the
Angelique.
best ones to come through also.
Well, that was a remarkable time when she and Stacy Bowers, now Coach Smith here, right? And Jennifer Jordan and Yolanda Nelson and Alea
Yo-Yo.
Cooper.
Yogi,
Yes,
yes,
we're talking.
yes.
We're talking about a group of women who won the first national championships in Baylor Athletic Department history, right?
Yes.
That 98 indoor mile relay was the first national champion of any kind, and then Stacy went on in 1999 and was the first individual national champion in Baylor Women's Athletic Department history. And I love the women's basketball program here. Shout out to Coach Colin, doing an amazing job. Well, we're doing good on the portal right now too, Coach. Keep it up. But the reality of it is women's
Leave
track
the
and
gym.
field. Women's track and field. Coach Hart invested in women's athletics, and Baylor invested in women's athletics. And
Yes.
you know, and I got something to say on that. You know, there's been a lot of banter about Baylor and Title IX and what we know, the tragedies of the more recent past. But you have to understand, Baylor has embraced Title IX more than just about any other university in the United States. We had soccer before soccer was cool. We had great women's track and field here before anything else was rolling in this athletic department. we invest in women's sports here because we believe in Title IX, and my wife was a direct beneficiary of that in winning an NCAA championship in 1998. Was just a life-changing moment for Angelique, for sure, guys.
Right.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Once again, family. That's what I'm gonna stick with.
So you
That's
guys-
my word,
so
family.
everybody here talks about how their closest friends were from Baylor. Your wife.
From Baylor.
Your
Best friend.
My wife, my best friend's from Baylor, but you know, it's not just that she's my best friend. She's my wife. We worked together. We coached. We were able to send kids to run everywhere from Baylor to Georgia Tech to Colorado, right? But the reality of it is I've got so many friends. I can literally pick up the phone anytime, any day, and I'll text Dion, and within 5 minutes he'll be like, "Hey, I got you. I'll call you at 1 o'clock."
Call you
right?
back. Right.
And you know, I'll pick up the phone and I'll text whoever, right? Any alum from back in the day, and we'll get on a call. You know, Big Mike Johnson. I'm like, Mike, I want to talk to you. His son's throwing the shot and disc at Baylor now,
Yes.
right? And once again, it's family. And
Family.
My kid is here, and it just means a lot to be able to see our teammates, Michael Ford and Stacy Smith, coaching at such a high level and doing it in a way that glorifies Baylor's mission and is sort of in keeping with the tradition that Coach Hart laid down for years and years and years, right? Yeah. Amazing.
Right.
So I want to ask you this. Obviously, you have you came here, left your mark. Talk about coaching. I know you've been coaching for a long time. We've talked over the years, but I have this saying that I believe in, and it's never be afraid to reinvent yourself. Right? And so you're an attorney by trade. Most people don't know this. I remember when he was studying for the bar, his apartment was right over here. You went into a law career, and then you started coaching. But the reason why I say reinvent yourself is like you've always been a coach, but I feel like, I don't want to put a year on it, but maybe 10 or 15 years ago, I feel like you were already here and you just went here.
Yeah.
Is there anything from your time here under Coach Hart and the other coaches that helped you on your journey or inspired you? Or I know you're putting your own wrinkle because you're coaching different events.
Right.
But how did that impact your career, what you're able to do? I think you have like 40,000 Instagram followers. He's an influencer.
Big time.
Yeah, listen, man, you know, it's funny. People say I'm an influencer, and every day I wake up, I'm reminded about how little influence I have on just about anything. Like, I can't even leave a spoon in the sink, right? The reality of it is, it's not intentional. There was no intention of becoming an influencer. The only thing I wanted to influence when I started coaching was telling a young guy or a young lady who didn't think they could, and convince them that they could. Remove the apostrophe T from can't, and let's just can. And let's figure out how to do it. And I tell everybody, I had these kids, they walked around with their mouths open at these cross-country meets, right? Because they would see these kids from these big high schools, specifically, I'll name the high school, it was the Woodlands High School. They're like, oh my God. And I said, listen, guys, you got a good set of lungs, you got 2 legs. Is there something unique in the water supply in the Woodlands, Texas? And they said, well, no. I said, well, then let's just go train. And so what inspires me about coaching is getting kids to do things they never thought they could do. Now, post-collegiately, taking maybe an oft-injured collegiate distance runner, or maybe a distance runner who was told, like Lindsey Bradley, hey, maybe your career is over due to some various factors, right? And then rehabbing them, and then getting them to go, I just did that. I have never been as proud of anything I did athletically as what I've gotten to get the people who I coach to do athletically. I've cried more after watching some young high school kid do something, or some post-collegiate runner in a championship marathon do something. I've cried more after those races than I ever did after I went and made All-State or made the national meet or whatever when I was in high school or college. I'll be honest with you.
It's different. I know what you're talking about.
You're living
Yes, it is very different when because you care, number one. And you want to see these kids accomplish their dreams or their goals. Man, every year I'm in your same shoes. Every year there's 1 or 2 kids that they work so hard and you want to see them accomplish. I have a kid, one of my distance runners. He constantly thanking me, Coach, thank you for getting me to this meet. Coach, thank you for bringing me the Texas relays. And it's rare. Most kids don't say thank you for bringing me to this meet. Thank you for believing in me, Coach.
I agree.
And when you see that kid accomplish, man, it's every time I get choked up. I try not to cry, but I end up crying like what you said, Jeff.
I get choked up, and the cool thing is I think that we live in a time where we have a lot of people who believe that they're owed a lot, and I believe that we have a lot of people, and there's a lot of instances where we're very short on gratitude.
Yeah.
And so when you have a young, earnest kid come up to you just filled with gratitude, that's the most heartwarming moment for me, because when you realize that you've positively impacted something in the little tiny sphere of the world that we have control over. Listen, we can't control what's going on 2,000 miles away.
Right.
But we can control what's in our sphere. And when you elicit that emotion of gratitude from a young guy or a young lady, you're like, I think I've done something good here.
Yeah.
Now, here's one thing I like to point out. When you were a donkey like me, it's fun getting to coach kids to run faster than I did in high school. Now, Dion, he was so good, he's going to have to be a much better coach than I am to be able to get a kid to run a 45.4 in the quarter. So I like to point out my coaching
this
life
guy,
is a lot
Jeff,
easier than
man.
Dion's. My life's easier than his, right? It's easy for me to get kids to run faster than I did in high school.
Right.
It's like, just turn left and hope, baby. Because I don't know if y'all knows, but all these tracks are left turning tracks. I ain't found a right turning track yet, baby.
I tell you how I get around that, Jeff. I do a better job coaching girls, believe it or not. Females. I do a better, it's something about coaching girls, man. I get more out of my girls than I do out of my guys, Jeff.
Dion, it's so funny that you say that. I was literally thinking about that when I was driving up from Austin today. I have had tremendous success with men and women, but young women have really, I really felt like I've done a good job, both at the high school level. The best high school runner I've ever coached, I coach right now. She's a senior up in Colorado, and then on the men's side, I've had great success, men's and women's. But the young women are really, really interesting, watching the way they invest and the way they are so adherent to process, the way they are appropriately malleable in the way that we want to try to change maybe the way they view themselves, the way they gas themselves up, the way they just operate on a day-to-day basis. I don't know what it is, but maybe these young guys are just as bullheaded. Maybe they're just knuckleheads just like us, and we don't remember.
And we don't
maybe
remember.
We don't remember.
Yeah. Right.
I love them. I tell you what, I got a story to tell you guys. So one time we're rolling up to a cross country meet, right? And so I'm driving the bus because I went to one of these little hucked-in private schools. Man, we don't hire bus drivers. Coach is driving, right? So I'm driving the school bus, and I'm sitting here, and so I'm listening though. And these boys, they're talking about some weird stuff, man, like quantum physics, Dungeons and Dragons. And the girls are like on their cell phone talking about, oh my God, look at this cute outfit and all this other stuff. And they're talking about all this stuff. And the boys, they're making noises.
Jeff,
talking about, okay, so if there was a quark or a black hole, how long would it take this bus to fly into it, and would it get crushed like a tin can? And I'm saying, so I'm listening to all this. And it's the week before the homecoming dance or prom, something, don't remember. So we get up there, we're at Cedar Park High School. I pull up there and I shut that bus off. They get up. I says, no. Everybody sit down. And I says, young ladies, I owe you an apology right now. I said, I've been wondering why these young guys, they've been complaining about not being able to find a date to the homecoming dance and the prom.
And I understand.
I says, now I understand. I said, and with that, all you young ladies, please get off the bus. And I says, and you guys, y'all are in charge of the tent. Y'all are in charge of the tarps. Y'all do something to prove to them that y'all are worth something other than talking about Dungeons and Dragons and making weird noises in the back of the bus. Holy mackerel.
Jeff.
And that was it. The girls were crying, laughing. They were like, you get it now? I'm like, I get it now.
Jeff. I know exactly what you.
Because we coach at the same school.
Jeff. It's night. Oh my gosh. I'm to that point where it's like, girls, I don't want to see y'all lifting no tents, no coolers. And guys, do everything. Similar situation, man. We got it. These guys have to do better. They have to do better.
It's funny. You know, the girls mature earlier. You know, emotionally. These guys were tough, but I can tell you, you know, there's just some of the toughest athletes, the ones who can inflict the most distress, the most masochistic athletes I've ever coached, have actually been a couple of women, a couple of girls. Girls are tough. Now, what's interesting is through socialization, some of the wimpiest, least motivated athletes you'll ever coach will also be young women, because young women have been taught from an early age we're not going to be aggressive. They're socialized that's somehow a masculine trait. And so, but when you find a young lady who's willing to just go all in like a savage dog, I mean, these girls, they're the toughest athletes you'll ever coach. You know? So it's really interesting. You get a wider gamut, I think a wider range with the young women. You get the toughest, and you get some of the ones maybe that they'll struggle a little bit. I characterize it really, and I chalk it up to socialization, where it's like, don't be aggressive. You don't have to be tough. We don't sweat, we glisten. Well, we got to get out of that. It's okay. We're going to sweat. We're going to go be tough. It's going to be okay. Yeah.
Absolutely.
I got to ask you this. We're here, obviously, track. We have FanFest. I know you're a huge football fan. What are you looking forward to? I know there's a practice today for the 2026 football season.
We have a lot of core pieces coming back that are really, really good. And, of course, it makes my heart so happy seeing the young Lagway kid come back from Florida, because, you know, I still play his dad run against NC State about once on my computer. I'm like, y'all want to see the greatest run in Baylor history? Derek Lagway versus NC State. And so when I found out that DJ was coming back, I was really, really excited, because I remember when he was in high school, he was the top dual threat quarterback in the country.
Oh, my gosh, in the
out.
country, yes.
And so I think we have a great offensive coordinator. We've gotten some good pieces out of the portal on the offensive line. We have the young guy from Michell coming back at running back, who's going to be really, really good. And so I think we have the pieces there. We have done really well out of the portal on the defensive side of the ball. And Kansas State has a tradition of playing very, very disciplined football, a lot of gap integrity, a lot of the stuff that you've got to do. And I think getting K-State's DC in here this year is going to be really good. Listen, Dave Aranda has not forgotten how to coach football. If you look at what he did at University of Wisconsin as a defensive coordinator, if you look at what he did at LSU on what might be one of the greatest 4 or 5 teams in NCAA history. Okay, let's Clayvon Chason, Kelvin's son, he was playing defensive end, right, for Coach Aranda over there. We've got the ability to really turn this thing around. Listen, if this was 1995, if this was 2005, it would be a much tougher road, because we don't have the advantage of the transfer portal back then. You got to recruit, you know, some guys out of high school and feed them some peanut butter and jelly sandwiches and hope. Well, you know, it's a little bit different now. Guys, we get some grown men that we can just get in here, and all you got to do is look at what Coach Signetti did at Indiana, where you can go from a doormat to the penthouse. I mean, when's the last time we saw somebody from University of Indiana getting taken first?
I grew up in the Midwest.
First in the draft. That Mendoza kid was dynamite. So here's my point. I think Coach Aranda's going to be able to get it turned around. I think that we have great offensive, defensive coordinators. We've done well in the portal. We have a 5-star quarterback who has come in here, who did quite well at University of Florida on a roster that was vastly overestimated. I'll be honest with you. I follow recruiting pretty carefully. That Florida roster was vastly overestimated as far as the amount of talent they had on that, and DJ was asked to do too much, and I think it was unfair. I think he's going to be fantastic here.
All right, this is what Baylor fans wanted to hear. I love it.
You know,
we need to bottle up Jeff. I just feel bad for Eric and Michelle who have to follow him, but that's not my problem to deal with. Eric and
we going to have Michelle say something. Don't Michelle thinks Michelle is going to get on here also. We get ready for our teammate Michelle. Her husband is going to be on shortly, but she's going to come make an appearance.
And
okay.
I'd like to point out that when she was running 200s on Mondays, her name was Michelle Riley.
I know, Riley. Yes.
I remember having to walk into her dad's office when I was a freshman. Jeff, how you doing in school, son?
Colonel, I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. Well, let me see your schedule. And he would make me pull it out and show it to him, you know. And then I'd saunter out to practice, and I'd be like, Michelle, saw your dad today.
Yes.
Colonel
Yes.
Colonel Riley, man. But
Dion,
man,
how's it going?
Yeah.
It's going just fine. How's school going? It's going just fine. How's school going? It's going just fine. Okay.
That's right. And you know, it's funny because you say that Eric is going to regret following me. He's smarter than me. He's far more handsome than me. I mean, the only person that tells me I'm handsome and smart is my mom, right? So I'm here to tell you right now, y'all are about to get a massive bump in the ratings when Eric gets on here and cleans this thing up, man.
All right, I have an idea.
Jeff.
Back right now.
Ah.
All right, how about this? We'll go with Eric, and we'll come back, and Michelle, we'll come back to you. How about that?
Hey,
We let you circle the
We'll
wagon.
circle the
You'll close them out.
Boy, I tell you what.
You see, we knew this was going to happen. When Jay said we're going to get Jeff on, I was like, oh my gosh, what we going to put this guy at? It's like, he's ready to go right now. He's ready to go, people. He's ready to go. This has been Jeff since we've been knowing Jeff.
I'm just trying to figure out how hard up you guys for guests where y'all actually think that I'm like a viable option, man.
So we're gonna. Hey, how you doing, Kristin?
Jeff, so hang around. We're gonna come right back to you, buddy. We're gonna come.
All right.
Oh, we gotta get the picture with Jeff too.
Yeah,
we come back.
In Baylor Nation, y'all got to get out here and watch some track today, man.
Yes, baby, it's
We
the
got some of
MJ
best runners in the
Invitational.
country, man.
We here with this guy. This my guy.
Here we go. It's gonna go 36. I'm gonna go 6. Retire first. Hold on.
In running in heat number 3 on 4.
All right, guys, I'll come back in a minute.
Okay.
I'm gonna go get some refreshments.
All right, before Eric and Michelle goes out.
This my guy.
You know what I'm saying? We got to pay
Yeah.
some bills. First of all, we have Kristin Hill just pulled up with her dad.
Kristin
as well.
Hill and her
we
dad.
We really want to thank our sponsors for making this happen, this partnership.
Yes.
I mean, it's great. We have food. You know, we have, thanks to Alliance Bank Central Texas, we have snacks, we have drinks, we have
Whataburger.
Whataburger. Thank you. Some lucky fan is going to win.
Jay, you keep saying water. It's Whataburger.
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 Yes,
Okay,
you
so
got
shout out to
it. Jay
them.
is from the Midwest. I'm from the South. Whataburger was started in Texas, so
Yep.
just bear with us, guys.
And then we have Wahoo Sports Entertainment, so we're able to live stream. This is actually Starlink.
Starlink,
all the
yes.
tables, we have a battery system down there. We're self-functioning. All the tables, they run huge video boards. They work with taps. They work with so many
Yes.
corporate clients.
Yes.
And they really helped us make this happen.
The guests
And,
flowing in right now. The track
Yep.
meet is going on. The FanFest
Yep.
behind us is going on.
And got to thank Benny Keith as well for some beverages that we
Yes.
have here in balconies. The two of them, I mean, it's just really making this a great spring.
Jay, you done a great job,
Hey,
Jay.
man.
Got to give it up to my man Jay. Jay done a great job. I'm just a guest.
No.
I'm just a guest.
This is my co-host. He helped me plan this thing out, man. We've been doing it was a good excuse to be able to call my boy here box.
Yes,
But anyway,
yes,
coming up
yes.
next, we have two. We need another chair because we have two
We
guests.
need another
coming up.
chair. I'll get the chair, Jay.
Okay,
We're gonna bring him.
appreciate you.
I'll get the
I'm
chair.
gonna talk about a guy and his wife who I've known. A guy who I've known since I was 18 years old. I came to this campus, and he was dating someone at the time. He was courting her. We heard about Colonel Riley earlier, a fixture, a guy who helped set up the student-athlete experience. Dion's going to the restroom. I'm just going to say what it is. Dion's gone to the bathroom. But coming up next, we have someone who I've known since I was 18 years old. He's doing great things in the community. He's working with a bank that we're going to talk about. Welcome to the show, Eric, Shero, and Michelle. Come on, Michelle. Come on.
Hey, I'm going to start with my favorite Jeff Cunningham story.
I'm going to have to give a hug. I've known this guest since she was. Come on and grab a seat. We'll share. You guys can grab that. We'll share mics. But first of all, welcome to the show, man. This has been like, we call this Baylor Track's new homecoming because that's what it feels like. I look around, I see you guys. I remember you guys recording at the time.
Yeah.
Right? I think you were a junior. and he'd come to all the meets.
Did come to all the meets.
So
with the Rileys.
with the Rileys,
Yeah, with the Rileys.
Hey, he was a smart man. I know he's CFO.
Can I,
and
since we have to follow Jeff Cunningham, can I first start by telling my favorite Jeff Cunningham story?
Please do. I would love that. I would
Jeff,
love that.
Jeff really ought to hear this, but that's okay. So
Jeff.
my favorite Jeff Cunningham story was at the Southwest Conference meet at Rice. Jeff's freshman year. Was the steeplechase at Rice your freshman year? That was your brother. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm telling a David Cunningham story. Were you there for that? He went out. He ran. Okay, yeah. He also ran it was the 5,000. And then the last lap, he jumps around and he ends up in first place on the back half. And I can't remember, sitting next to my dad probably, and I said, I don't think he's that fast, but anyway, he went really early and he got dead last in the race. He fell apart from the back half to the finish line. I thought that was you, Jeff. Doggone it. It's David Cunningham.
He thought he had
that
Jeff.
was dog.
He thought he had
dog.
Jeff.
That was dog, not
dog.
pup. I'm
Dog
sorry
is
about
not
that.
pup.
Okay, all right, that's good. No, he was running steeple. He ran the steeplechase. Okay, I'm getting my stories messed up.
Eric's too old. He can't remember.
Okay, maybe that's what it was. Anyway.
All right, so we start off with our best Jeff Cunningham story.
Yeah.
Michelle, also welcome.
Thank
How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Doing great.
They were teammates.
Yeah, they were. All of us were teammates.
Yes.
Yeah. And by the way, Jeff chased that dog all the way about 100 yards off the square in downtown Hyco in a 5K race that was somewhat competitive, and I assume he still won. Yeah. I think I got about 5th in that race, but I was behind watching Jeff. What in the heck is he doing? He ran off the course, got back on, and won the race.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it.
Barking at him. Yeah. I couldn't tell you when it was. I just remember where, and I remember thinking, that dude is crazy.
So I have to talk about inviting you guys. We were putting together our list, and I was like, we love to have people who are really the pillars of this community, because this is really a community event, right? Like, this is just us. We're out here enjoying this event. You guys are pillars of Central Texas. I say greater than Waco. What does it mean to come back here?
That's high praise.
Oh.
I
Sure
just
you
tell
have the
facts.
right people?
Yeah.
No, fact check
Let's
me
get
at
Jeff
home.
back over here.
Fact check me at home.
Yeah.
I don't miss. But
We
talk.
gotta get 'em here.
Yeah. But talk about it. You guys, both Baylor Bears, you're in this community, doing amazing things in this community. What does it mean to come out to this meet, named after Michael Johnson? Obviously lost Coach Hart, but now we're pushing this thing forward.
You want to go first, or?
Let Michelle go first.
I love Baylor Track. I mean, obviously because I ran it. But I just love being out here and supporting the current athletes and remembering what great shape I used to be in, and sad that I'm not anymore. But we always come to the track meets just because it's part of who we are. Yeah, we love it.
Yeah, we come to almost all the home meets. In fact, we've sat here in the rain watching track, but it's one of those, if you understand track, then you enjoy it, and you just enjoy watching each of the individuals compete. The pain, the agony of defeat, the joy of victory, it's just a lot of fun. And we used to come when it was not nearly at a beautiful place like this. The track where you guys ran was it was a nice track, but nothing like this.
And I remember you had
venue.
a nice car when we were in college. And this is how I knew this dude was so smart. He had like a Mercedes, or I can't remember what it was, but it was a nice car. And I remember I'd be warming up looking at it. I said, that's the smart guy over there. That's the smart guy.
The only smart thing I did was, as you said, court Michelle. We met at church.
This is how you know.
He said we were courting.
No,
I was
they were
courting
courting.
her. I was
Look,
like,
this
I
man was over
don't know
there.
what you call that, but we were. That's the reason I stayed in Waco.
Listen to this, really.
The reason I stayed in Waco, she was 3 years behind me at Baylor. I'm like, yeah, I'm staying.
That's awesome.
Yep.
I did not know that.
Do you want to know a little unknown fact about Eric Shero?
I would love it.
He actually was on the cross country team for about 2 weeks.
Really?
My freshman roommate and I walked on in 1987, and anyway, I didn't. Coach Gully, we were closer in age. I was training for my first marathon, and I wanted to continue my marathon training, and that wasn't going to be a good program, so I didn't stick it out.
Wow.
But yeah.
Well, and who was your freshman roommate?
Matt Parker. I don't know why. If anybody, Matt Matt,
He
Matt
ran
did
the
not.
hurdles.
He didn't letter. I don't think. Did he? Do you know if he lettered?
I don't know.
Anyway.
But he ran the hurdles, and
Yeah.
he worked with my church youth group when I was
Really?
in high school. So, I mean, we were like, it was crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, small world.
All right, so we talked about Colonel Riley a little bit earlier. What is each of your favorite Colonel Riley stories? I've talked about that. He was a fixture on his campus. Every athlete knew him. He literally set up what we know now, and that building over there is Student Athlete Services. What's your favorite saying? Dion, I'm gonna come back for another one from you from Colonel Riley.
Well, so we celebrated 1 year anniversary of his passing. He's with Jesus now, and not worried about us, and we're not worried about him. But
that was Thursday.
that was Wednesday. Thursday, 23rd. 23rd. Yeah, you were right. There you go.
It's the first only time.
Yeah, no, that's right. That's great. That's great. I will tell you, as I heard you guys talking about you going in to see him, and he's like, "Well, how are you doing in school?" He was not asking a question that he did not know the answer to.
Absolutely.
He'd like to hear how you say you were doing, Dion. Like, how is school going? He knew numerically how you were doing in school.
He's want to know if you knew how
That's
you were
correct.
doing.
Yeah, that's correct. I will tell you, one of the first things he told me early on when I first started dating Michelle, she brings home this, "You're a freshman."
No, we met when I was a sophomore.
Sophomore, okay. Just starting her sophomore year, and I was a senior. And he, she brings me to the house, and I said, "What should I call you, sir?" And he said, "Colonel Riley will be fine." And I called him Colonel Riley all the way until a year ago. Yeah, but he had a saying. He said, "If you can't be on time, be early."
Wow.
He was ship-shaped, and I'm 5 minutes late to everything I do. I try to do one thing too many, and I'm 5 minutes late everywhere, and it probably drove him crazy. But yeah, he was the best. Do you have a favorite dad story?
Favorite dad story? Okay, I have a favorite dad track story.
Okay.
Yes, we were running in Oklahoma. I don't remember which meet it was, but Eric was with my parents, and they were driving back after the meet and stopped. Eric was driving, Dad was in the back, and they always stopped at Dairy Queen to get a Blizzard.
Yeah.
This is at 1 a.m.
Yeah,
driving
1
home
a.m.,
from all the
yes.
indoor meets.
Oh,
we're
yeah.
either in Norman or
Oklahoma City.
at Oklahoma City at the Myriad. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because there weren't
so
any other indoor facilities.
Nope.
And, yeah.
He was sitting in the back, and they'd stopped at Dairy Queen, and he was rooting around and making a lot of noise. And my mom turned around. She's like, "Well, Don, what are you doing?" And he's like, he said, "I can't find my spoon." But the way it sounded was, because it was in his mouth.
So for Christmas that year, I got a plastic spoon, drilled a hole in it, and put a string on it, and wrapped it and gave it to him. And it made his mother, who was 90 something at the time, made her mad that we were making fun of Earl Don.
Shout out to your mom. She's a great one.
Yeah.
Great woman.
Yeah. So
I
anyway.
love that story.
Yeah.
All right, Dion, you have to come back. Do you have another Colonel Riley?
No, it was just that one that always stood out to me. He was like, "How you doing? How's school doing? School's going fine. How's school?" He made me repeat it.
No, it's not.
He made me repeat it. And when you said that a while ago, I was like, he already knew. It's like, oh, man. I wasn't failing, but you need to get them grades up.
By the way, how about feeling that way when you're dating his daughter?
Yeah, oh, my gosh. Yeah. Like,
I better go to class.
and but I definitely loved him. I mean, when he came out to the track, it was just, you saw the love. And the love that he had for the athletes, but most important for Baylor Track and Field. You guys probably been hearing me saying this all the time. I've always considered Baylor Track and Field as family. It's like no matter. I tell when I first got here, Coach Hart, you making us all go to study hall, and it was just like, I got someone for you special. Dr. Ralph Lynn, who had passed away. That was my own personal tutor, and I never forget, Colonel Riley and Coach Hart were always on me. Did you go to meet with Dr. Riley? Yes, I did. They just like, yes, I did. So, yes, he was constantly, it wasn't nothing rude or mean. He was just always checking in on you. Like you say, he knew before you even, he just wanted to know if you knew that you knew.
Right. He had the right touch, especially for athletes, right?
Definitely loved him, definitely.
And I loved it even when I was working here. He would still come by, and like he came by my office one time. He found me. First of all, my first office was in like the dungeon over there, right? Because this is a Coach Browse. They took up like 9,000 offices with the GAs and all the analysts. So he found me somehow. So that, I was just like, wow, okay. It was great. And he had a spreadsheet. It was like a spreadsheet, kind of like the one you showed me in your office. But it had like the best years of Baylor under him. And it's just amazing.
It was laminated. It was laminated.
Yeah, how did you know?
He laminated everything.
How did you know?
He laminated stuff and would bring it to you. That if you walk in, there's something laminated on your desk, you knew he'd been there.
Yeah.
And he did that with everybody.
Oh, wow.
Want you guys to talk. Obviously, you're kind of part of the brain trust that's Alliance Bank Central Texas, which is a big family. Alliance Bank Central Texas, which is another staple of this community. $1.2 billion of managed assets, all the way. I guess I'd say Dallas to the offices down.
This
to
is far north. Waco's the farthest north. So
Right.
Waco south.
Waco south down to
to
Georgetown.
Austin.
What does it mean when you guys come out to a day like today and you see FanFest, you see all these people? Because this is part of Central Texas. What does that mean for you? You guys, we all were at the other track with the beeper going off and the train going by. Do you guys look up and now you guys are at the center of it? How does that feel to you guys?
Well, I don't feel like we're really at the center. We're proud to be a part of it, and it's amazing how Waco's grown. We were talking about it last night out to dinner with some friends, and some of them had only been to this restaurant once, and we saw another couple there that had never been to that restaurant. We didn't used to have restaurants like that when we were here. We were laughing. I met my best friend waiting tables at the Elite Cafe, and when I started at Baylor in '87, there were about 4 restaurants that students would go to. So it's fun. It's fun now to see how diverse. This was a little hole in the wall. Basically Mexican seafood place last night. It's really great. It's called El Mar. You ought to try it. It is so good. Yeah, and if you're hungry, the portions are enormous. Okay. Anyway, but when you look at the progress of Waco, there was a hotel that sat kind of on this property here. There wasn't a stadium. This was a kind of a
was it the Holiday Inn?
No, there was River Place Inn. River Place Inn was there, and there was the Island Apartments were here. And anyway, it's funny how things change, but it's fun to be a part of it and to watch it over. Now that I've been here almost 40 years, that's hard to believe.
Yeah, people used to think that. I moved to Waco in high school, so I was kind of from Waco. But Eric stayed, and people thought we were crazy for staying in Waco. Well, now it's like, oh,
man,
wow,
we wish we lived in Waco.
Yeah, wish we'd
Our friends
stay
are
in
buying
Waco.
houses here so they can come for weekends for
Oh,
football
wow.
and all that.
Nice.
So, yeah. Now the reason I stayed, I'd like to say it was Waco, but Michelle was 3 years.
Michelle,
behind me. Michelle was
he
3
done
years
said
behind
that
me.
twice
I was working
on
for
this
a-
live
yeah,
feed. The
that's right.
reason he stayed,
Yeah.
so he's
Well,
making it known.
Yeah, and she's here, so it's
Yes,
smart to do that.
exactly.
I'd be saying that either way.
I told you he's smart.
Yeah. I'd taken a job with an accounting firm and was working in Dallas during the weeks, but was coming home, and I kept my college apartment because we knew pretty quickly that we were going to get married. And so Colonel Riley wanted us to wait till she graduated because he was afraid if we got married, she wouldn't graduate, and that was really important to him. So anyway, so here we are. Does that answer your question?
Comment. What do you have to say?
What do I have to say?
Well, you experienced it. Talk to us. I remember he'd come to the meetings. This is how I knew he was serious. He just didn't come to the home meets.
He went to all the meets. He went to all the meets my parents went to because they went to every meet. There were very, very few meets that they didn't go to.
And by that time, all my college friends had left.
Yes, true.
Michelle was kind of all I had. I was all in, but
So like that was it. I'm all in
I was
now.
I was grown up, hanging around with kids. Yeah. I started teaching Sunday school, college Sunday school at church. So
Nice. That's awesome.
Hanging around the college group.
That is awesome.
Yeah.
We love it. Any this event, Jay was talking about the big event, football and track. But since we're track, let's talk about the job Coach Mike Ford is doing with the track program, and just with the change of everything with the NIL, the portal, and the way it done changed the sport of track and field. There's not, as we like to say, loyalty now. It's like, it's not working, I'm jumping in the portal. What's your guys' take on this whole the new era of track of just athletics now?
It's a mess. NIL is a real mess.
I love that
And-
direct
Well,
answer. Yes,
I'm-
I love
I'm
it. I
friends
love
with
it. I love it.
I'm friends
I
with
love
several
it.
coaches. I've been friends with a lot of our athletic administrators, and I mean, I've just heard it's really frustrating, and it's tough for Baylor when you don't have the alumni base and a lot of the resources that some of the bigger schools have.
Right.
You really just, I mean, so you don't have the money, so you have to convince people that to come here for things that's not about the money. And Baylor has done a fantastic job of attracting top-level talent. Well,
Yes.
I mean, Dion, all the way back to you. You could have run at bigger schools.
Right.
Now, Coach Hart and the mile and the quarter mile U and mile relay and all that. This was a place for someone
Yeah, no
like
doubt.
you to go.
Absolutely.
But there's still always a bigger, brighter light. You know? And Baylor's done a fantastic job over the years of attracting those kind of kids that it wasn't about the money. That being said, they've got to do something. So I'm friends with a coach right now, and they're putting together a roster, and the NIL fees in that sport have gone up by 65% from last year. 65%.
Wow.
So,
Wow.
I mean, you're talking about numerous kids on the team making millions of dollars, more than any of the assistant coaches. And I mean, how do you even work with a kid like that? But it's difficult. The NCAA really messed up originally by not finding a way for the schools to pay student athletes, because student athletes, as you all know, I mean, everybody here but me, you don't have time. You can't have a job because between class
Absolutely,
and study
right.
hall and practice and all that, you do not have time, even if you want, no matter how hard a worker you are. And so how do you get extra money if you're not blessed with just having enough money? So I mean,
Right.
it's tough. So because the NCAA did not provide a way for that to happen, the courts intervened, and that's how NIL came into existence. And it just opened Pandora's box, frankly.
Yeah.
So that's my thought.
I think my piece, I agree with Dion. Yeah. I agree with Dion that it's messed up loyalty. I mean, there's nothing that I wouldn't do for Baylor because of my experience in track. I mean, I would not trade it for anything. And I wasn't recruited. I walked on. I mean, I wasn't a big talent. But just that family is not there if you don't stick around. And I think adding money to the equation kind of messed it up for the athletes in the sense of they're only doing it for money.
Right.
They're not doing it because they want to be better, they want to be the best they can. So the motivator is money, and that is never good in my mind.
Well, it's going to end up costing a lot of kids too, because a lot of them aren't going to ever finish their degree. And there's a number of kids that face NIL salaries, but then they're going to graduate, or I mean, they're going to be done with their eligibility, not have a degree. That money's not going to keep coming. They're never going to be able to earn that kind. I mean, the majority of a lot of athletes won't be able to play professionally, even that get decent NIL amounts. Like, you know, there are basketball players that are going to make great money in college, but aren't NBA prospects. And what are they going to fall back on when they don't have a degree and they've been to 3 different schools in their 3 or 4 years of playing basketball? So it's tough.
I have a question for both of y'all and Dion as well. Obviously, you can't give advice to you're the bank, although I have to brag on him. He's, I think, president of the holding company, executive vice president, CFO. Did I miss anything?
I mean,
Michelle's husband.
Michelle, hey, that's number one.
There you
Hey,
go.
Michelle, I should have started.
You're gonna brag.
My bad.
Yeah, you mentioned Jay. You
That's my
didn't get
teammate, though.
Jay
He gets
didn't
it,
get
my
the
bad.
memo. The reason he stayed was for Michelle.
No,
There is a line.
That is that.
And this is what's
We love it.
crazy. That's why I love that. I did not know that. That's why I love that part of the story. But I want you guys to talk about this, obviously, from both of your seats. It's also crazy, too, because the kids are getting so much money early in life. And I almost wonder, is it going to be like, and I don't mean this in a negative sense, because some people just love to talk badly about NIL, but I do think one of the difficulties could be, it could be your highest earning ever in your life, right? From 18 to 20, well, let's just say 27, because they're letting people play forever now, right? But then it's kind of like being on a reality TV show. Like, you're on there, you get this big high, but then you have to come back to reality after that. If you made $1,600,000, whatever, what can they do? Because that's a very difficult situation. Because I also think some of them are spending at a pretty good level.
Oh yeah. Well, or have advisors or family or people around them that are taking advantage of it. I mean, you wonder how much of that money actually ends up with the student athlete that has earned it. Let me go back one step though. Honestly, if the NCAA had found a way to allow the schools to pay the student athletes, I think that would have been the right thing, because there was a lot of money being, obviously the NCAA has made a lot of money. There's a lot of revenue there, and the student athletes deserve to be getting, compensation for it. So if they could have found a way to have done the revenue share before all the rest of the Pandora's box was open.
Right.
So anyway, back to your point though, Baylor does a really good job of counseling their student athletes, giving them, it started with Startup Waco, where they'll actually help student athletes set up LLCs, because they're not employees. That's a big point of contention, but that means there's no withholding, and that means when that 1099 comes and that student athlete, let's just say they made $200,000, they get a 1099 for $200,000. If they don't have the $30,000 or $40,000 cash to pay the tax, they're in trouble. Like if they haven't made those payments. So most universities don't really care about that.
Floyd Mayweather, I think he just has, and shout out, we're not here to talk badly about Floyd Mayweather. I don't want to come after me. But he owes millions of dollars to IRS. Just that he has to.
And he's a pro.
Like
he's a pro
with a team. To your point, I just wanted
Baylor has a program where their NIL athletes were given the resources and the opportunity to get professional advice and help structure themselves to retain as much of that money as possible. Now, at the end of the day, it's hard for an 18, 19-year-old kid with six figures to not make some poor choices in some of it. Trying to be diplomatic, but I mean.
And we're talking about a college athlete too. College.
That's correct.
I think it's hard. You talk about they're making all this money now. It's highly unlikely that they're going to have a job where they're going to make all that much money. So you're starting at a really high bar, and then you've got to come back down to reality. And what, a starting job, I mean,
especially without a degree. If they don't have something of
Yes.
to fall back on.
Yes.
Because once the ball quits bouncing and running, like what are they gonna do?
Right.
Even begin to make that kind of money.
Right.
I think Dion's chomping at the bit.
No. I'm actually agreeing, because I've always said that they making so much money, and they're constantly. I'm trying to remember. It was one kid. One school to the next. One school to the next. It's like, are you even thinking about graduating? You getting all this money. And to your point, you said something that I didn't think about. They making hundreds of thousands, some millions, and they might not even get to make it to the NFL or to the NBA. Now what happens?
College basketball athletes that are receiving NIL will not be
NBA
players. There's such a finite number of spots.
Yes, and it's so. And what happens if you don't graduate?
Oh yeah, right. What are you going to do?
What are you going to do? You got all this money that's going to go, and if your lifestyle.
Not to mention, you've already adjusted your lifestyle to that.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That lifestyle.
I don't know many of my friends that could take, the kind of pay cut you're talking there.
Right,
because
exactly.
Your lifestyle, your overhead begins to fit your income. So.
Yeah, I think it's very tough, and but I'm an athlete, and I do feel that over the years, the NCAA was just like, oh my gosh, killing it, and now like the whole NIL, the images, the likeness of these athletes. But man, they really need to get it fixed though. I want to see it fixed.
They've got to put some kind of boundaries or guardrails, because there's not unlimited money, and it's going to end up being really detrimental to a lot of the student athletes, because they don't end up having heritages with those universities where they would have stayed. And you think about what that'll cost Baylor or Waco of people like us that wouldn't stay around because they only were here 1 year and went somewhere else. The Deion Miners that come back and do this kind of thing, because they feel a connection. If you go to 4 different schools in 4 years, where do you feel a connection?
And there's like I've been saying, there's no connection, the culture, the family aspect of it. It's like, I don't know you. I'm here for the money. and I'm
Yeah,
off.
That's right. Yeah.
I have to talk because I know you guys are big football fans. Ticket holders way back to the old stadium. What are you guys looking forward to? Obviously, spring practice, guys, DJ Lagway, all the guys are going to be out signing today. How are you looking about things coming into the fall?
Well, I'm looking forward to winning more games. Is kind of the main thing I'm looking forward to. I know Coach Aranda, he's a great man. At the end of the day, he's doing a great job with the young men that are in his charge, but he's also paid to win football games. And last season was disappointing, no doubt about it. And I think they've made big adjustments. Jeff went down the whole roster, so I don't have to cover any of that, fortunately.
Leave it to Jeff.
Yeah, I don't have to. Yeah, no, he was
Yes.
rattling off stuff that it sounded like most of it was right, honestly. So, but I do think with the change at defensive coordinator, I think that was a really good hire. Came from a solid program, brought some players with him. I think his scheme should be good, and I hope, last year our offense was pretty good. In fact, our offense is good enough to win games. We just struggled at stopping people. So I'm looking forward to playing some more defense. How about you? She's looking at me being more happy.
Yes. I just love football. I love being in the crowd and yelling and cheering and just supporting the team, athletics in general. But yeah, it's a great atmosphere, and we've got a great group of people that we sit around. We have our closest friends that we sit with, and I mean, so it's just a fun
And talk about,
atmosphere.
you guys have your own tailgate, I know. I haven't been invited though.
Oh.
I haven't been invited. I have not.
If you're online, you've been invited because we don't mail
Jay,
invitations.
get the mic.
Yeah, we don't mail invitations.
We're going to ask them live, can we get a personal invite to the tailgate?
Dion, I'm inviting you to the tailgate. Yes, you're
we would
welcome
love.
to every single football tailgate.
So one of
We
the
love
reasons-
it. We love
one of
it.
the reasons
Thank you.
We did a tailgate instead of doing a suite or something like that is we wanted to be able to bring anybody that wanted to come.
Good stuff.
If you have a suite, you've got 12 or 15 seats. We probably have had hundreds, if not thousands, that come through our tailgate.
Oh,
every
wow.
year. And it's right over there, right on the other side of Martin Luther King in the Brazos parking. There's a big Alliance Bank sign. It's right on the road, so anybody's welcome. We publish our menu at the beginning of the year, and I think the guy who runs our tailgate's motto is "Win or lose, we still boo." So you come on by. Just come on by, Jay. Unless you're uncomfortable.
We love it.
No, it's good. I just said fish to get my invitation. You guys know that. But
Well, I leave that up to Jay, that part. Now the food, I'll get some of the food. The drinking.
yeah. So talk about how long have you guys had your tailgate? I've heard it's really big. I've heard a lot of people really enjoy it.
Yeah. So one of our shareholders and a customer of the bank, Roy Spinks, had a tailgate when they first relaxed the rules and regulations at Floyd Casey. He started having a tailgate over at Old Floyd Casey Stadium, and we started going to that. He would have a big tip jar, and people would put money in to help pay for the tailgate. And when we moved to the new stadium, we'd been talking about at the bank that we ought to have a tailgate, but I don't want anything else that I'm in charge of.
Right.
And I really didn't want to have to work like that. So but it was a lifestyle for Roy.
Yeah.
Roy's going to be doing it no matter what. So I asked Roy, if Alliance Bank sponsored the tailgate, would you be in charge of it? And he said, that sounds great. So we pay for all the food, we pay for the rent for the spots, we pay for the tent, and we pay for all the groceries and everything, and Roy does everything else. And he's got a crew that helps him, Carl Fitzgerald. But so we've had the tailgate since 2013 here. And it may have been the first year of 13 may have just been Roy, and then 14 is when the bank started. But we've been going for a long time with our tailgate.
What?
So,
Do I get to comment?
Yeah.
of course.
It's a lot of fun. And so when our youngest was going through Baylor, he would always come with a whole bunch of friends to come and eat and hang out.
College kids never.
Which a mom loves, But they'll still come by.
Oh, yeah.
Like when they're in Waco, they'll come by the tailgate. So it's really fun to reconnect with them. So
They feel like it's their tailgate.
They do.
Yeah. That's great.
Yeah.
And it's not just for customers. It's Alliance Bank tailgate customers or anybody's welcome. Customers or future customers.
Well, and we had
Nice.
we had Todd on the podcast. Todd Moore, that is. Your
He's
partner.
really a podcast guy. I'm kind of not. Todd's
No,
really-
you guys are
Todd's
you guys are
podcast
doing
guy.
great.
You're doing
I'm
great.
telling you, I'm gonna tell Todd he has some competition for two of you guys. But I had to pry him away from the tailgate. I'm serious. He was like, okay. I was like,
Yeah.
what time is it? He was like, well, we have our tailgate.
Yeah.
So talk about for this community, what you guys think the impact of Baylor is, and just what you've seen, because you guys have seen it right from the people used to be back by that creek. You guys
Oh, yeah.
remember that creek
Oh, yeah.
over there at the old
Oh, yeah.
stadium, and now we've got this. And so I really love this environment. What would you like to see? Because I would love to see tailgating grow. I'm being honest with you. I'm selfish here. This is just a selfish take. I'd love to see it bigger and better. And I think it's doing great.
Yeah, and there's two sides. There's the Baylor side, and then there's the side that's owned privately. They're making some changes on the Baylor side because there'd been a little bit of some disgruntledness with kind of the way things were going. I think that's all been changed now, and I think it's going to be really good on this side again. So looking forward to seeing that. The big thing is you just want the atmosphere. You want people out here early. You want people in a good mood. You want people enjoying the nice weather and just the camaraderie and spirit of Baylor Athletics.
Yeah, I really don't know that I have anything to add, but I mean, just the atmosphere and the fun and just being together and yeah.
Well, I'm going to say this. I would love people to come early. I love Baylor fans. I want to invite you guys to come early because when you go to other schools, obviously when I worked at Baylor, there are people camping out. I mean, I think at some schools, I'm not going to give them any airtime on this show. They start on like a Wednesday.
Oh, yeah.
And we're not, okay, we're not going to get there because our people have jobs like some of the other alumni from other schools. You see what I'm saying? Have things going on. They can party for 4 and 5 days.
The RVs start rolling in
Right.
on Wednesday.
On Wednesday.
Yeah.
See, he knows what I'm talking about. But I would understand it. I do think Doug he's getting things in order with bringing everyone. This area should be lit on game.
One of his pillars of Doug, our new athletic director, he really wants to revitalize and get the Baylor tailgating back to where it was.
And that's Doug McNamee. Shout out to Doug.
Doug McNamee.
So I think about that, and then talk about this. This is also two things that we did. So we did the first Baylor Track and Field homecoming, which started at the idea, the conversation came out of his funeral. We were sitting in the room, and I was like, we have to get people back more than this. What do you guys think about that, and what would you like us to see us to do for year 2?
So you're talking about Coach Hart. Talking about Coach Hart's funerals where this was discussed? Or?
Yes.
Michelle's, Coach Hart, she was one of Coach Hart's favorites.
Yes.
So.
Well, so it was, even though it was a sad event because we were at the funeral, it was really amazing just reconnecting with everybody and spending time. It was really kind of funny. I think, the people that did not run, that were there at the funeral were probably really laughing at us quite a bit. Because we were all standing over on one side of the sanctuary and talking, and they kind of had to call us to order.
A lot of generations
It
too.
did.
Ricky Thompson, all the way to current, recent graduates.
Yeah.
Because of what Coach Hart had meant. So.
Yeah, I think, having some kind of a homecoming reunion like this for track, I think is great. Because we obviously, like Dion said earlier, it's a family, and we love to connect and see how everybody's doing and, reconnect and see what's going on in your life and reminisce about the old days and, all those fun things. So I think, I don't have any specific ideas, but I think it's a great direction.
Yeah, I was telling Jay when he mentioned it to me, I was super excited about it. And I'm like, let me check my calendar first. Make sure I'm good. Yeah. I don't want to commit, then tell you. But when I said, I was like, Jay, I'm telling you, we can make this thing big. This is the first go around. So it's just like, I told Jay, I said, let's ask people when we get them, what else can we do? This is a start. So we're trying to get people out and try to do the live feed. Hopefully they're seeing it, and hopefully we can get everybody to start coming back out. Because I know when I had graduated and when I came back, Coach Hart was so happy to see me, my family. Then when I had kids, he was like so happy to see us. And once again, I keep telling Jay, and y'all hear me say, I'm going to continue to say it here. I've always considered this as family because the closeness, and it's like Coach Hart, when he came into my house, recruited my mom and dad before his passing, asked about Coach Hart almost every time we talk. If I say I'm going to Waco to Baylor, how's Coach Hart? How's his wife Maxine? And it's like, I think that's the legacy that he done left. And I told Jay, let's go for it. Let's try to keep it up. Just to get the people, bring them back, and just to have this talk about it, like you said, Michelle, just to talk about what we did. We tell the jokes, who had the best 400 or 4x4 and all that. But no, it's great. I'm loving this environment.
Well, it's fun to see, you mentioned Michael earlier, to see Coach Hart's legacy carried on now by one of our own. Yeah. And,
yes.
You know, Michael Ford he's off to a fantastic start. Is this 4 years? How many years? Fourth year?
I believe he's 4.
Yeah.
No, 5th.
I think it's 5.
Anyway, he's really reestablished Baylor as we had ranked teams last year, both men's and women's. A lot of championship caliber individual performances as well. So it's great to see Michael pick it up now and carry on the excellence that Coach Hart spent a lot of years developing.
A lot of years developing. Yes.
Didn't want to look over.
No. I think that's great, because I think what really came out of it for me was honoring his legacy as we move forward. Right, like I feel like we're the torchbearers, and it's he has the baton, and we're pushing him along, and the current athletes. So because he got us this far, I looked around that room and I said, man, Coach brought all of us together. And so it's our job to keep it moving for him. And I really love the job Coach is doing. Matter of fact, Mike Ford was out here with us. He was literally the last people. The 4 of us, it was myself, Dion, Corey, and Coach
Ford.
Were here. The lights were off, and we were walking out. This is
last night.
We did.
And this is after he coached. He was exhausted, but he was so excited for everybody coming out.
Yeah, that's fantastic. It's great to see him great to see him here, and great to see him having success.
Yeah,
he's your age. How old? Where was Michael compared to you?
Michael, he was like between the. He was between the. No, he was behind me.
What year did you graduate from high school?
I came out in '91.
Okay, and you graduated in '90.
I graduated.
So
you're 1
year.
year.
You was Mike. That's why I was like, he was behind. He was behind me. Yes.
He's 92.
Yes, behind me and Jay. Right.
Okay.
Well, he's all grown up now. So let's go.
Yeah. And he's been supporting this. Actually, when Jay brought it to me, the first thing I said, did you run this by Mike? Because I know Jay sometimes. Jay get the wrong with it. It's like Jay gets the going, and now he's talking and he's saying all this. I'm like, man, this is good stuff. Yes, I'm on board. Hold on, Jay. Did you run this by Coach Ford? He was like, yes, I did.
Goes with it. We'll worry about that later.
Yeah, we'll worry about it later. You got
application later. Don't worry.
You have to watch Jay now. You have to watch him. But when I went to Mike, yes, I'm all for it. So me and Jay was like, let's do it. Let's make it happen.
And
so
he has an open door policy. I mean, I come by if you follow me at J Hicks Official on Instagram and everywhere. I come and shoot. I mean, even for this, I say, hey, Mike, can I come by and shoot content?
Oh yeah.
Just come by for practice. They come on. And so I think he runs an open door policy. If you're an alum or even a friend of the program, just come out, support. One thing is that if you do come out, just make sure. I try not to ever interrupt his practice. Like sometimes I barely speak because I just know how sacred practices are, and we were all there, and so I just always try to respect that. But I just really think he's doing a great job in this NIL era, because we know some conferences have huge amounts of money, even for track. I'm kind of a nerd. I follow some of these schools on TikTok, and they put so much on TikTok, y'all. If you're another coach, you could literally just figure out in the fall and then before they open up how much, what their team is looking like. But I want to ask you guys this: what would your advice be with NIL for Baylor as we move forward? I mean, I think there's a lot of things that we're doing well, but it's constantly shifting, right? Like what it was 6 months ago or 3 months ago. What do you guys think?
Well, it's a tough road to navigate. Baylor, I think, has done as good a job as anybody. That doesn't have just unlimited resources. I guess the one thing I would say is that anybody can contribute to it, no matter how much or how little you have, and that helps. Many hands make the burden light. So I mean, if you're passionate about track, you can contribute to track's NIL. If you're passionate about baseball, you can do the same thing. So nobody likes it. Nobody likes giving to it, but it's one of those kind of necessary deals. If you're not going to do it, you're not going to be competitive. I mean, you have to be in the game. So
Michelle.
I don't have a whole lot of opinion about NIL, but I think one thing that we haven't talked about today is that there's no, and I can't even find the right word, there's no consequences when an athlete decides they're not going to do something, they're not going to participate because their agent that has gotten them all this money is telling them not to play because you'll be able to make more money next year, that kind of thing. I mean, and so that really makes it hard on coaches.
Yeah, it's a one-sided deal.
It
right
is.
now,
It is.
And they've got to figure that out. Whether it's make them employees where the employer has rights, but
yeah. Which impacts the team as a whole. I mean, when you don't have all your teammates participating,
they're going to have.
And the point of college athletics is to
legislation
have.
that provides some guidance. So
Yes. Yeah.
it's just
That's
a tough deal.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, so do you have something, Tim? All right, so as we kind of wrap with you guys, I want you guys, if Coach opened up the locker room, both of you have had a lot of success, and really, I say, really been at the forefront of just the growth that we've seen from when you graduated, what you guys are doing in various roles. You guys are involved with like the Midway. I looked up the other day, they're on like the Midway Foundation. There's so many things, supporting the education and things. I have Twitter fingers, so I see things. But
Jake is stalking our guests.
My kids are Midway also.
Don't do this, Jake.
No,
Jay, don't stalk, Jay.
No, I love it because my kids are Midway. So, I mean, the Midway Foundation does so much. It's one of the premier, I believe, school districts in the state of Texas, I believe. And so we just have really a lot of people like yourself.
She's a Midway grad.
Midway grad. And so if you guys opened up the door, and because you guys have this long vision, because you guys are, have a little bit of seniority, what advice, if you had a motivational speaker, Coach said, you guys, the floor is yours, what would your speech be for that?
To the student athletes?
To the track team.
Huh.
You got time to see how I made him go.
Do I have any range of top six?
Yeah,
So I end up.
yours.
Okay, I do end up speaking at the high school. A lot of it's about financial, talking about banking. But I'll tell you the advice that I give most people: if you treat people with love, if people know that you care about them, they will beat down a path to your goal. And that's honestly, people have asked, how have we been successful at the bank and that kind of thing. And it really comes down to our culture is a culture of caring about others, even as much as we care about ourselves. And so I tell those kids, if people believe that you love them and care about them, they will want to do whatever they can to help them.
Ditto.
No, Michelle, we're not letting you get away with that.
Hey.
Eat your vegetables and go to church.
On that note, I kind of agree with Michelle. That's kind of hard to follow up, Jay. That's kind of hard to follow up. Hey, I like that one. That's kind of hard to follow up. But Michelle, if you want to, the mic is yours.
Eat your vegetables and go to church.
Eat your vegetables and go to
Call
church.
your mother.
And call your mother. Yes.
That's great
Children,
advice.
call your mother.
Children, call your mother.
I really cannot beat that.
What would your advice
That's-
be, though? I mean, you ran the.
I would say stay connected to your teammates. I mean, I can't tell you, Dion, something you said earlier. Well, I guess when we were talking about just the homecoming and doing this every year on a regular basis, I still have a group of, there's 22 of us on a text string. And we've stayed connected since
Baylor
we graduated.
Beauties.
Yeah, we call ourselves Baylor Beauties.
No hashtag though, right?
No
Just Baylor
hashtag.
Beauties.
No.
They
Yes.
Don't have a,
No.
Hey, Jake can promote you guys.
We have
like,
no official presence. Yeah.
Could get a calendar, Baylor Beauties calendar.
Oh.
Right? Yeah, that's right.
But
buy
we've stayed connected and we've lived life together and we know what's going on with each other's kids and just so stay connected because those are the people who've loved you through thick and thin and that continues.
Yeah.
So
Solid.
All right, I have a question for y'all because it's a live stream. It's not
Love
ESPN.
it.
All right, I think I'm a build on you just inspired me. I think we should start a text chain for the homecoming to keep in connection over the next year because so many people, so many years. Would y'all help us get us kicked off so we can help build this bigger for next year?
Of course, absolutely.
yeah.
Guess who I have as the CEO?
Yeah.
Oh,
She's
yeah.
the CEO.
You want her in charge.
So talk about that.
That's
Mark.
correct. Yeah.
Michelle got it.
Yeah.
All right, you guys, man, I
We
really
love
appreciate
it.
you guys. I love what you guys are doing. Thank you so
Thank you,
much.
guys.
And thank you
Appreciate
so
it.
much
Thank
for
you.
supporting
Michelle.
All right, y'all.
Thanks for
Hold on, we
coming
got to
on.
get a picture. Hold on.
Yeah,
Everybody
picture time,
comes
picture
through.
time.
We're going to go. We got to get a picture here. All right, we're going to go. We're going to go. Timer, y'all know me. Is that way? All right, here we go. We get 3, 2. All right. Sick 'em, man. Appreciate
Sick
you guys.
'em.
Good
Sick
to see you.
'em.
All right, y'all. Thank you so much. That's Michelle and Eric.
Eric and Michelle, thanks for
Shero
coming
from-
out.
Yes, and they.
Oh, we've been rocking and rolling, Jay. It's nonstop, baby. It's nonstop.
See, now
We
you know
rocking
it's like
and
the
rolling.
live stream. This is what the
We-
streamers do all
listen.
day. He's tired. I can tell it.
No,
He
no.
was my roommate. I
No,
know this guy.
no, I'm not rubbing my eyes. I get to rubbing the eyes. I'm good. I'm
This is that
good.
giveaway.
Hey, we rocking and rolling, Jay. More
These my
athletes
two
coming
faves
out.
right here. See, thanks for coming by, y'all.
Hey, it's been fun, Jay.
It's been, hey, man.
Jay, it's been
I
great.
mean, how often do we get to sit down with former teammates and just chop it up and just talk and communicate and just figure out what's going on?
It's what we're trying to do. The Baylor Track Homecoming. This is what we're trying to do, guys. Y'all have to come check us out. Come check us out.
Yeah.
Let's make sure we keep this thing rolling.
Yeah,
Jay, we got to try to
love
keep it rolling.
We love it. Hey, Kiana, can you make sure everybody, we have tons of food, drink, we have stuff in the cooler, and if we run out of anything,
Yeah.
y'all, there's boxes underneath, more Whataburger stuff, more of everything.
Yeah,
All right,
we got
'cause
the
can't take
the
this with
athletes
us.
out.
I might be packing your trunk on the way home.
Jay, what you think the environment look like?
Man.
We got the athletes out, everything.
Yeah. Hey, Michelle, did y'all get some swag? Oh, please get a hold. We have Whataburger keychains.
All
Oh,
over
yeah,
there.
please. We have stuff underneath, so take as much as you want. Hey,
Yeah, we-
Kiana, can you help her with boxes? Or Court, can you help her? There's more Whataburger stuff.
Yeah, underneath. Jay, man, the weather's great. Oh my gosh.
This has just been a dream, man. We have the athletes right here. I mean,
We got the Aggies in, and the Aggies out here.
man, we got fan. You can see, probably can't see his
The
fan
FanFest.
You can see the. Hey, and Michelle, take
We
as
love
much. We have a ton.
We
And,
enjoying
it's
it
just
out here.
great. See,
Great weather. The guests, man, I guess, man, we done had great
Man, I
group.
wish I could get up and we have people. We have a group over here.
We have a
that's
group
just
over here that,
catching
hey,
up, eating. We have food, light snacks and drinks.
drinks. We got cookies. We got
See,
all
Michelle?
that. Bye, Michelle.
Yeah, I mean, so we got to thank our people because we. First of all, I want to really thank Benny Keith. We haven't given them
Benny
enough.
Keith,
They
yeah.
provided a lot
Yes.
of beverages for us, a lot of beers, and I think that's just part of tailgating.
Yeah, we have Whataburger, big
Yeah,
sponsor. Hey,
Whataburger.
talk about what we got Whataburger
Man,
offering.
well,
It's-
here's the thing. So one lucky fan is going to walk away with Whataburger for a year, and they have a bunch of swag, a bunch of stuff here. So. You have to be here to win. It's going to be exciting. Also have to thank our old coach, Tom Hill, Wahoo Sports Entertainment, Starlink, everything
Right.
to help make this happen. Because it's a lot. A
Yeah.
lot of people don't realize that getting all this stuff over here is just incredible. And see, look at that tent right there. See that?
Yeah, you said it. Yep, you
And,
said it.
and who else have we forgot?
Jay, you didn't, but Jay, got to give kudos to Jay. Jay did a great job getting it all set up, getting everything prepared. We got it going on over here. We got it
Who
going
have
on.
next up? We're coming back to Jeff, but it's,
Mike Markworth. We got Mike
so we
coming
got
up.
about, we'll give him about 6. You want to give him a heads up to him about 60
Yeah,
seconds?
yeah.
So talk about 2 minutes. How about 2 minutes? So we'll talk for a little bit. Man, I tell you what, it's great. We're just in a great spot. Shout out to Coach Mike Ford, Baylor staff. They set us up in this location. They allowed so everybody could come. We have media credentials for everybody. They gave us a great primo location, worked with us tremendously.
Yes,
Some of
even
Ford's
Coach Mike Ford dropped in on us last night, hung out with us after a long, hard day.
It was hot too.
It was hot
So I know
all
it was hot.
yesterday. Shout out to Mike,
Shout out to
Coach Ford for coming out, hanging out, just talking track.
Yeah.
That's all we did.
Yeah.
Just talk track and just
It kind
reminisce.
of felt like the old days.
Yes,
You know what I mean?
yes. That's why I'm excited to be back, Jay.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
why I'm excited.
I hope we keep building this, and I said if one person showed up, this would be a success. I'll be honest with you. I said if we had one person show up, I thought it would be a success.
Man, everybody we reached out to,
Yeah,
that showed up, and they ready. They're not rushing.
yeah, absolutely.
They over here socializing with everyone else. So, oh man, this couldn't be any better, man.
Yeah, yeah.
Great weather.
Wait, hold on. I think we have Kristin before.
We got Kristin?
Yeah, we
okay.
have Kristin.
We do Kristin, yeah, okay.
Tell Mike, sorry, that's my bad.
Okay, no problem. Okay.
Hey, this is what a live stream is like, y'all. This is not ESPN. This is why people love coming on. You know, I'm getting text messages here.
Keep talking.
It's just been a great experience. And this is also what Baylor's about. Because, you know, a lot of programs, they're really just focused on what they have going on. You know, I know people at other schools, they don't open up the programs, let you come in like this.
And we came back. Ford and gave us that open door policy, man. He done showed us mad love since we've been here and got us in the prime spot.
Yeah.
Track stadium here. Football stadium here. Track athletes warming up behind us. Man, this is...
And make sure you're following at Baylor Track all over social media, and also Coach Ford, because he gave away 100 tickets to the first 100 athletes on social media.
And alumni come back.
Yeah.
Former track athletes come back. Jay, you know what? We haven't talked about one thing. One of the biggest things we said we're going to talk about.
Let's talk about it.
Since we're talking about Coach Ford and track, we know that there's a big legacy that Coach Hart left. That's the one thing that he really loved.
Pioneer.
And that he brought to the table for Baylor Track and Field. And it's called the Excellence Fund.
Mm-hmm.
Want to talk about that a little bit?
I mean, it's a fund he started because everyone knows the school gives you a budget. And he fundraised the Wins Fund. He started the Excellence Fund. And it's like an account that they have that allows the coaching staff to pay for things, to go on trips, to purchase things that are outside of their budget that coaches know that they need to be successful.
Absolutely. As a track coach myself at a private Christian school in Houston, you know, we've been blessed to have a booster club.
Yeah.
It's basically like a booster club, basically, but
anybody can give.
Anybody can give.
You don't have to be a big donor with your name on there, like one of the people we have coming up a little bit later.
Yes.
But it could be $10, $20, $100, $5, whatever. What do we say? How do we give?
Listen. Me and Jaden basically said we're going to give.
Yeah, we're giving.
We live now. We're telling y'all that we're going to give to the Excellent Fund. We can't be telling y'all about it if we're not giving.
Yeah.
So, but like Jay say, whatever you got, you can go. Mike told us Baylor Track and Field. Click on more. Is it more options or just
on the Baylor Track
on the Baylor Track and Field page?
The Baylor Track page.
The Baylor Track and Field page. Under more, click on that, and then you'll see Excellence Fund down there, and you can sign up to give. All that you give online. So basically, support Baylor Track and Field. And Coach Ford.
Help the future. Help us stay competitive
with this NIL stuff is crazy. And you know, we're doing a good job here. Coach Mike Ford doing a good job. The track team's ranked, men and women ranked, and he's getting, I think,
school records.
School records.
Yesterday in the heptathlon.
TK, she's doing her thing in the 200. She's ranked in the nation.
They broke the 400-meter women's world record, or women's 400-meter hurdles when I was here at the Baylor Invite.
Yes. Our pole vaulters are doing crazy things. Pole vaulters.
Okay. We gotta get you in a minute.
What am I gonna say? I'm gonna talk about how we made cookies.
You ready?
All right.
Kermit Ward's here. Bring him in.
Well, let's do you real quick.
We get you real quick, then you go entertain.
I mean, I'll just say a few things.
We get Kristin. Come on in.
All right. First of all, she came and rushed us, okay, y'all. But we're gonna roll with it.
I came to tell you that Kermit Ward is here.
I appreciate that.
We're gonna get to Kermit. We gotta get to you first. She's been a big part.
Dr. Kermit Ward.
All right.
Was the superintendent of Vernon School District. He just retired.
Shout out to Kermit. We're gonna have him
on.
But first of all, we gotta do a warm welcome. Though. First of all, someone who I've known your family for so many years. I mean, we're both Midwesterners. She grew up in Minnesota, although her whole family's here now, primarily. You know, someone who has left a big mark on this program, right? Historic in so many ways. I still think of that 4x18 that you guys ran. You know, one of the greatest to ever do it. First of all, welcome to the show. Kristin Hill, how are you?
Thank you. I'm doing great. This is so fun. I'm so glad you organized this, Jay. You got this big VIP Dion over here.
He's a big ticket.
So look, there's only like about 12 people here, but I think in years to come, it's going to be overflowing.
Well, you know what?
That's the goal.
Here's the thing. I said if one person came outside, we would be a success. And so I feel like a lot of people in life, they focus on step 500 and they miss 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1 is the biggest step, just getting started. I'm taking this as success. Y'all are stealing my sunshine today.
Yeah.
No, I agree.
Not today.
I mean,
not today, Jesus.
it takes a special group of people to appreciate track and field. It's not. I feel like it's not hard to enjoy football. It's not hard to enjoy, basketball. We all love to go to the Masters and clap and watch that amazing thing. But like, this is a special group of people, and so I think having all this, fun. Extra stuff just makes a bigger draw.
Yeah. So talk about this. We are obviously all teammates, and you're a historic figure at the program. What does it mean when you come back? I know you come back all the time, so it may not mean as much to you because you come out to the cross country meets. I see you at the home meets. You're at all the Baylor events. What does it mean when you look and you see the legacy of Coach Hart? You see we're here on Nebraska. We're at the old stadium with the train running by and the beeper going off, and the training room was underneath. What does this moment feel like for you when you come back each time?
Well, I guess it just, life takes a beating, life takes a toll on us. I don't mean that to be negative, but like when I'm out here, I'm like, man, I used to do this. I used to be in great shape, and I made the best friends of my life. And, because I had coaches that cared about me, I wanted to keep doing it. And so it's good memories, and I also am honored to be affiliated with people that were, Olympians and VIPs, and, I was none of that, but I still, get to come back and have relationships with those people. So that's what it means to me.
That's good. As far as the track program, what do you see, in your own opinion, the direction that Coach Mike Ford is taking the track program, especially coming from the program we were at with Coach Hart?
Well, I don't think I'm the best person to answer that because I'm really not in the know with the daily and the recruiting. But I think he's got a great staff. My husband Tom actually went to New York to recruit Michael Ford as an athlete. So, he's known Michael for years. And then obviously Michael ran for Coach Hart. Obviously Michael coached with Todd Harbor. I just can't explain the amount of joy that we felt when he got the job as the head coach. It was no surprise, really, but it was still just amazing. And, Stacey Bowers-Smith, having her in the program, having, is it Brandon? Mm-hmm. Brandon Richards.
Yep.
He's got a legacy at Baylor through his family and his certainly his grandfather, yes.
First person on the Wheaties spot, 1952.
Bob Richards, yes.
Yeah, Bob Richards.
And just the facility itself, of course. And I know everything's different now that we're, what do you call it when they're, like the recruiting, everything's different. We're in the
like the NIL.
The NIL transfer portal.
And I don't understand that at all, so I'm not going to pretend like I do. But I know it's different. I know people kind of have a little bit more mobility, move and shift, perhaps. But my hope would be that Baylor would create such a family atmosphere like it did for us, that people would want to stay. Because this is such a short window of 4 years where you are, and I never was in a position where I could go to some team and make $1 million my first year. Like I had no, that wasn't my experience. But I know some of these kids can do that if they're in multi-sports. But life goes fast, and relationships mean a lot. So that's what I see at this program.
Yeah, I've been saying it all day. It's family. I see Baylor track and field as family. Some of my best friends and closest friends who I met here at Baylor University. So that's always, when Jay was talking about coming back, when starting this, it's like, count me in. Let me check my calendar. As long as I'm clear, I'm in. I'm in. So yes, it's just being back. For me, it's just coming back, seeing you guys. I see so much track and field.
Yeah.
And I'm fine with not watching the track meet. But this is important to me, to get to socialize with people I haven't seen in years and everything. So coming back to an event like this, what does that mean to you?
I mean, I agree. I think when you were talking, I was thinking, like, why did we get close? Why did we get so close? I think it's because we suffered together, like it's not like we went into battle, it's not like we're in a war. I'm not going to dramatize going to track practice, but when you know that you've got a hard workout coming the next day and the next day and the next day and people
Yes.
you're doing it with, like, you understand, and so that makes you closer quicker.
Yes.
When you're middle-aged and you can turn your air conditioning on and shut the blinds and be like, I don't want anybody to, talk to me. You're not gonna bond with people like that. So we had that experience. I didn't have a car for most of the time, so every time I
Wait,
needed
what?
to get to the track, I had to like find people to give me a ride.
I don't think I knew that.
I didn't have a car, so I was like, hey, do you have a car? Like, can you pick me up?
And
So that helped me bond with people. Whoever gave me a ride.
and the answer was pretty much always Jay. I didn't have a car when I came in.
I didn't have
Jay
a car.
had a car.
Yeah.
Jay came in.
At
It's
the
like,
end, I had a car.
let's go. Yeah, at the end, I
At
had
the
a car.
end. I've been to almost every church in Waco because on Sunday I'd be like, hey, where are you going to church? Can I go with you?
I love
We
that.
love it. We love
No
it.
car.
We love it. We
And
love
I
it.
certainly didn't have a cell phone. That's the other reason. I mean, I'm attached to my cell phone like everybody else, but I also think that we lived at an age where, on the bus, what were we doing? We were talking.
Right.
Yes.
So,
Oh yeah. Well, it's different age too. I remember back when if you were interested in like a girl, like the guys, like you'd go to the dorm and physically go to the dorm and you talk to them, either on the steps or on the couch inside. Because remember, there's no couldn't go. I think you had like 2 hours on Saturday.
Yeah.
Is that right? Am I right?
Yeah, you had like this little window and you could like be on the first floor.
I remember writing, as we say, love notes, letters, and waiting on the mailman to see if I got the response.
What about a mixtape? Did you ever make a mixtape?
You had to push the play.
He was around.
And what were the songs on the mixtape?
Push it, and you have to wait. You try to record. You listen to something on the radio. It's like, they say your song gonna come on.
Kasem came on, and you're
Then
like, wait,
you
Secret Love is
hit,
on.
then hit the
play.
record.
Hit record.
Yeah, you might get you might get the DJ talking in between, but you got your song. You got your song.
It was a good day.
Oh man, I
Good.
looked at that picture when I was editing the video where I came by and did your announcement video. And there's a picture of Coach Hart who was in a suit, and it was all of you guys. And it's a great moment.
Yeah. When you mean last year?
No, it was, so there's two in there. There was one from your running days. He's in a suit, and then one when you came back for the signing.
Oh, okay.
So talk about the leap from the previous
Yeah.
one. She didn't watch her own video, y'all.
No.
So she didn't watch it. But
That one picture with the four of us, that was at Notre Dame, and we were qualifying for the indoor 4x8 relay. And so Coach Hart took us to qualify. It was a 300-meter track indoor, so we ran a good enough time. And that was a really special trip. It was Janet Dollins and Natalie and
JD.
Patricia Sherman and Heather Van Dyke and me, I guess. So that was that special trip, and then that was during the Gulf War. I think
That
it
was the
in
legendary
1991.
picture.
Yeah.
That's the one that's like the famous picture of y'all, that
Yeah.
Well,
group.
the one on the podcast or the video or whatever, that was the qualifying. But then there's another one when we actually got All-American.
Gotcha.
We got
So this
four-
was the meet before.
the meet before the qualifying.
Yep.
So anyway, that was a really special time with Coach Hart. He was a gentleman the whole time, and we just felt really special because he made that effort to take us to get the qualifying time, and so that was really cool. And then
Awesome.
I was just thinking about a year ago is when Coach Hart was out here with his book, right, Sherry? He was
Yeah.
signing copies of his book, Once Around Is Enough. And, he was sick at that time, but he was still energetic, and he just, I think, had great care and knew that people loved him. And I hate to say funerals, his funeral was, a fun event. It was sad, but so many people came back. And that was the last time I saw you guys,
Yes.
so that was amazing.
And that's where this was birthed.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Because
We
after the
started
funeral,
this,
we went to the
Yeah.
track,
Yes.
I remember, like,
We took pictures together. All this.
Yep.
So, anyway.
Yeah, so that's where this came out. Like, I love telling the story now because we're here. I was looking around and I was thinking Coach Hart brought us all together.
He did.
And now
Yes.
he got us here. He got us this far. And it's our job to take it into the future and carry the baton forward.
Agreed. I couldn't agree more, Jay. Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, hopefully, like, I just met a lady of somebody who.
Kiana Horton.
Yeah, Kiana Horton. Okay, I met her mom. I just had a great conversation with her mom, and I thought, I'm so glad she came to this tailgate. Like, she's a nurse, I'm a nurse. We just chatted for 20 minutes. So, a new friend. Like, it's not all about us saying we're in the club. It's all about us. It's like, no, let's bring in new friends because, again, I think I'll close with this because I think you need to talk to Dr. Ward. But just, life is a beating sometimes, and you need to look for these milestones to be together and to reconnect. That can, and not everybody's an extrovert. Not everybody has to have 1,000 friends, but I think just, getting people to know that we love them, about them, and we want to get together.
Totally agree. That makes total sense.
I mean, you can
Total
be
sense.
more of a one friend, two friend person, but just make an effort to come if you can't come every year. But that's what I would say. So.
And I love, and this is open to
You heard that?
any friend of the program. This is not just Baylor. There's so many people. Think about it. There's people who gave money for our scholarship, who came and cheered us on, who came and they keep coming out. So this is a big tent.
Yes, it's a big tent.
Like literally a bigger tent.
We'll need a bigger tent though.
Yeah, we'll cross that bridge when we get to those numbers. We'll cross that bridge. In the tent, we can get a bigger tent.
We got to.
We got to.
I hope it encourages Coach Ward and his staff because, like I said, we could be sitting up in the stands, and hopefully I'm planning to go do that and watch some of the races. But just like this is a fun time that your kid wants to run around on the little field back here. You can do that.
Yep.
Thank you so much for coming
Thank
on.
you. We got to get our picture. We got to get a picture.
Okay, alrighty.
It's like going through withdrawal.
And we got to get with you.
And the 200. Yes, I was. I missed her so much. Like, I never thought I would see this day where when she was young, I was like, oh, I can't wait.
Thank you, Chris.
Oh, you're the best. Thank you so
Should I
much.
tell Dr. Ward to come over here?
Yes, we're going to do a quick hit, because we have Jeff coming back, and we
got
have
Mike.
coming. He's
Mike.
going to close us out, though. Mike's the anchor leg. So we're
Mike,
going.
we're going to let you close us out.
You're the anchor leg, Mike.
Not yet.
I'm not much.
No, you're
We're going to let
anchor
him
leg.
go real quick, and then we're going to let you close us out, Mike.
Come on
If you got a minute.
Man, first of all,
Man,
welcome.
I've been wanting to meet this guy, man, for years. Everybody, man, Kermit. Kermit Warren, Kermit. I was like, man, I've heard the name, but never
So
met
first
him.
of all, got to do an introduction. First of all, everyone. So for many of us who came to the program, we heard about this guy, Kermit Ward.
Absolutely.
And the legendary group of quarter milers that he was here with. So first of all, welcome to Jay's Tailgate Nation. Jay Hicks, Dion Miner, Kermit, welcome.
Hey, I feel welcome, but actually I feel right at home. So this definitely has a home type feeling for me. So this it's like homecoming.
Good
for me,
stuff.
so I'm glad to be here.
Yeah, so talk about this. Obviously, there's Dion actually did a video for him. He was talking about the names been on the track. I think yours is over there on that side. So talk about what it means. You're kind of what I would consider an OG. Much love, much respect. Can I say that?
Yeah, don't get offended when these youngsters call you an OG. It's like they call you an OG. I was like, break it down. And they broke it down to me. Then when they broke it down, it made sense. I'm like, okay, I'm an OG then.
Yeah. So you're OG, and now you're coming back. You were at the old stadium. Now we're over here.
Wish we would have had something like this close to campus and close to where we live. It just kind of shows the university's commitment to the program and all the things that the guys before during my era and the coach, the legendary coach himself. It just lets you know it's a demonstration of what he meant to the program and what the guys who came before have actually done for the program.
I got to do a quick shout out. We got to do LaGerald Bettis Sticks in the building.
LaGerald Bettis in the building, baby.
I had to. We got to give
Sticks in the building.
But so man,
so hold on, Jay. This one I've been waiting on. This one. I've been waiting on this. Kermit, man, you a legend around here.
Man, I wish I could say that, man.
No. Listen, you are a legend around here. So many people have told us. It's my first time meeting you. They was like, man, you meet Kermit? Man, Kermit was a fool. Kermit was crazy. Kermit was good. Kermit. I've heard so many Kermit Ward stories. So for me, it's a pleasure, bro. Real talk for me to be
but I've heard
sitting
a lot
here.
about you too, man.
Man, but yeah, give me a story. Give me one of your favorite memories on the track team, cause I've heard stories about you. I just want to I need to hear it from yourself.
I got one right off the top.
Talk.
We had a track meeting. It was in Jamaica, which the kind of heat that Jamaicans bring, and A&M was there. We went over there really just to run one race. We ran the quarter mile. We had one guy that actually cramped up at the end, so it put us a little bit further behind. And Coach Hart actually did something he never did. He changed up the running order. Usually I ran second. Raymond Pierre ran first.
Ray was out the gate.
Which
Okay.
It was interesting because me running second, it was the absolute worst leg to run if Raymond is your leadoff.
Yeah.
Because you're in the stagger.
Yeah.
And I was telling someone this the other day. You're in the stagger and I'm the only one moving. And so by the time you give it to me, I'm 10 or 15 yards in front.
And out. You out.
And you feel like the rabbit. And so I felt like it was a lot of pressure, just trying to stay ahead. Well, he put Raymond and Michael on third and fourth. I think Raymond ran third, Michael ran fourth. And I can't remember who. I think it was Terrell. We had an 800 meter guy.
TD. Yeah,
Terrell
Terrell.
ran first. Terrell had a cramp, and so he just didn't finish as strong as he normally was trying to finish. And I couldn't do nothing. I couldn't close the gap on A&M. I can tell you now, by the time we gave it to Raymond, man, we were a good 30 yards behind. I mean, really, we were that far behind. And I'm just thinking, we'll just try to get second and just try to keep second. Raymond split a 43 that day. I had never seen that before. And Michael split a 43 that day, and we nipped A&M at the tape. And I'll say that had to be one of the better memories. But I'll say one that's kind of even with that was, don't remember the year, but it was Texas Relays, and you had that same quartet. You had Terrell, Raymond, Michael, me, and we ran the sprint medley, and we set a world-leading record. I still remember.
I remember Michael talking about
we ran
that.
a 3:13.
I remember that.
Sprint medley, 200, 200, 400, 800.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
I remember them talking about that. Yeah.
Raymond ran the first 200. I ran the second 200. Michael ran the 400, and Terrell ran the 800, and it wasn't even close. But it was hot that day in Austin. That race really did take a lot out of us. Coach Hart knew we were tired, but really wanted to go with us in the 4x4. Now, I'll also say the night before was the 4x2.
Yeah.
We ran a world-leading 120. Remember the time? 121.1.
121. Yeah.
Michael nipped A&M at the end because by the time we got to the ankle leg, they had a lead on us, and Michael went and got him, and we actually won Friday night. We came back and won the sprint medley and set a world-leading time in that. And we were drained. Hot day, sweating like crazy. And Coach Hart went and talked to someone who opened up an air-conditioned building for us. We didn't even stretch. We went in the building and just laid down and didn't move. And Coach Hart knew we weren't going to do anything. And he said, I'll come back and get you with his time. And so he came back and got us right before the mile relay. And I'm looking at my teammates, and I'm thinking, guys, I just don't know if I can do this. I'm tired. And they all said the same thing. So the announcer, I don't know who that guy was, but the announcer is just somewhat legendary at the Texas Relays.
Gonna get you right.
And so hey man, he's going through each lane, telling the school, telling who's running, telling what they did, how they got here. So he gets to lane 4, which is what we're in. You know that's where we belong. We get to lane 4, and he said, that's what he said. He said, and in lane 4, he pauses, and he said, well, we'll come back to that one. Hey, when he said that, it was all over. I was ready then, man.
You was good to go.
I was ready then. And so he comes back to us,
yeah,
and he introduces all of us, and he says, and at the end he says, he talks about what we did in the 4x2, he talks about what we did in the sprint medley, he says, and they're back with the same 4. And I said,
oh, it's go time.
I'm ready.
It's go time. It's go time.
So, hey, man, same thing. Raymond Braves be that stick man with probably about 15 yards out. And what you worried about is, you're not worried about getting caught. Nobody's catching me with a 15-yard lead. Yeah. But you don't want anybody to even close.
Get close. There it is.
And so I think we ran like a 3:01 that day, man. And so we all felt pretty good, considering that we ran that and we were so drained. So those, I've got so many memories to share, but those are my 2 biggest athletic memories. Were those 2 things, man.
Yeah. Well, I wanted to hear from you. Trust me, if I've heard those stories many times, and it's always good to hear from Kermit. It was like, man, Kermit, man, everybody, we've been trying to get you, man. Jay, we lucky today. Dude, everybody's been trying to get Kermit Ward to come around, come out,
too
man.
Funny, man, because I just will tell you, my contribution to the program, I feel like it's probably this big when everyone else is just grand.
Yeah.
I'm just a guy that just came in, and I felt always fortunate, and I have an extreme amount of gratitude just for the university giving me an opportunity to come here and extend my career and allow me to actually graduate with a degree. And And I don't
Right.
take that for granted because I had so many teammates of mine that came in with the same opportunity, but just didn't have the grit to continue and move forward to graduate. And so I just appreciate. I'm appreciative and thankful for the university to give me that opportunity to be able to come back.
Yeah, that's good stuff. And you seem like you had a pretty good group of teammates. Talk about your teammates a little bit.
It was a special time at the university. I happened to compete with two guys that were world class.
Right.
My national championship meet my junior year was in Provo, Utah.
Yeah,
And I
heard
got
about that
the
one.
opportunity to see Raymond become a national champion. And that wasn't just for Raymond Pierre. That was for the entire program.
For
That
Baylor.
was for me too.
For Baylor
And
Nation.
so to see him win that, and it was the degree of grace that he actually won that in, because he looked like he won that with ease. I mean, he won
Yeah.
that, man, he probably won that race by 5 or 7 yards, man. And he looked smooth doing it. And it just made you realize the culmination of hard work that led up to that point. Because Raymond was a guy that, the dreadful day and for practice. What day is that?
495.
It's Tuesday.
Tuesday, yeah.
So
the 200s on Monday, 495.
And hey, actually the 200 days, that was an easy day for me. I was okay with that.
Oh, me too.
I didn't want Coach Hart to know that was easy, but the 495 day, you were in class
Thinking about
the 495 in class. And here's the thing, man, that was a day that was designed for quality, not quantity. Right. He just wanted 2 good 495s out of it.
That's it.
That was it.
2.
And it seems easy, but again, that's one that you wake up on Tuesday morning thinking, God dog, man, I got these 495s a day. And so to go circle back to Raymond was the guy that you pair up and run that. So it'd be 2 people. Raymond was the guy that everybody would be standing back saying, you run with it. You run with it. No, you run with it. Yeah. Because he would approach a practice as if it was competing. And so, Coach Hart would give you a time to come in the 400.
Yeah, oh yeah.
And he'd stand right there at that line waiting on you to come by, and he'd call your time out. That's kind of putting you on spot, too.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
And so, you may start the season off coming across that 452, and by the time you hit nationals, he wants you to come through it in 46, 47. And so Raymond, hey man, and this is how we knew something was in the pot for Raymond. At that national championship meet the week before we went, Coach dropped that down to a 46, and I'm thinking in my mind, how the heck am I gonna make that? Raymond went first, and Coach Hart actually did this, and he did it a little louder than what he normally does. And if you stand there close to it, you can hear what everybody's time is. If you're standing right there by it, Raymond came across that in 45 and looked good doing it. It still had 100 yards to go. It looked good doing extra 100. Came across at 45, and Coach Hart said that as loud as he could because he wanted everybody to know he came in at 45. What's next for you all? And so it was just a time where my era was a time where you had some world-class guys, and you worked to try to actually stay in the same league, in the same building with them.
So let me ask you this. Obviously, lost coach in the fall. What is your take in his place in track and field in world's history?
Definitely at the top of the game. You can't mention USA track and field. You can't mention 400 meters. You can't mention 200 meters without actually thinking about the contributions and the athletes that actually came up under his leadership. Just a fantastic individual. I think he died, 96 years old, 95 years old?
Was
I'm not sure. I thought it was 80 something, but
No, he was in his 90s.
He was in his 90s.
Yeah, he was in his 90s.
Yeah.
No, I just saw Max East 91.
Okay, he's at least
You're
mid
right,
90s.
Coach. No, you're right. That's
And so what I'll tell you is that you look at someone and they get to 90 and they still have a full life. Well, with Coach Hart, you have this weird vibe about you, and you still say, gone too soon. That's just hard for me to imagine that, but you still say he's gone too soon. But he just did so much, and you just felt like it was still a lot of people that it left in the world that he still could impact. So let me tell you a good story about him. Not too long ago, I think it may have been maybe 5 years ago, we had the conference meet here.
Okay.
And so I came to the Big 12 conference meet, and wasn't expecting to run into him. I had never been inside the new facility, so I walked in and walked right up on him. We're talking, but he had never called my name, and so I didn't know if he still remembered me.
Yeah.
So we had talked for about 5 minutes, and he didn't say my name. So I said, Coach, I said, do you know my name? And so he just paused, froze, looked at me, stepped back a little bit, and he says, sure, I know your name, Kermit. And then doubled down on me, and started talking about individual races that we were in. And I'm like, how crazy was I to even think that?
Yeah.
Mine was still sharp as a tack. Yeah. I mean,
Always been like
just
that.
started talking about individual races,
Sharp.
individual or group races, kind of like that me recalling the Texas relays in Jamaica.
Yeah.
We talked about stuff like that, and I'm thinking, how crazy was I to even assume that he actually didn't know who I was?
Yeah. That's
just a great individual. Surely will be missed.
Right. So, have to ask you, so we kind of wrap here. Talk about this. You've been coming out to meets. You know, one of the things I really love is even after he left us, Coach Ford, the staff, Stacy's on there, and a bunch of other people right around the program. What do you talk about the legacy, Coach Ford? We want to make sure we're focused on the future as much. We know they're still running races. What is your take? Like, what is your impression of the Baylor Track and Field program in 2026 and 2027 and moving on?
Well, I'll say this first and foremost. I actually think that it's perhaps maybe an unwritten rule that you have to be associated with this program in order to lead it. Because anyone else that actually has been given the reins of this program.
right.
Have actually been deeply rooted and attached to the program.
Right.
And so I just think that's, you're not going to find that written anywhere, but that's kind of the understanding. I'm glad that Ford is the coach. He did a good job representing the university when he was an athlete. He's doing a good job representing it as a coach.
Oh,
I
yeah.
want to see us reclaim our title as quarter miler U.
Come
I
on.
think we kind of take a little bit of a step back because this was ours. This is what we do.
But you know what, Kern? Let's not get it twisted. There's been a lot of programs out there claiming 400U, quarter miler U. They can try to claim it, but
Sure.
this is the original,
Sure.
right? Can we make it live? Let them know this
For
is
sure.
the original.
But I expect this program to actually get back to the level where they are a major contender or the front runner for races like the 200, 400, and the 4x4. And it's just been a while, but I'm quite sure the effort and the recruiting and the hard work that the guys do in practice will get us back to that level.
Yeah, we sure appreciate that. Yeah, hey, this is the original quarter miler U now. Let's not go.
Sure.
This
Everyone
is
has
quarter
to make
miler
that
U.
claim.
Yeah.
But this is where it all started. That title didn't
Absolutely.
even exist until we got it. We captured it and we carried it for years and years and years.
Absolutely. Man, Kermit Ward.
Man,
It's a pleasure.
it's
My
a pleasure,
pleasure,
man.
man.
Hey, Kurt, man, appreciate you coming through.
You
brother.
bet,
Come
man.
through.
Man, this dude's a
Thank you for the
legend right here.
invitation.
This dude's a legend.
Legend.
Man, that Jamaica race though. He was talking about that Jamaica race, man.
That sprint med. I remember that sprint med.
Man.
Michael, Tony, all those guys
I was
talk about
jealous
that.
because
313.
remember, we never left the U.S. Remember that when they went down there?
No,
remember
we
Jamaica? Remember
never
you
left.
kept
No,
begging for us to go back to Jamaica.
We couldn't make it down to Jamaica, but I'm fine with that, Jay. I was fine with that. We lit them up at Texas Relays. Texas Relays was our thing. That was our thing. So, man, Jay, we rocking and rolling,
Hey,
baby.
we're gonna bring Jeff back,
You-
man.
you
Jeff
good?
Cunningham.
Let's get Mark on.
Mark first.
Mike, yeah, get him. Let's go and get him. Then we'll end with Jeff because Jeff talk.
You guys need me back?
We gonna wrap up with you. We gonna get Mike over here. Let's get Mike over here because we know we gonna be wrong. We might be going a little longer.
Yes.
Yes.
Hey, we're here with the whatever's comfortable.
I've got this Dion.
Shades.
Yeah, I got
The
my
blenders on.
I got my blenders
Got your
on.
blenders on. First
Kind
of
of looking
all,
like Dion.
Mike,
Hey.
welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Man, big impact. A lot of people, you know, in the Baylor track community know you. Even people who don't know you know your name is obviously on the media box here in the facility.
All it takes is a little money. It probably wasn't because of my athletic prowess. It was because of a little money. So.
Hey, this is an honor for me. This guy here, I got to look in the. I'm here. has been one of my biggest supporters, good friend. When Jay reached out to me, asked me, Dion, who do we get on here? What was the first name I said?
Wow.
First name I said, we got to get him on here. He's been great to me and my family. Love this guy, man. Love this guy.
Love this guy.
Glad to have him here.
Love your wife and your daughter Bailey. What an amazing talent. Wish she was wearing green and gold, but I know you're proud of her. We're all so proud of her.
Yeah.
She did a fabulous job in the recent Texas relays. So I'm looking for her for years ahead. It's going to be really exciting.
Yeah, looking forward to it and everything. So we got you, Jay. We got him here, Jay. We got him here. I told you I told him, I said, if I reach out to Mike, I got to give him some advance notice. I said, I know Mike. He's going to come through for me. I know he's going to come through. So, Jay, shoot away, Jay. I got him here, Jay. Let's go.
I'm a big Baylor guy. I know you're a big Baylor guy. I have to ask you, when did you first fall in love with Baylor University?
I think it was what they're celebrating this weekend is that 76 Southwest Conference Championship track and field team.
76 one.
Was it indoor they won or outdoor?
Indoor.
I remember that, and I was a junior in high school that year, and I was a pole vaulter. I was a 14-foot junior pole vaulter, not bad for high school. And so I kind of had my eyes set on either Baylor or LSU or maybe even TCU close to my home in Fort Worth. And then I learned that piqued my interest. They won the conference, and then I learned that the world record holder in later years, Billy Olson from Abilene, Texas, had signed at Baylor, and his freshman year was my senior year in high school. And so I said, I'm going to go to Baylor, and I contacted Clyde Hart. I was close to a 15-footer in high school and didn't qualify for any kind of scholarship. Vaulters didn't contribute like you guys do. But anyway, I signed at Baylor, all excited to spend the next 4 years with Billy Olson. Show up on campus in the fall. Billy's transferred to Abilene Christian.
Wow.
So, but anyway, Clyde Hart was great, and he had Hugh McMaster, who was the vaulting coach. He wasn't a world-class vaulting coach, but he was a good guy.
Coach Q McMasters,
yeah.
I know, I remember.
Yeah, and so Bill Wimberly was a high jumper. He was the star, probably field event guy we had. And Mark Collins was there at the time. His senior year was my freshman year, and he kind of started that quarter-miler U. I think Mark Collins is the first guy
remember that name.
within that club.
I remember that name, Mark Collins, and then probably after Mark, the one name, Zeke Jefferson.
Yeah, Zeke, yes.
Zeke Jefferson.
He came my senior year. Yeah, he was fantastic. And we had Bill Hartson there. He was good, too.
Remember that one? Yep.
Mark Collins did not look like an athlete. I remember seeing him stretching and warming up, and the guy looked sickly. He looked like he was just, keel over. But his last 100 yards in a 440 were amazing. He had an incredible kick and won the Southwest Conference, I think, 3 years in a row. So.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
Back in the 440 days,
The 440, yeah, 440.
So talk about once you talk about this new stadium, right? Of course, you were at the old stadium, but we're at the new one. How do you feel about being just so integrally involved with this program?
Yes, I am so proud I made a donation to put my name on the press box here, and of course it's aptly called Clyde Hart Track and Field Stadium. With my name above that press box, I kind of confuse it a little bit with Markworth Stadium. It's not Markworth Stadium, but anyway.
I do the same thing too, Mike. I would. I'm not even gonna lie to you.
But it's funny, and I'm just thrilled to be a part to help support Clyde Hart. I've kept up with he and Maxine for a number of years. Maxine was one of my favorite professors at Baylor. She taught Business 101.
I had a business.
And I got more out of that class when I graduated Baylor. I remember sending back letters to her that she would, in her classroom the next week, show on the overhead projector of some of my eloquently written letters that she taught me how to write.
I just saw her this week, and one thing she taught us is to always carry a nice pen. And remember, she told you don't have to have, remember back in the day, it was like the gold cross pens. She's like, you don't have to do that. It just has to look nice and professional. Remember, that was one of her assignments, at least for when I was there.
Yes. So yeah, I contributed here and was real close with Todd Harbor. Todd Harbor was my suite mate my freshman year. He came to Baylor the same year I did. A great guy. In fact, I got in trouble with Coach Hart. I can tell a little track story.
Tell it.
In the fall time of year, I was a quarterback in high school. I was probably a better quarterback than I was a pole vaulter. And I had these yearnings to want to walk on at Baylor. I still feel remiss that I didn't give it a chance at Baylor to play football. But anyway, I was in the fall. We had a football group going in the back area, which was the athletic dorm. Yes. And Todd was a pretty good high school wide receiver for
Mark. I thought
Port Isabel. Port Isabel, yeah. And so I get Todd out there, and he goes, Mike, I'm probably not supposed to do this. Coach has told me no other extracurricular activities. He wants me to focus on track. I said, no problem, Todd. And sure enough, first game, we get Todd out there, and I throw like a 60-yard bomb. He dives to catch it, twists his ankle. The next week, Clyde Hart was all over me. Mike, you're hurting my number one recruit. You know? So we never got Todd back out there to play football.
That's funny.
Anyway,
what's your favorite either Coach Hart saying or experience that you had with him?
I think that one saying he said to me was,
hay is in the barn.
Yeah, hay is in the barn.
Tell Dion to let you tell your story.
I just remember him saying, Mike, you got to work at pole vaulting. It's a technical sport. There's a lot of physics involved. You have got to work. And he goes, Mike, the guy that's going to beat you is out there working out right now where we're sitting here. Come on, what's wrong? You know, and he would just motivate you to get out there. You know? And the vaulters usually stayed later than any other athletes in the week. Now, we didn't run our guts out like you did in those 600s, but our pole vaulting, you had to stay for hours and hours. It always seemed like we were the last to leave the track every night, and we would miss the Collins Hall dinner where all the good-looking girls were at Collins Hall.
That's how it was back then.
Yeah, we always wanted to go to Collins, and we always missed it, you know. So. But that was fun times. And Blake Burleson, I give a lot of appreciation to him. He was a senior when I was a freshman, and he was the best vaulter at Baylor. He was a 16-footer, and he was a great guy. And he's gone on to be a wonderful guy in the religion department. He's a professor here at Baylor. So.
And we had Coach Brabham. He popped up on us.
Yes, I would have preferred having Coach Brabham as our vaulting coach. Brabham was great, and what a long jumper! I think he jumped 26 something at Baylor.
26.9.
26.9.
That's world class. Yeah, that guy was amazing. Yeah, we had some great athletes, and I just feel so blessed to be a part of this alumni with you guys. You guys are the stars. I tell you, I take so much pride in being a tiny part of it. You know?
What are some of the things you've had a lot of success in your career in your life? Are there any things from being an athlete that you feel like kind of play as well into that success?
Yeah, I think that work ethic that Clyde Hart stressed so hard, no shortcuts, work hard, and I took that to the import-export business world that I imported products from China, Taiwan, Korea, Southeast Asia, all over for close to 40 years, and imported primarily ceiling fans, lighting fixtures, sold that business. A year later, I started a furniture import business, sold that eventually, and that's when I retired and started a non-profit. And now I'm a filmmaker. I'm recently.
Tell us about that.
I was about to ask that one.
Yeah, I in 2019 I started a non-profit to celebrate the birth of Western swing, which was the old Bob Wills cowboy jazz. Yeah, dancing, great dance music, and it's. Dion came to our big festival last year.
Wait, was that when Dion? I think I saw a picture of him with like a cowboy hat on.
Yes, he was stepping out in that cowboy hat. He looked good, and Claudia came too, and I'm so thankful. But yeah, I started that festival first, and then the Ken Burns documentary came out on country music, but he only touched on Bob Wills for like 10 minutes. He didn't really talk about Western swing, and I thought, you know, Western swing deserves its own. It's really its own genre of music, and it's really our official state music of Texas when you think about it. It's where all those dance halls got revived in the 30s and 40s, and then it spread to California and the whole country eventually with Bob Wills. But I decided to embark on creating a documentary that just covers the whole history of it. And it's called The Birth and History of Western Swing. Your viewers or listeners can see a trailer of the film at historyofwesternswing.com. If you go there, you can view the 3-minute trailer, and it'll be out for national broadcast early next year on PBS.
Congratulations!
I'm excited about that. Yeah, first time
big
filmmaker.
time.
I'm like the blind leading the blind. It's the hardest thing I've ever done in my life.
Really? Even harder than the import export?
Oh, it was, because I'm not a creative thinker. I'm a sales and marketing guy, and you have to be so creative in the film. And so I had to hire some creative people to help me get it done, so. But it turned out really well. I'm proud of it.
We went up to the viewing, man, and me and Clyde, we were just sitting back there like, oh, we didn't know this, but man, we had a great time. Mike.
It has a lot of great African American roots to that music.
Yes.
The jazz, the blues.
Yep.
And we can attribute a lot of genres in music because of that, but especially Western swing. And it's neat how these old cowboy guys would sit around and play jazz music on stringed instruments. So.
Yeah.
But I'm here for this big track meet today with Michael Johnson.
Yeah, talk about the new era. One of the things we want to do is help push the program forward. You come out to the meets, you see what Coach Ford is doing. I mean, it seems like school records are going down consistently.
Yeah, that's right. Michael Ford is doing a great job. And in the midst of a torrent right now of NIL and portal, it's a challenged world, but he's doing a great job. And I think just the legacy of Baylor, especially the sprints, middle distances, has such a legacy that we'll always do well in recruiting. But Michael's doing a great job, and he's recruiting not only in Texas, but internationally still, I think.
Yeah. Even has a nice pro training group here.
Yes.
We had a lot of pros that came over seeking his coaching, which is big time.
Sonia Richards-Ross, of course, Michael Johnson trained here through the 90s, all of the 90s, didn't he?
But now we got kids are coming from Great Britain, from London, from Europe, yes, Jamaica, so we got a good little group of professionals out here and everything. And actually, Stacy Smith is doing a great job with the jumpers.
I love
the
Stacy.
pole vaulters are on fire.
Brandon Richards. I was out here yesterday and watched. Didn't make it for the men's, but I watched the women's pole vault. We took 1, 2, 3 in the vault.
They on fire.
And I stood right by Brandon Richards and watched him coach. And he is phenomenal. He was an 18-footer in high school.
Yes.
He set the national high school record.
Yes.
Wish he would have come to Baylor, but we're not going to go down that
he
today.
did for the first 2 years and then left.
Went to UCLA.
Then left, right. Then left.
And his daddy was a 2-time gold medalist in the Olympics.
Yes.
Bob Richards.
Yeah.
First man ever on a Wheaties box.
On the Wheaties box. Yep. We was talking about that. We was talking about it.
Yeah.
Mike, man, shed some light on this FanFest that they got going on here. Football. It's right behind us. We got the spring game, the direction.
Is that tonight, the spring game tonight?
Yeah, today going on.
This afternoon.
This afternoon.
Oh,
so
good. Yeah.
They rocking and rolling the football program, kind of.
I've had season tickets for 20 years, even back in the old Casey Stadium. But I'm hoping, again, this NIL portal world is difficult, but Baylor's going to find a pathway. I truly believe it. Some more donors need to step up. I'm one of them. I'll try to step up some more because that's what we need to do to support paying some of these athletes, to get some of these good athletes here.
Get them in. Yeah. It's tough. This NIL portal, we was talking about it earlier. It's like you kind of get the feel there's no loyalty to when the kids, like I wanted to come to Baylor to run track.
Yeah.
I wanted to come to Baylor because of Coach Hart and the program that's built. The NIL, if that was back then, it would have been even crazier. But I always wonder, like, are these kids really loyal to the program, or it's just money? Let me go make the money and then I'm off to something else.
Yes. That's so true. It's just, it's a challenge, and I truly believe we'll get there. I know TCU seems to be doing okay. And Baylor can, have that same model, I
Right.
believe. And Doug McNamee, the new AD, I
Right.
think that was a good hire.
Yeah.
I sat with him yesterday at a Baylor philanthropy event and sat right beside him, and he just listening to him, it got me all excited. He's really got some big goals.
Bringing in the FanFest.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. So I think he'll hopefully do a fine job.
And I think there's some good examples. I look at a school like a Vanderbilt, right? Another private university.
Yes.
You know, obviously a large endowment. Both schools, there's, you know, similar. There's a little larger. But look at it, right? Before the NIL, they had some spurts of success, right? But nothing that was consistent. You know, James Franklin was there, and they've had some success. But now I think they were top 25 in football, men's and women's basketball. So I look at them and say, that's possible for us.
Yes, I think we can. Stanford's another example, you know. And I often thought that should Baylor get into a new conference of just private schools only, but no, we need to stay the course of the Big 12. It's a huge conference, especially for track and field. It's massive, and basketball as well. But it's just a difficult time now, and I think U.S. Congress is about to vote through some new rules and regulations on the NIL world, which will hopefully help even the playing field a little bit. These state schools seem to have such an advantage, and we've got to level that playing field, you know.
Yeah. Well, all right, so I have to ask you this. You have a lot of wisdom. You've done a lot of things, probably imported and been to places around the world that some people don't even know what the countries are. But if you're talking to a Baylor athlete today, right, and they're seeking wisdom, and you could give them a motivational speech, what would that speech be?
Well, just pursue your dreams. Don't be complacent. You know, no dream is too high to go after. And you know, Baylor provides such an academic pathway to success beyond your track and field years. It's just wonderful, and you can't pick a better university to come to for both athletics and academia. And we're lucky to have right here the Harvard on the Brazos right here.
Harvard on the Brazos. I like that.
Because you're an operator. Just looking at your career, and I love talking to operators. I do podcasting. So one of the things that it seems like your career, like you have this great vision, but you're like a get it done, you know, roll up your sleeve, get things done. How important it is, and it really is, we're talking about young people, right? Because I think sometimes when people say, hey, I want to be an entrepreneur, I want to be CEO, like they're thinking about like that suite over there. They're not thinking about the fact that you might be up to 3 o'clock in the morning fixing a problem, shipment's late, tracking is off.
You know exactly the drill. I mean, you and my wife could talk for hours about it because she suffered under my workaholic style. I would work till 3 o'clock in the morning many a night because, you know, Asia's 13 hours ahead, so I could work late at night and get another day's work in, you know, while they're waking up in the morning, I'm up late at night conversing with them and whatever. But yeah, I got such a great experience, not only on the sourcing side with all my suppliers in Asia, but also the selling side. I was very involved in that too, and I took no better pride than developing and creating new designs of these ceiling fans. We would go to Europe, my brother and I would go to European trade shows and try to capture some new ideas for the
something that hasn't hit the U.S. market.
Yeah, the aesthetic design, Europe was always ahead of the U.S., and so I would take those ideas, go back to the factories, we would develop new product. Sure enough, the next year it would be very successful in the marketplace. And to see that from A to Z, to see that product cycle, it was so gratifying. I took such pride in it, and I got to meet so many people in 55 countries in 40 years.
I told you guys.
It was great.
Wow.
I traveled all over the world.
Wow.
125 trips to Asia, if you can imagine. I paid my dues. This is back before the internet. You had to be there.
It's an operator, y'all. This is an operator.
You had to be there all the time to stay on top of the shipments. We were sourcing from 17 different factories and growing the business by 20% a year. It was a lot of fun.
I have to ask you, how much of that stamina, right? One of the things I think about today, doing what I do, running my creative agency, working for large organizations, is I feel like I got like the ability to go past the point where some people quit. Right?
That's right.
Do you feel like that's something that you got from athletics? Or?
Yes, I think athletics, without question, the work ethic especially, you get out of it what you put into it, you know, by all means. I often said that Santa Claus has been dead in the business world a long time ago. You know, you don't get gifts in the business world.
You just get problems.
Yeah, you work for
problems.
Occasionally you have some lucky breaks, but yeah, it's mostly through hard work. And an old guy that owned Justin Boot Company, he was 80 years old when he told me this, but he said, Mike, you know, it seems like I found out in my old age, the harder I work, the luckier I get. So
isn't it funny how that works?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so he nailed it with that. But Clyde Hart had that same mantra, no doubt, and so did my high school coach. He was great. He was great.
So I have to ask you this. I believe in a statement of never be afraid to reinvent yourself. Right. So you've been to all these countries. You've developed all these products and served a lot of consumers. Creating a movie right now. What's next for you?
Oh goodness, I don't think there's another movie in me, that's for sure. But one of the stars in the movie, Ray Benson, he's the head of Asleep at the Wheel. He said, Mike, you know what you got to do next? You got to do the birth and history of honky tonk. And I said, no, I don't think so.
We'll go to Nashville. I'll come.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I don't know. I want to continue doing this festival. I'd love to eventually, with the proceeds from the film and the festival, to eventually open a Birthplace of Western Swing museum in the heart of the Fort Worth Stockyards where it all started. And that would be a good goal to try to do that. And then maybe the annual festival could fund the upkeep of keeping that museum open. And it would probably be more of a visual type museum of videos, and you could use excerpts of the film throughout the museum and a lot of great images. I don't have a lot of memorabilia I could put in the museum because most of the Bob Wills Museum is either in Nashville or soon to open a new Bob Wills exhibit in Tulsa. So probably would have to do it with exhibits of visual, video, and things of that nature. But that would be cool to do that to crystallize the Fort Worth's contribution.
All right, Dion, sorry, I haven't operated with you. You know I got to ask questions.
No, you rocking and rolling. Like I said, when he invited me, I was like, it was real interesting because it's like Western swing, like, but I'm telling you, me and my wife, we was literally sitting down glued into it. And of course, Mike, he was so excited about it. You know, he came and sat down beside us, telling us about it and everything.
I tried to give them the VIP treatment.
Oh, he gave us VIP treatment. He took good care of us up there. Everything was great.
I love this guy. I love his daughter. And to tell Bailey I said hello. And
We'll do.
She's got national NCAA's coming up.
SEC's coming up in 3 weeks. In 3 weeks, I think.
Where will that be this year?
In Auburn. Is Auburn in Alabama? Yeah, Auburn, Alabama. Yeah.
And then nationals will be in Eugene again.
Yes, then they know they'll have regionals. The regionals in Arkansas and then nationals.
And she's easily qualified, I'm sure.
No, she ain't even she haven't hit the mark. They run hard. They go on a week, off a week. Yeah, Texas, they train a little different. They go
4x4 if they qualify.
Yes, the 4x4.
But individually,
she haven't hit the mark.
What's the mark she needs to hit?
I don't know.
Okay.
Fast. Everything is fast. Everybody is
51 something.
Yeah, it'd probably be 51, low 51, mid 51, low 50.
She's run 52s.
52-0. Yeah.
Yeah, she's knocking on the 51 door. And by the time she graduates, who knows? Maybe the 49.
I know, right? That'll be nice. That'll be
nice. Just in time
nice.
for the 28 Olympics.
Just in time, right?
That would be fun.
Jay, I ain't got nothing.
You know what? I have to say, I just want to thank you. Really, because I think your contributions to this program are huge. I remember I was on staff when you made your contribution, and I just think it makes this place world class. Because it was like really, a lot of people don't know this. I really don't want to delve too much into the story, but it was just a missing piece. I'm gonna leave it there.
You were part of the press, so you know they needed a new press box. It was what happened, I think, in the original build out of Clyde Hart Stadium is that they kind of ran out of money at the end. And they thought, oh, what about the press box?
I'm upset, by the way.
They kind of forgot it, and so that's why they said, Mike, here's an opportunity for you. And Mark Hurd, rest his soul, he was a former Baylor Regent and tennis player here at Baylor, CEO of Oracle and HP. He was a dear friend of mine. We were fraternity brothers, and we were rush captains together. And he was the one that strong-armed me and said, Mike, you need to step up. You need to step up and be a big part of this. So he pushed me, and he's right.
Shout out to Markworth.
Yeah. And Nick Florence was very vital in helping me get this contribution done. So
Man,
and you've been committed to the program like every year. I mean, this is once again family.
But I want to point this out. So Mark is on the new visitor center. Many other places, tennis center, of course. And then you're over here, so just man, your class is
if
really.
If I can be Mark Hurt's little minion brother, that's all I want.
With that, he's never that. Don't let him. It's a humility, man. It's so funny, man. It's like everybody who's come on here. We've had a lot of greats. From you all the way to the first person we had with Ricky Thompson, and like gratitude has been like the theme of the street.
Well, I think it's just nature, Clyde Hart was not a flashy guy. He wasn't a braggart. And I think that rubbed off on all his athletes. We're all pretty humble guys.
Another operator.
Yes, another operator.
I love operators. Everybody knows who knows. I love, because one of the things I think you learn in sports is like when you're in life, I feel like things are always going to go wrong. And I think what happens is through sports, you develop the confidence to say, I don't know what's going to go wrong, but I know I have the ability to fix it when it happens.
Yes, that's right. That's right. I mean? Sure is. It sure is.
And so he came and fixed the problem. So that's the land the plane on that. But
well, I want to congratulate you on your podcast program. You've gained a lot of momentum and done really well with this multimedia that you do, and having Dion here as your co-host, man.
It's roommates.
Roommates, that's right. Y'all roommates.
Yep.
Man, I bet y'all could tell some.
Had to turn off those cameras or something.
Yeah, we couldn't tell the stories on here.
Well, Mike, man, thank you so much. Thanks for your contribution to the family.
Very much.
And appreciate you. Bless you.
Dion, my brother. Take care, man.
Much love.
Man,
much respect.
Another OG. Man, this lineup has been crazy. We've had some OGs.
You want me to get out?
No, you don't have to get out. We still talking about you.
Hey, Dion got to use the restroom. I'm going to go. Can I give you this?
Yeah, now you're getting the
Mike, you could hold that.
Okay.
I'll be right
cover
back
for you.
No, you don't have to get out yet. We want to hang around, go. We've been live. We just been going. It's been going pretty good. We had a great
Y'all
group.
only doing it today?
Just today.
Just today.
Just today. We're trying to call this event.
And will this be an annual deal now?
Yes,
Okay.
that's the
And
number
this is
one.
the inaugural?
This is the first one.
Good.
So we're trying to keep it going every year for the Michael Johnson. Try to gain momentum, get more kids, more families, kids, ex-athletes,
Yes.
ex-teammates, former teammates, get them all out and just come
Good,
out. And
good.
we want to make this thing
And
really
you've
big.
had guys and girls, female athletes as well here.
Oh yeah,
That's good.
we had female athlete Kiana Horton. She's the school record holder in 400 meters. She was out here, brought her family. So yeah, we've been rocking and rolling this morning. Started around about 10:30ish, and we've just been going nonstop.
Good,
Definitely
good.
thank you for coming out. I told
Appreciate
told
it.
Jay when he asked me, I know who we get.
Well,
we gotta
I
get
was
him
just
here.
a lowly 16-footer at Baylor. I didn't contribute near the level you did, but you're what, 14-time All-American?
14 time.
Man. But
14 time.
So, but anyway, I'm just so thrilled to be a part of it. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Jay had this vision. It's like, man, I like it. Let's give it a shot. Let's give it a shot. And I mean, so far it's been good. The weather's been great.
You've
and
got
everything.
real professional equipment here. It's nice.
Jay
Good setup.
got the hookup and setting up everything. So we just been rocking and rolling.
Jay's
we got
a
guys.
tech
that's been
guru,
coming
it
in.
looks like.
Yes. Oh yes. He love it.
He's
love
been
it.
in radio TV for years.
He's been in the media. He's been doing the media thing quite a bit. For a while.
And you as a head coach, you've been on TV a bunch too.
Oh yeah, we've been
Especially
rocking
with
and rolling.
Bailey and all of her successes.
Yeah, she's been rocking and
And
rolling.
everybody loves that father-daughter story that you have,
Oh,
that she's following in your footsteps. That's such a cool story.
Yeah, that's thanks.
And father and mother, your wife was a tremendous
She just did a
long jump.
Yeah, triple.
Triple. Sorry, triple.
The Daily Texan just did an interview on her. It was pretty good, talking about the family legacy. But
she was at Rice, is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, I remember that.
She was jumping at Rice.
And I remember back in the day, Rice used to put together some great
Rice
track
had
teams.
a great track team.
Long
women,
distance, they dominated in long distance.
They had
and field events, they always seem to have good field event guys.
Jumpers and throwers.
Yes.
And Rice was very, very strong, especially their women's program. Victor Lopez, they got a track meet, the Victor Lopez Classic, a big high school meet in Houston over at Rice.
What a scholastic program, academic program they have at
Oh
Rice.
my!
I bet you
top of the.
I bet Claudia kind of says, "I've got a better education than you do."
Yeah. She was like, when you mention it, I'd be like, okay.
Yeah.
So
No,
it's
they're
been
both
pretty
great
good.
schools.
Yeah, it's been great. It's been great. She's doing well and everything.
Tell her I said hello. And
We'll
tell
do.
her-
So what you got planned for the rest of the day? Track meet?
I'm gonna go watch the track meet. I'm gonna try to stay through the 4x4.
Okay.
At the end, I think it starts at 5:15.
Around
the last
5:15.
event.
Yeah. Yeah, we're
And I
gonna.
might enjoy some of that reunion, the 76 team. I wanna
That's
see,
what we was telling
I
Ricky.
want to see some of those guys.
Me too. That's what I told Jay once we wrap up here. We just break everything. Then we're gonna try to go catch you, try to meet some of those guys. I want to meet them. I was like,
Ricky Thompson, what a stud he was.
oh my
Football
God.
and track.
Football and track.
Yeah.
Big time. Football and track. So
All right,
it's been
Dion,
good.
I'm going to leave it with you.
All righty.
I'm going to step out of here and
We'll
thank
catch you.
again.
I'll catch you over there a little later. Thank
Okay,
you, Mike.
Bye-bye.
Oh man, we've been rocking and rolling all day. We're gonna try to keep this thing rolling and everything. So we think we're gonna bring in Jeff Cunningham. Jeff, you wanna come on back in, join me? We get Jeff. Jay still doing his thing. I'm solo dolo, but I can hold it down. I'm fine right now. Hey, remember, annual thing, come back out and support Baylor Track and Field, the Michael Johnson Invitational. We live, baby. We got a lot of people coming up, bringing old teammates, bringing a family, which is pretty cool. Jay, my co-host, he's out. The host, actually, I'm the co-host. He's out entertaining the family. We done brought back to the table Jeff Cunningham. He's been over there. Had a couple of something to put in his system.
I had me a couple of sips of something, get you fired up, get the brain synapses fired a little bit. I was over here and I was thinking, Coach Hart passed away in early November, right? And unfortunately, the passage of time gets us all, and we've had a lot of greats in this sport leave us over the last few years, and you always wonder who are going to be the next legends. Everybody from John McDonald at University of Arkansas, and Coach Hart. In fact, I would argue that John McDonald and Clyde Hart are two of the 5 best coaches to ever do it in the NCAA. Right?
I will agree.
And old man John Mack, man, that guy could coach. And Coach, John Mack to distance running was what Coach Hart was to the 400.
Right.
Do you agree with that?
Oh yes, no doubt.
Yeah, and I think John and Coach Hart probably had a ton of mutual respect, because people need to realize until 1991, Arkansas and Baylor were in the same conference.
Was in the same conference.
Right? And
Southwest Conference.
The Southwest Conference. And so I remember those battles when I was a little kid. And then you look at great coaches like Jim Bevan down at Rice.
At Rice.
Just announced his retirement last
Yes.
week, right?
Jim coached my wife.
I know Jim Bevan. coached your
Jim
wife.
was
That's why I brought it up.
Yes,
And-
great coach.
And I've known Jim a long time. And you start looking at Coach Bevan retiring, and John Mack passing away, and Coach Hart passing away, and and then Lance Harder just he retired up in Arkansas,
yes.
and then Coach Bucknam just announced he's retiring at Arkansas. Coach Bucknam and Coach McDonald are the only 2 head coaches that school has had in the last 40, 50 years.
Wow.
And you look at this and you wonder who's next. There's going to be somebody next.
Right.
But I think the challenges in the new age of NIL and revenue share are going to require these coaches to not just be great X's and O's coaches, but they're going to have to be the CEO of Athletics Incorporated.
Right.
And so I'm fascinated to see how some of these coaches navigate the transition into this, into roster limits, into managing their budgets in a way that they never really had to worry about.
Right.
And I worry about some of the great coaches getting out of the game because they just don't want to do it. They don't want to deal with it, you know?
It's the change. It's the new era, as we like to say. And it's to
Right.
you bring up a good point. I never looked at it like that, thought about it like that, Jeff. It's like we talking about guys who's been doing it for so long, and now this whole new era of the roster limits. There's no more walk-ons.
There's really no such thing as a
It's
walk-on
walk-on, yes.
anymore at any of the
Absolutely.
what we refer to as the Power Four schools. The
Yeah.
ACC, the SEC, the Big 12, and the Big 10. There's really no such thing as a walk-on.
Absolutely.
You get 17 kids on your cross-country team. You get 35 kids on your track team. In some conferences may allow more.
45.
45, right? I
Yep.
think Texas, I think in SEC, are they at
SEC
45?
45.
Yeah. And see, Coach Flo's doing a good job down at University of Texas, and Coach Ford's doing a great job at Baylor, having to figure out how to manage your roster limits. But this is a new era. And,
Definitely.
you know, listen, and you look at some of the other sports. I think it's widely known at this point that Nick Saban got out of it because he didn't want to deal with it.
Right.
He didn't want to deal with it, you know?
Yep.
Dealing with kids who want money. It's so difficult because you look at the non-revenue sports, and I hate it that we refer to them that way.
I know,
right?
me too. Me too.
But the reality of it is you've got a tiered sort of structure, almost a caste system at these universities now. And we're going to have to figure out a way. But listen, where there's a will, there's a way.
Absolutely.
And
Absolutely.
the NCAA is going to survive, but I just saw today, for instance, that the University of Arkansas cut their tennis program. I saw it just this morning. It was announced.
Wow.
And University of Arkansas is one of the top tennis programs in the country.
They cut the tennis program?
Got rid of the tennis program. Arkansas, for an SEC school to cut a program that's a nationally ranked program, that's a difficult thing for me to hear.
Oh, wow.
Because you and I are coaching high school kids,
Wow.
and we're trying to navigate getting them to the collegiate level in sports where, you know, nobody's getting $1 million NIL contracts, right?
Right.
But I regret it because I've coached many kids who may not have ever seen the inside of a college classroom were it
Right.
not for their ability to turn left on the track really fast, right? And I just wonder what's going to happen with the drying up of revenue and scholarships for some of these kids. If we're going to be cutting off some opportunities for some underprivileged youth, some kids that maybe come from households where college hasn't been a thing in their family, and a lot of opportunities could be drying up. Guys like you were going to be okay. I mean, you broke the national record, right, in high school in the 400, right? And the reality of it is guys like you are always going to have a place, but you and I have coached kids who were right on the cusp of being able to be a Division I athlete. And where those opportunities going, we're going to figure it out.
Absolutely.
We're going to figure it out as coaches. We have to, right?
You have to as a coach.
We have to.
You have
We
to.
owe it to the kids.
You have to. You have
right?
to. I think, Jeff, is once again, it's the new era, and it's a change. Everyone we have to adjust and adapt to this new way now.
Yeah.
Whether we think it's good or bad, it's here.
It's irrelevant. It's interesting you say that. Whether we think it's good or bad is irrelevant to the analysis.
Absolutely.
We can
Absolutely.
grouse and complain about the sun being
Absolutely.
hot, but it ain't going to change the fact that the
It's
sun's
still
hot.
here.
Right?
It's hot.
So revenue share and NIL here, and we can be the old men standing out on our lawn howling at the moon about
Absolutely.
how I got a free education and that should be good enough. Hey, listen, it doesn't matter if that is our opinion or not. The reality of it is revenue share and NIL are here to stay, and these universities are going to try to navigate it. I can tell you that Baylor is invested in navigating the new era, the new financial era of collegiate sports as masterfully as possible with the interests of the kids as the central focus every step of the way. That's all the indications that I've gotten at this point.
from the Baylor Athletic Department and administration.
All right, sorry I had to do that. I had to be about the people. First of all, I want to thank you, man. You bring such great energy. I was listening the entire time, man. Just your passion for this sport, it's incredible, man. It really is.
It's the best sport in the world, man. You know, listen, when I was a senior in high school,
I keep laughing because I told Jay, I said, man, we're going to be some entertaining going on when Jeff get on here.
Hey, man.
Because I know your passion.
Hey, if I was a SEAL, I'd be on that stool with that ball on my nose at the circus. I'd have a job. If I was a SEAL, I'd have a job, baby. I'd figure it out.
You're crazy.
You know what I'm talking about? But no, it's the greatest sport on earth, man. And you know, listen, man, I was 5'7", 125 pounds dripping wet when I was in high school. And I love football as much as anything. I mean, Mike Singletary was my hero. Walter Abercrombie was my hero. Those two guys were my heroes when I was a little kid, right? But man, I didn't have no business on no football field, man, right? And so I figured out that I could turn it. The cool thing is I'm not real bright, right? And that's why track was for me, because you don't even have to learn how to turn right. Just be able to turn left. You can run some track. And I'm like, this is for me. I can do this, right? You have to have a high tolerance for pain and be able to turn left. Those are only two skills distance runner need to have. And I'm like, well, I can do both of those things. But the reality of it is, it's a great sport. And the cool thing is it's such a diverse sport. You got pole vaulters who are, you know, a half a sandwich short of a full picnic, right? And then you got 10,000 meter runners who are an entire sandwich short of a full picnic. And then we got you lazy 400 meter guys who just run a lap and quit, you know? So we got a little bit of something for everybody in this sport. And then we got Big Mike's kid out here just throwing a big cannonball out into out into some dirt. But no, it's such a diverse sport.
Right.
It's diverse athletic abilities. And what other sport in the NCAA can you take your right tackle, you know, and your wide receiver, you know, and then some skinny guy that likes to race 25 laps and put them all on the same team and go win championships together? You don't really get that kind of thing, you know, in a lot of sports. It's pretty cool. You know.
What was it like training with your brother growing up?
Man, we need to talk about the 1991 Temple Wildcat relays, man. So my brother was a converted baseball player, but had a lot of running ability. And I had been sort of the running nerd my whole life, right? So I was, you know, I'd done all the summer track and done all that stuff and gone to the Junior Olympics. And he was playing Little League. Well, he took up running at the end of his high school career and got good fast because natural ability was there. And he was, you know, tougher than raw meat and nails, right? So we went out there. We're at the Temple Wildcat Relays. And so keep in mind, I thought I was good, right? I was like, I got fourth at state in cross country my sophomore year. We get out there. That dude is literally shoulder to shoulder with me coming off the last turn with 100 meters to go. And we're kicking as hard as we can. I out-leaned him and beat him by 1/10 of a second. And he is literally face down in his own drool. Listen to what my dumb butt did. I decide I'm going to straddle him and stand over him and just stare at him and just taunt him.
What a jerk.
I look up there, my daddy comes over the rail, runs across the track, and grabs me by my arm. He's like, don't you ever. And then my coach comes running over there, Coach Taylor, he's like looking at me like this.
What are you doing?
What a joker. So that was what our relationship was like. I'm like, I am not going to give this guy 1 inch running in high school. He was a senior and I was a sophomore. And big talent.
Gotta love it.
Finished third at the South. He ended up finishing third in the Southwest Conference in the 3,000 meter steeplechase in the spring of 1994. And the greatest race he ever ran. And a funny story there is that was on HSE. Do you remember Home Sports Entertainment? It was on HSE, right?
Yep.
And Bill Land was working for HSE. He's now works for the San Antonio Spurs and does play-by-play for the Spurs. And Bill Land was announcing the meet, and I still have that video where he sees my brother in first place, and he 2-foots that last water jump and just comes crawling out of it. And Bill Land's in Cunningham just withers coming down the home stretch. Fast forward, my wife hired Bill Land's son at St. Michael's Catholic to take over the basketball program about 6 years ago, and we still howl about his old man just totally freaking roasting my brother the last 100 meters at the Southwest Conference Championships in 1994. Oh, so funny, man.
That is funny.
So funny.
That's hilarious.
But okay, can we talk about X and amount, man?
Who?
Can we talk about this? Can we talk about that? Tell us about that, Dion. I'm interviewing you now. Tell us about that.
Oh, it was real simple. When we win the relay, it was that simple, huh, Cap? It's just they don't know. It was simple. It was a Baylor thing.
Yeah.
And we wanted the world to know.
X amount. Y'all are off the list. Y'all are no longer competition. See,
On to the next.
So at one point, about 15 years ago, there was an analysis done that said that of the top 40 times ever run in the 4x400 meter relay in NCAA history, Baylor had 20 or 21 of the top 40 times, and then the other 200 were waving by to LaGerald Betters, one of the greatest.
LaGerald Betters.
LaGerald Betters,
Sticks, come over here
Come
real
on,
quick.
Sticks.
I'm gonna put you in real quick.
Sticks.
Here, jump in.
Jump in. I was gonna get him. I was just trying to, Jeff. Me and Jeff going to entertain.
Hey,
put Sticks in the middle real quick.
LaGerald's nickname was Sticks coming out of high school, as I understand it, because he weighed about 40 pounds less than he weighs now. This guy was nothing but pure speed and talent, man. And this guy had cojones the size of a rhinoceros, man. This guy to come off that turn, and you were about to get burnt like a cheap cookie, man. If LaGerald was anywhere near you with 100 meters to go. So when you're coming off that last turn, and you know you've got a little bit of gas left in the tank, what were you thinking when you were like gunning these guys down with 100 meters to go?
It's crazy, but this is a true story. I'm from Waco, and every single time I got to the last spot, I always used to say, I'm from Waco. They must not know where I'm from. I'm from Waco. In my head, I use those same words to run down the backstretch. You know, just being from a city where it wasn't much for us, and I just thought I was being proud. I was proud of my city, and I used it when I ran.
LaGerald Betters is one of the all-time greats to come through here. I'm always showing mad love. He's been a great guy, a great runner. Look like a great father. You great father.
A great father.
There we go. I see the little man over there. Got his family here. Man, thanks for coming back, man. We glad to have you here, man. This is our first time doing this. Jay reached out to me. It's like, D, let's try to do this. We naming this the Baylor Track and Field Homecoming. First year, so every year bring your family back. We're gonna keep this thing rocking and rolling. We're gonna get it on social media and get the word out. Hopefully we'll have next time bigger tent, more people, more space and everything. We got some people behind us, so we trying to do it.
Yeah, this is awesome.
Yeah, we just here doing our thing. Jay had this vision, and then I told him when he brought Jeff in, I said, "Oh man, we're gonna keep it going. We're gonna keep this thing rocking and rolling." Look at it.
I'm evidence that there must be a dwindling talent pool right now, man. These guys want me on here, but LaGerald, you know what's really interesting is obviously Baylor's in Waco, and we look at what you and Damian Smith brought to the Baylor Track and Field program. Damian was older than you, had the school record. LaGerald beat Damian's 400 meter state record, school record at Waco High School. But how cool was it for you being from Waco High and being able to come across town to Baylor and then transfer your success at the high school level to the highest levels of the NCAA just across town at Baylor?
I mean, it was honestly a blessing. A true story about me when Baylor originally offered me a scholarship my junior year. I didn't even know it was a college.
Really?
I didn't know what college meant. I didn't know how people run after high school. because we was raised up to graduate high school. You might get a push if you graduate high school. That's all you needed to do back then. Like, college is extra. So, I mean, just the ability to go to college, you know, I didn't even know, and it just blew my world open, you know. So it was the first time experience for me, and I love Baylor, you know, to this day for it.
And you know, Dion and I were just actually talking about how the NCAA is changing, and they have all these things with NIL money and roster limits and all this. How important and how impressionable was it to you that you did have that realization that there was life after high school, and that you could go to college, and that you could just go and run track and go to college and get an education? How important do you think it is today, thinking back on when you were in elementary school, middle school, high school, kids that were in your neighborhood? How important do you think the collegiate sports system is for kids to have an opportunity?
I mean, I think it's very important. I mean, now that, like you say, with the NIL giving college students more, you know, availability to funding, you know, even though school is one stress, financial is another stress that, you know, it just is there. And just to relieve some of these athletes of that type of stress, even if it builds other stress, it's still an opportunity for them to do for their family, for them to do for themselves, and to be bigger than what they originally was. And what I think is teaching you with the NIL is that you're bigger than yourself. You know, you realize, people realizing they bigger than themselves now, meaning that it's more to it than just them. You know, it's a whole 9 yards that go with it, and I think you know, it's been special for these athletes to be in that situation.
Dion, what are your memories coming out of high school compared to sort of what life is now with the kids you're coaching, and then thinking about, you know, LeGerald's experiences coming in running for your coach at Baylor?
Oh man, it's kind of hard to ask me that question, because dealing with the kids that I'm dealing with now, they weren't built like us. Sorry, kids. I'm sorry. There's a lot, and I think the reason why there's nowadays parents are so involved with their kids' future and everything. When I came, my parents were like, "You going to college or you going to the military?" That was easy. I'm going to college. But nowadays, I think these kids they're built different and everything. It's like me and you was talking earlier, Jeff. It's like we seem like we wanted more than some of these kids. You know, back then it's like, no, you come and you run. That was your thing that you did. You wanted to come and compete and everything. The kids I have now, they're, like I said, they're different, but they're a little competitive. When I say we were different, it's like we had a little bit more grit. Not saying they don't. These kids are very talented. Let me go on record and say that. Very talented kids out here running extremely fast. You're like, but they running fast. We got good coaches too.
They got good coaches. They're running fast. They have a lot of science and a lot of medical treatment that they didn't have back then. They've got equipment. They got carbon-plated shoes. They've got all these new track surfaces. You know, the grind is different now than what it was. And so
Absolutely.
The trick is okay. Genetically, we're still dealing with human beings. They have the same capabilities that we have, but how do we coach in a different era now, where we've got, a million ESPN channels, a million Instagram this, we got all these social media platforms, we've got all these different things that are distracting to the kids that I think can destroy focus. What are your thoughts on that? Because when did you graduate from high school, Gerald?
2006.
Okay, because so social media really hadn't really been up. That wasn't a big thing. In fact,
No.
the first iPhone didn't even come out to 2007. Does that make you feel old, Gerald?
For sure. Me and my wife talk about it all the time when we say, dang, 20 years ago? That 2 decades ago? I mean, it's different now. I mean, like you say, the difference now is that the kids, the ones who grab hold to all that's available to them, they running blazingly fast.
Right.
You know, unbelievable times. But it's a big gap between blazing fast and the next person. Like in Dion Minor's year, it's like, wait, 10th place was 44? What you mean? You know, wait, 15th place was 45 too? Dang, but nowadays you get a couple in the fast area, then they usually in that mid to slow area because the ones who grabbing it, they taking advantage of it. But most of these kids, like you say, their parents are so involved, they more involved in their kids, so the kids don't even understand how to grab what's getting given to them.
I agree with that.
Right.
I agree with that.
Right.
And Dion, you coach at a private school. I coach at a private school.
Mhm.
In fact, I don't think either of us had ever coached in a public high school. I think
Nope.
we both
Private.
been in private schools,
Private.
right? I think that we have some shared experiences regarding the academic pressures and regarding sort of the lives that some of these kids lead, where we try to convince them, hey, we can be good at two things. We can be good at sports, we can be good academically, and you don't have to sacrifice either. But I think for me, it was a sales job at St. Michael's Catholic. Have you had a similar experience, Dion?
No, not-
at Fort Bend Christian.
No, my experience has been great. When I got there, I had to build, not even rebuild, like build, start from scratch. I never forget. I tell this story all the time. I had 6 boys, 2 girls. Now that was it when I got to Fort Bend, and now I'm sitting at over like 54 kids on my track program alone. But when I started, 6 guys, 2 girls. This going on my 7th year. I've won like 6 state championships. Wow. So that just going back to just starting building something, it didn't take long. And I was speaking earlier about these kids are different. And that's something I had to learn. Like, they are different. I came in like, you need to do this. You got to finish the times. Half of those kids, they're not even track athletes. There's kids that like, oh, I want to just do this for fun. Now I got kids who want to do it because they're trying to go to school. And that's another thing I'm proud about being at the coaching at the private school. For the past, I just had 4 kids. 4 kids signed D1 this year. 4. I got one at what is it? I can't DBU. They Division 2.
No, Dallas
Baptist
Baptist
they
is Division 1.
Division 1. So that's 5 then.
Yeah.
That's 5. So that's my goal is just getting them to that point where they can come off to school to college and experience what we're talking about here. We're here at a college event, at a track meet. I would love to come back and see next year. Hopefully I'll be seeing my kids that I've coached this year here at this same meet and everything. That's what it's about for me.
Absolutely. And talking about opportunities, I do have a faded memory because it's been 21 years since you graduated from high school. 20 years. Did you play football at Waco High School?
Yes, I played football up to my senior year.
Okay.
I had prospects in football to go to college in football, but what happened was I won state in track, and
it was over with.
Nobody hitting me.
It was over with.
Nobody
It was track.
blocking me. Ain't nobody illegal. I was a target since I was a receiver and I was fast. I what you call a target. Somebody that increased their prospects in college by laying a hit down on me.
Yes.
Even if I don't even have the ball.
That's right.
And it was unfair. I'm just sitting there thinking it was just unfair to be crack blocked so many times because I'm fast and can catch.
Right.
So I had to hang it up. I was tired of being a rag doll.
Yeah, and it's funny because now you don't have the CTE either, so that's a good thing, man. Like, not getting your skull cracked open is probably a pretty good deal, right?
Yes, for sure.
We just stay on. They would say just stay going left. Just keep running left. Just keep going left. You'll be just fine.
Like I was telling Dion, I'm not real bright, so that's why I like track, because all I have to do is figure out how to turn left.
Cause we ain't going right and going left.
'Cause I was asking him, and I don't know about you, but Joe, have you ever seen a right turn in track? I haven't come across one.
No, not even when you finish.
I told
Still
these
going
boys,
left.
I told
Still
these boys
going
one time,
left.
they were so nervous. It was like 2009, 2010. They were nervous, all fidgety. I said,
Right.
all right, boys, here's the deal. So they thought I was going to tell them something deep, like something they were going to be able to take to their soul. I'm like, this right here is a left turning track. And they're like,
That's-
yes, sir. Yes, sir. And I says, boys, let me make it real simple for you. You turn right, you end up out in the parking lot. I'm like,
Right.
you're going to get DQ'd. Got it? All right, go race. They just sat there and looked at me. You could hear crickets. They're like, Coach,
Right.
that's it? I'm like, yeah, that's it. Turn left.
Just turn left.
Well,
Just turn
LaGerald, man, it's been great, man. It's good. It's a pleasure. Always good
Always
seeing you,
good.
man.
I
Good
know,
seeing you. I'm
yeah.
glad you brought your family out.
Yes.
I see your beautiful wife and son over there that's just hanging out.
We still together, but thank you for having me.
Man, we appreciate you swinging by, coming by,
It's good to meet you.
everything.
All right. Baylor legend.
LaGerald Baylor's, baby.
Let's go. Hey,
Jay, we
Sick
need
and
that
Bear.
pick. We need that pick.
All four of us? All four of us?
She can take. She got it.
Good stuff. All right,
My
guys.
man, my man.
I stayed around. No, I got
Yes, sir. I
to you every
appreciate
time
you.
I see you.
Show me love. Show me love. How's it
Good to
going,
meet you,
Mama?
too.
Good to see you. Good to see you. Good, good.
Ain't you supposed to be at a
Thank you for having me in.
No, 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 no.
All right, so look, we're gonna close out.
Yeah, we're gonna wrap this thing up. Jay,
we gotta-
this been a marathon,
Man, it's
boy.
been a marathon. Welcome
It's
to
been a
it.
marathon. We've been rocking and rolling.
Okay, are y'all out?
We've
ya.
been rocking and
Where
rolling.
y'all going? Oh, okay. Yeah, text me. Yeah, here we go.
Had Jeff here. Oh.
Hold on, I gotta get photo. Ready, 1, 2, 3.
Perfect.
All right, y'all. Well, first of all, before we get to it, we gotta thank everybody in the community. Everybody came out.
Yes.
Top to bottom, from Ricky all the way down. Just want to thank all of our incredible guests, our partners. We have to
Thank
thank
you.
the Whataburger, What a Burger. We have to thank Benny Keith, right, for all the beverages. We have to
Beverages,
thank,
yes.
Who else do we need to thank?
Was it Tom Hill, the
Tom
Wahoo?
Hill, Wahoo Sports and Entertainment.
The entertainment.
We need to thank Alliance Bank, Central
Alliance
Texas,
Bank. Yep, yep.
and Balcones, a local favorite. So, man, we had so much support, and Jeff coming through, hanging out, chopping it up with us, man.
Yes.
We really appreciate it, man.
Appreciate it,
Man,
Jeff.
I got to meet Kermit Ward today. I had never met Kermit before.
That was my first time
Yeah.
too, Jeff. Believe it or not, that was my first time meeting Kermit.
Yeah,
First
and
time.
He was bringing up some old school names, man, that I had seen in a media guide,
Yep.
but beyond reading the media guide,
Yeah.
I had never met, or a lot of
Right.
these guys had never met Kermit in my life.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
It's great to
But
see
Joe,
Kermit.
Hey, tight.
So
Hold on. All right, y'all. So I'm gonna let Dion, and if we're gonna go 1, 2, 3, hang tight. I promise it's gonna be worth it. All right, guys. So Dion, do you want to go, and then you go, and then I'll close this out. Just
Hey.
thoughts on the day, the moment, the stream, the welcome.
Oh man,
homecoming.
Jay, it was great, man. Like I said, thanks for bringing me on the co-host with you. I told you we was gonna do this thing. Just I need to get my dates, my calendar right. We good. No, but hey, look, great event, great turnout. Always great when you got good weather.
Yeah.
Had good weather, had good people come by and everything. Went off real well, though. I would guess had a lot of special guests pop up, and they wasn't rushed. They took their time. They gave us their time, and gave us some good stories, some good memories. And as you can see, this wind seemed like it's about to pick up. So we're gonna wrap this thing up.
Yeah.
We had Jeff came through. I let Jeff go next, and hey, as always, sick 'em Bears.
Sick 'em Bears, and I'll tell you what, my closing thoughts are this. When I was a little kid in the 1980s, Baylor had won a Southwest Conference championship in football in 1980 with Coach Tapp, and it was an athletic department that was good enough. But Coach Hart came down from Little Rock, Arkansas, right? Many decades ago, and established one of the great track and field programs.
in the world, not just the NCAA.
Right.
You have to understand, we have Olympic champions who are worldwide, and to be honest with you, Baylor was known for track. Baylor Track Field really was an anchor for this athletic department, and now you look at everything that we've done in all the other sports. But Baylor Track and Field was here, it is here, and it will be here to stay. It's one of the preeminent sports at this university, cranking out not only great athletes, but great citizens and great humans, and I'm proud to call you two guys my friends. I am.
I love it.
Sincerely,
Thank
guys.
you. Thank you. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah.
Man, I've been on for a long time, man. I just want to thank everybody, you two, especially Jeff. Really, my room dog here, man, couldn't have done it without him. Man, just bringing this together, having a great community. Man, we're building community. I think this is going to be so good. If we could just grow a little bit each year, you know, having a Baylor Track and Field homecoming.
That's the goal.
And I'm just thankful. I'm thankful for this university, everybody I met. So many things I'm doing today are people who I met right here on this campus. People I've known for 25, 30 years.
Family,
man. So I just want to thank everyone. Thank you for showing up, showing out. We're going to keep building, join in, offer whatever little bit of volunteer energy or ideas you have. We'd love to have you. All right, we're going to lead us in here. We're going to do a little Sick 'em Bears. All right.
Hey, Sick 'em Bears.
All right, let's go, Sick 'em.
All right, let me end stream. It's still on. You guys.